The awakening of spiritual energy has turned the city under the protection of the sky's veil, while outside lies a deathly wasteland filled with alien beasts and whispers of evil. Gods, Xing has crossed over to this world, starting in hell. His father has passed away, his mother is seriously ill, and he has a younger brother to care for. As a poor student at the bottom of the cultivation realm, he lacks resources, has mediocre talent, and a bleak future. Just when he was about to give up, the 10,000 Realms Blade Master inheritance system awakens. He surprisingly draws, Chapter 1, Racial Discrimination. In the federal summer country, Boguang City, headquarters of the security department. In the interrogation room, Xing sits on a hard chair, holding the completed record in his hands. His mind is buzzing, and he feels bewildered, thinking, is this even something a person can say? The source of all this is the girl next to him, who is crying heart-wrenchingly as if she has suffered a great injustice. Wah! How can you euthanize my baby? The girl's voice is sharp and piercing as she slams her hand on the table, startling Xing. My baby is just hungry. What's wrong with being hungry? Is the life of an alien beast not a life? You are treating lives as if they are nothing. No, treating beast lives as nothing. I will expose you. The detective sitting across the table has a face as dark as a pot bottom, with veins throbbing on his forehead, clearly reaching his limit. He slams the pen in his hand down on the table. Hungry? Just because it's hungry, it can eat people? The detective's voice erupts like a long-suppressed volcano, filled with terrifying rage. The wolf you raised is already a first-tier spirit beast, it's not some stupid guard dog. Chapter 2, Daily Life. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Xing is immersed in the hope of becoming stronger, his old phone in his pocket suddenly vibrates wildly, making his thigh numb. Damn! Who's so blind? Xing curses as he pulls out the old antique with a scratched screen, glancing at the caller ID. Old Lin. His heart skips a beat, and an ominous premonition arises. Damn! You finally picked up the phone. As soon as the call connects, Lin Dong's signature voice, now strained from extreme pressure, comes through the receiver. Where the hell have you been? Old Ban is taking attendance. I told him you went to take a dump. You've been taking a dump for 2 whole classes, dude. If you don't come over soon, I'm going to get hammered by Su Ban. Xing feels a chill run down his spine, as if he can already see the death stare from the living Yama at the podium. In the martial arts class of Jinglan High School, there are no sheltered flowers. This is not Earth, where corporal punishment is prohibited, is a gentle saying. The homeroom teacher of the martial arts class is a hardened warrior who has crawled back from the front lines, from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Daily martial arts practical classes? That means using this group of self-proclaimed geniuses as human punching bags. Chapter 3, Practical Class. On the arena, Xing's eyes sharpen, and the heavy training long knife in his hand, which has yet to be sharpened, suddenly swings up. He exerts force with his feet, his figure suddenly blurring, leaving only a sharp sound of breaking air. In the next moment, he leaps high into the air. Using the momentum of his descent as the long knife transforms into a heart-stopping cold light, striking down on Su Bo below with the force of thunder. Swish! 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 The blade light is fierce and cunning, accompanied by a bone-chilling gust of wind, each strike aimed at vital points. Throat, neck, heart, lower body. Each strike carries a fierce force, with angles that are ruthlessly sharp. However, facing this torrential storm of deadly blade strikes, Su Bo stands as steady as a mountain, unmoving. Just as the cold blade is about to reach him, Su Bo moves. There is no clumsy roll or large evasive movements. He uses a terrifyingly absolute control over every inch of his muscles and bones, making minute adjustments. Tilting his head, twisting his waist, stepping aside. Whoosh! 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 The deadly blade, accompanied by a gust of wind, whistles past, almost brushing against his skin and clothes. Each dodge is precise to the millimeter.
Chapter 4, Jinwu posture. Shubo casually twirled a knife flower, and the training long knife emitted a clear humming sound. He looked down from above at the slightly awkward Xing and rarely showed a smile, nodding in praise. Not bad. Really not bad. To practice the Chui eagle knife technique to the point where the knife moves with you is already the pinnacle. The initial integration of body technique and knife technique is even rarer. He scanned Xing's blooded tiger mouth and pale face. His tone filled with expectation. Well, refine your physique and quickly reach the perfection of body tempering. At that time, choose to practice a Zhenwu posture. Draw energy into your body, and with the support of internal strength, the power of your quick knife will truly enter the realm, increasing its power by more than 10 times. Zhenwu posture. These 3 words seem to have magical power, instantly igniting the entire martial arts arena. The audience, which had been stunned into silence by the shocking knife just now, suddenly erupted. Zhenwu posture. Is that the one that can cultivate internal energy? Are we finally going to touch the true foundational methods of martial arts? An extraordinary starting point. Internal energy. With internal energy, one can truly step into the door of martial arts. The crowd's faces flushed with excitement, discussing fervently, their eyes filled with infinite yearning and fervor. Chapter 5. Route planning. The setting sun melted gold, casting a long shadow of the Jinglan High School teaching building. After school, Tan Xing and Lin Dong walked out of the school gate, shoulder to shoulder, swaying as they passed the security booth. Tan Xing lazily shouted to Uncle Chen, who was dozing inside, "Uncle Chen, we're leaving." Be careful on the way," Uncle Chen mumbled in response. The two laughed and walked to a sleek, pitch-black flying shuttle gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, stopping in their tracks. Tan Xing grinned and suddenly slapped Lin Dong's butt hard. "Gotta run. See you Monday." "Damn. You old man. Sneak attack, huh?" Lin Dong jumped away dramatically, covering his butt, laughing and cursing as he raised his leg to kick. Tan Xing laughed heartily, sidestepping, waved his hand casually, and turned to leave. "Wait." The playful smile vanished from Lin Dong's face in an instant, as he grabbed Tan Xing's wrist with considerable force. Tan Xing paused, turning back in confusion. His brows furrowed, his gaze sharp as he stared at Tan Xing. A seriousness that Tan Xing rarely saw on his face. "Old Tan, be honest. Did you sneak off to the wilderness?" The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Chapter 6. Preparation. I heard that the crystal cores of plant-type totem beasts can extract life elements that can cure Mom's illness. This must succeed. Sitting in a chair, Tan Xing tapped his fingertips on his knee, his eyes flashing with sharp light. Body tempering realm. I must break through as soon as possible. As long as I get over this hurdle, I can practice the Zhenwu posture, and with the addition of my mysterious character templates talent, by then. Don't even mention encountering spirit realm beasts. Even if I meet someone who has just entered the totem realm, I am confident I can take them on head-on. As for the Tian Boguang template, TSK, the potential is indeed almost exhausted. The next template should ideally be of internal strength master level. He clicked his tongue, lost in thought, when a knocking sound came from outside. "Bro. Dinner time." The door was pushed open a crack, and a half-grown boy with a tiger-like head poked his head in, his dark face beaming with a bright smile and a loud voice. "If you don't come soon, there will be no meatballs left." It was none other than his younger brother, Tan Hu. Tan Xing stood up, and the map of the wilderness on the computer screen marked with a red cross, high-risk restricted area, and a green dot, resource area, flashed away. Tan Hu's sharp eyes caught sight of it, and his smile instantly froze, his throat swallowing hard, his eyes visibly reddening. Chapter 7. Entering the wilderness. Come. Just butchered deer leg meat. It's still steaming. 100 federal coins per pound, don't miss it. Look at this. Just dug up the evil god sacrificial artifact. It's still covered in dark soil. It's great for warding off evil spirits. Buy it back as a decoration to scare people. Interested buyers, come take a look. Live goods. Live goods. Green-haired rabbit cubs, mountain dog pups. Very clever, trained well, they are good watchdogs. Prices are negotiable. Special service for 800, overnight for 1200, prices are negotiable. Single guests preferred, come if you want to. The noisy, rough, wild cries of the vendors mixed with the smells of blood, earth, sweat, and cheap tobacco wafted over. Tian stood beneath the enormous alloy gate, slightly tilting his head. Above him, the vast canopy covering the entire city, flowing with energy light arcs. Extended to this giant door symbolizing the boundary of the safe zone, the light gradually dimming, thinning, and finally disappearing entirely. Inside the door was order and protection. Outside was the ruthless, lawless, bloody wilderness. A dozen powerful military searchlights shot out dazzling beams, brutally sweeping across the open area in front of the door, the night sky, the ground, and the heads of the crowd. Chapter 8, The Whisper of the Evil God Whoosh. A sharp sound of breaking air shattered the silence of the stone hollow. Tian pupils constricted, and his body rolled sharply to the side. Thud! A bolt shimmering with a ghostly blue hue, clearly poisoned, was embedded in the rock behind where he had just stood, the arrow tail still trembling. He, kid, not bad at all. We've been watching you work hard for a while, got quite a haul, huh? 3 scavengers dressed in tattered camouflage, their faces covered with filthy cloths, emerged like hyenas smelling blood from the shadows of the steep slope, forming a triangular formation to block the only exit. The leader held a poisoned crossbow. His eyes greedy and fierce. If you know what's good for you, leave the stuff behind, and we'll let you go. The other 2, one wielding a chipped long knife and the other holding heavy double axes, wore identical grins. Clearly having been drawn here by the smell of blood and the sounds of battle, lying in wait to reap the rewards. Tian slowly stood up, his eyes cold behind the mask, scanning the wolf corpses on the ground and the weapons in the opponent's hands, murderous intent boiling like boiling water. These wilderness hyenas were 100 times more disgusting than the rotten wolves. Want it? Tian voice came through the mask, revealing not a hint of fluctuation. Chapter 9, The Return Journey. On the way, he repeatedly sensed a feeling of being watched from the shadows, perhaps hidden beast or scavengers also moving stealthily in the rain. Once, he even saw several indistinct figures flickering in the distance among the trees, seemingly searching for something. He immediately held his breath and focused, perfectly blending into the shadow of a moss-covered giant rock until the figures moved away before he resumed his journey. Each successful evasion sharpened his instinct for movement granted by the Tian Boguang template under the pressure of life and death. What originally should have been a few hours' journey was stretched to the early hours of the morning due to extreme caution and bad weather. When the outline of the alloy gate separating the wilderness from civilization gradually became clear in the rain curtain, Tian tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. Boom! The massive alloy gate slowly closed behind him, completely isolating the cold rain and the smell of blood from the wilderness. Inside, the cacophony of the city gate black market mixed with the stench of cheap tobacco, roasted beast meat, and sweat surged toward him, while the searchlight's beam brutally swept through the chaotic shadows of people. Tian footsteps did not pause for a moment. He ignored the stalls eagerly trying to attract business, and the greedy gazers attempting to assess the value of his bulging backpack. Chapter 10, Buying a Knife the Next Day. Precisely at 6 in the morning, Tian eyelids twitched as his biological clock woke him up on time. As soon as he opened his eyes, a sudden urge to urinate surged like a flood, pressing on his lower abdomen and rousing him instantly. Hiss! He let out a low grunt, executing a swift roll off the bed, and dashed toward the bathroom. As he passed through the living room, a figure on the balcony suddenly caught his eye. It was his younger brother, Tian. He stood firmly in the center of the balcony, clearly practicing stance training. The sky had just begun to show a hint of dawn, the morning light was faint, but Tian's old vest was already soaked with sweat, droplets still trickling down from his temples. Tian paused, the remnants of sleep instantly dissipating. Wow! This kid is quite diligent, he silently praised, a barely noticeable satisfaction flickering in his eyes, and his mouth involuntarily curved upward. This fighting spirit is from the old Tian family. After quickly resolving his physiological needs, Tian rubbed his belly and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. However, before he reached the doorway, The scene at the dining table made him stop in his tracks. Steaming meat buns were piled high. Beside them were boiled eggs and 2 boxes of fresh milk. Chapter 11, testing the knife. Thinking of this, Tian smiled apologetically at Yushasha, his expression open and his words straightforward. I'm sorry. There were quite a few people at the time, and the scene was too chaotic. I truly can't remember. Beside him, Tian, who almost rolled his eyes to the heavens, silently cursing his big brother, this old stubborn wood. It was obvious to anyone that this beautiful sister was interested in his brother. Her gaze was practically sparkling. With these words, it was over. He was hoping that the young lady would give him a discount on the tiger raw knife he had been longing for because of his brother's face. Now that was out of the question. Seeing Yushasha's bright smile suddenly freeze on her face, Tian, who quickly switched to a harmless, obedient smile, and brightly initiated, hello. Beautiful sister. I am Tian Hu, his younger brother. Only then did Yushasha reluctantly shift her gaze from Tian Xing to Tian Hu. Although he was still young, his physique was already showing signs of strength, and he exuded a calmness far beyond his peers, his eyes bright. As he moved his head, he looked just like a little tiger. She couldn't help but smile, her tone becoming more affectionate. Hello, little brother. Chapter 12, The Yu Siblings. The last word fell. Filled with the unique fervor of youth, he slightly shifted his feet, lowered his center of gravity, and his entire being resembled a tightly drawn bow, ready to unleash its potential. The cold touch of the tiger raw knife seeped through the handle, calming his racing heart a little. But he dared not let his guard down. In this damned place, aside from stray cats, dogs, and some peers, where would an old man come from? Creak, creak. The sound of shoes scraping against the mixed iron shavings and gravel on the ground came through clearly from the shadows of a twisted wrecked car and rusty oil barrels. A hunched figure, wearing worn-out flip-flops, sauntered out slowly. Sparse white hair clung to his scalp, and his face was lined with deep grooves. But the most striking feature were his eyes. Exceptionally sharp. At this moment, those hawk-like eyes were scanning Tian Hu up and down, revealing a hint of barely perceptible astonishment. Kid. That aged but robust voice rang out again. I'm asking you. How old are you? Which school do you go to? Boom. A surge of anger shot straight to Tian Hu's head. Sneaking around and then coming out with this tone of interrogating a thief. He suppressed his anger. His gaze unwavering and even sharper, as he met the old man's scrutinizing look, retorting with a deliberately raised voice. Chapter 13, The Orphan Gang. Blood Rose Bar. The air was thick with the lingering smell of smoke, alcohol, and disinfectant. It was noon, far from the bar's lively hours. The hall was empty. With only a few waitstaff lazily wiping down the bar tables and chairs, their movements sluggish, exuding a sense of lingering hangover. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps broke the gloom. A young man in a supervisor's uniform quickly approached, wearing a practiced fake smile, but his gaze was sharp. Discreetly scanning the mask covering most of Tian Xing's face, and then he enthusiastically spoke. Excuse me, sir, I'm really sorry, the place isn't open yet. Would you mind coming back this evening? That's when our roses start working, and it would be much more fun to have a few drinks then. Tian Xing couldn't be bothered to lift his eyelids, his gaze brushing past the opportunistic face in front of him, his voice flat, looking for old wolf. The supervisor's fake smile instantly froze, a hint of wary sharpness flashing in his eyes. The hand he had placed in front of him moved naturally and slowly toward his lower back, and his voice turned cold. Oh. Looking for Brother Wolf. May I ask for your name? Chapter 14, A Good Dog Creek. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the slaughterhouse, which was permeated with a faint smell of blood. Before the door was even pushed open, an excited voice called out, Tian Ge. Here. Tian Ge. Tian Xing smiled slightly, pushed the door open, and instantly locked his gaze on the figure bouncing at the entrance. Several figures immediately surrounded him, and the one at the front with glaring yellow hair was none other than Xiao Hu. Tian Xing raised his hand and habitually ruffled Xiao Hu's yellow hair. jokingly scolding, "Xiao Hu. You brat. You must have taken quite a beating from Dad lately, huh? How many layers have you strengthened your body now? And this head of yours?" He disdainfully pinched a strand of yellow hair. "Damn, can't you get it cut? It hurts my eyes. Ouch. Tan Ge. Easy on me." Xiao Hu exaggeratedly shrank his neck to dodge, but a wide grin spread across his face, proudly shaking his head. "Do you understand? This is called the Sunshine Youth Bubble Orange. It's not the same as those street mutts with yellow hair. This is trendy. Do you understand trends?" The few boys behind him also chuckled along. However, Xiao Hu's playful expression only lasted a second before his eyes sharpened. Leaning in closer to ask in a lowered voice, Chapter 15, Wishing you prosperity. Touching your fingertips are wet and soft. Touching your heart is warm and soft. Old man Huang hummed a tune off-key, his steps lightening a bit. Holding the specially designed constant temperature box containing the cell activation needles like a precious treasure, a heavy stone finally dropped from Tan's heart. The matter concerning Tan Xiaozi was settled. As he arrived at the entrance of the slaughterhouse, a strong and spicy aroma of hot pot aggressively invaded his nostrils. "Hey! These little bastards! Eating alone while I'm not around." Old Huang chuckled and scolded, a smile spreading across his face, but a warmth unique to home rippled in his eyes. He pushed the heavy door open with a loud bang. In an instant, a cacophony of heat wrapped around him, along with an even richer aroma of hot pot. The boys' boisterous shouts, and the crisp sounds of clinking dishes rushed toward him. This sound, this smell, was more soothing to this old rogue's heart than any celestial music or elixir. "Dad! Dad! You're finally back." At the entrance, two teenagers, who were originally a bit lazy and peeking inside, brightened up as soon as they saw old Huang's figure. Chapter 16, Gnawing bones and sucking marrow. When Tan Xing pushed open the door to his home, his gaze was instantly drawn to his younger brother, Tan Hu, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor, looking intensely focused. The training knife in his hand, Hu Bao, was polished to a brilliant shine, spotless. Seeing his seriousness, Tan couldn't help but smile and tease, "TSK, little brother. It's just a training knife, no need to treat it like a treasure." He quickly stuffed the backpack containing the strange crystal deep under the bed, then stepped forward with a smile, playfully tousling Tan Hu's short hair. "No matter how much you polish it, it's still just that. When you break through to the innate stage, and can practice the secret methods of weapon forging, I'll get you some truly extraordinary materials. Let you imprint a divine weapon that belongs solely to you, now that's a real treasure." Tan Hu's head was messed up from the ruffling, and he rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Bro. You're just making empty promises. I haven't even touched the threshold of body tempering yet, let alone innate. That's ages away. Besides, you're only at the 5th level of body tempering too." He grumbled, but his hands never stopped polishing. "5th level?" Tan Xing smirked, interrupting his brother, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as he proudly declared. Chapter 17, Do you dare to ask her? "Ha ha ha. Little Xing is here. Come, sit." Tan Shun looked at his nephew stepping in with an imposing aura, his heart suddenly tightening, and the smile on his face became more painful than crying. His body uncontrollably staggered back, nearly knocking over the heavy cardboard boxes piled behind him. Liu Hong was even more frightened, her face pale, trembling lips instinctively hiding behind Tan Shun. Tan Xing ignored his uncle's dry greeting. "Mom?" He rushed forward, supporting his mother's trembling arm. When he saw her pale face, devoid of any color, the last bit of restraint in his eyes shattered, and a fierce light flashed in them. "Mom? What did they make you do?" Tan Xing's voice was terrifyingly low, as he scanned the scattered heavy boxes, finally locking his gaze onto Tan Shun and Liu Hong, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. Nothing, just helped move some things, it's all done," Bai Ting replied. "Move things?" Tan Xing's head jerked up, a cold light exploding in his eyes. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over the obviously heavy furniture and boxes that required strong labor to move, then back to his mother's pale face. Chapter 18. Reward the next morning. As dawn broke, Tian Xing's biological clock was impeccable. He opened his eyes abruptly, got up neatly, and after a quick wash, pushed open the door. In an instant, a warm aroma of rice porridge mixed with the fragrance of fried eggs greeted him. Looking up, he saw a young boy with a now-defined frame. His back to Tian Xing, wearing a faded old apron, vigorously kneading a lump of dough at the stove, as if he had a grudge against it. Tian Xing couldn't help but smile, stepping over and leaning against the kitchen door frame, teasingly saying, "Oh, the sun must have risen in the west. Our little tiger is so hard-working today. Learning to care for others." The boy abruptly halted. Tian Hu turned around, flour on his hands. Rolling his eyes dramatically at his older brother with a sarcastic tone, "Big brother, you can take a break. Which morning isn't it me who lights the fire at the stove? When will you ever get up early and show off your skills?" As he spoke, he slammed the dough onto the counter with a loud thud, releasing his frustration, causing the counter to shake slightly. Chapter 19. Challenge. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a few clear and powerful knocks at the classroom door interrupted the lesson. Everyone turned to look, and there was Shubo, usually stern, now smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. His wrinkles all gathered together. He slightly stepped aside, revealing 3 tall figures behind him. Swish! 3 figures stepped into the classroom with steady strides. Clad in uniform black special operations attire, the silver stars on their epaulets and the emblem of the security division symbolizing violence and order gleamed brightly, exuding an invisible sense of oppression. The leader was none other than Captain Zhong Zun of the Security Division's Action Team 3. Today, he wasn't in casual clothes, but in a crisp Security Division captain's uniform, which added to his authority. Behind him, 2 young detectives. One holding a bright red banner inscribed with golden characters, "Brave and Righteous, Youth Model." The other held a beautifully crafted hardshell certificate, "No need to guess." It was definitely an official award. The entire class, including the old teacher at the podium, was stunned. Security Division personnel. The captain himself leading the team. A banner. A certificate. Who are they here for? Shubo's smile became even brighter, as he pointed to the back row of the classroom, loudly declaring. Chapter 20. The tiger roars on cracked mountain, the knife howls in the wild wind. Inside the combat training room dedicated to practical training, Jiang Men-shen was already standing on the central alloy arena. He had his eyes closed, arms crossed over his chest, and his muscular frame bulged under the training vest. Exuding an immovable, heavy pressure, he had clearly been waiting for a while. "Old Tan, what are you dawdling for?" Lin Dong, leaning against the side of the arena, wore an unmistakable gloating smile, dragging his words, "Hurry up. Men Shen has been waiting for you long enough that the flowers have wilted. He's not been wanting to hit you for just a day or 2. Hearing this, Tian Xing smirked, picked up the long combat knife from the training rack, and in a flash, leaped onto the arena. "Men Shen, please advise." Jiang Men Shen suddenly opened his eyes, his piercing gaze locking onto Tian Xing like a tangible pressure. In his eyes, among the new first-year students in Beijiang City, only a few could catch his attention: the dual spear-wielding Yu Feng, the bull demon body of Qiu Ba, the awakened flame ability of Di Fei, and the sword-hearted Zhuo Wanqing. Besides them, the knife before him, swift as a gale and fierce as a hungry wolf, was undoubtedly one of them. Ha! Jiang Menshen's mouth twisted into a sinister smile. Chapter 21. Blood Condensation Realm Refight. Wuzhong High School, deep in the martial arts room. Yu Feng's hands, which usually held heavy double blades, were now tightly gripping his phone. On the screen, the clash of blades and fists exploded with sparks. His pupils contracted slightly, and his expression grew serious. The sharp whistle of a fast knife tearing through the air seemed to penetrate the screen, directly stabbing at his eardrum. Crazy wind blade Tan Xing. He swallowed hard, his voice low and hoarse, carrying a hint of apprehension he wasn't even aware of. The suffocating feeling from being schemed against during the inter-school exam was now overshadowed by the deadly speed of the knife before him, transforming into a sense of urgency. Tan Xing's knife was faster, more lethal, more ruthless than during the exam. At Xuanfa Superpower High School, in the meditation room, Di Fei's eyes sparkled with blazing fire. He sat cross-legged, the air around him slightly distorted due to his boiling superpower, emitting a scorching aura. On the phone screen, Jiang Menshen's figure charged forward like a primeval tyrannosaurus, alongside the terrifying wind of his fists, stirring his heart. The power from his ribs was so domineering. Di Fei licked his slightly dry lips, his fighting spirit burning fiercely. Could the flames he was proud of burn away this absolute power? A shadow of uncertainty quietly swept across his heart. Chapter 22, Training Notification. Nighttime, Chunfeng Community. Half a day had passed since the shocking battle with Jiang Menshen, which even affected the entire new generation of Beijiang. The bathroom was filled with the strong spicy smell of medicinal oil. Tan Xing stood bare-chested in front of the mirror, grimacing as he rubbed the pungent dragon tiger, blood-activating oil vigorously onto the large, bruised areas on his right arm and chest. Each press made him gasp sharply, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn! That son of a bitch Jiang Menshen's martial arts really is a cheat. He bit down on his back teeth, his voice thick with unwillingness. Although the fierce battle half a day ago made the name Crazy Wind Blade even more renowned, the bruises and swelling all over his body were the most direct price he paid. Bang! The bathroom door was suddenly slammed open with brute force. Bro! An excited, pitchy shout came from the doorway. Tan Hu's head eagerly peeked in, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at the shocking bruises on Tan Xing's body, which in his eyes were like badges of honor. Bro! You fought Jiang Menshen. I saw it. Holy shit. Holy shit. That was amazing, bro. Crazy Wind Blade. So damn cool. Chapter 23, Star-Chasing Brother and Blade Brother. North Yuan Road, Tailong City, Lantian High School, Class 1 of the first year, Body Refinement Hall. The air was scorching, filled with the heavy scent of sweat, rust, and male hormones. The sound of heavy thuds echoed continually, never ceasing. Looking around, dozens of first-year students were bare-chested and muscular, their muscles bulging like rocks, sweat dripping freely down their defined lines. Ha! Give it to me! The deafening roars and heavy gasps intertwined. Some were madly lifting hundreds of kilograms on the barbell, their neck veins bulging like dragons. Others swung solid iron rods thicker than their thighs, creating a dull whooshing sound, and some were flipping specially made alloy tires, each exertion making the ground seem to groan. Yo! Old Wang! Your chest muscles are almost on par with a beast. So hard it hurts to touch. Come on. Help your bro do a couple of sets of bench presses, with the maximum weight. A boy nearly 2 meters tall, with shoulders frighteningly broad, slapped a similarly muscular boy on the back, producing a dull slap. The boy called Old Wang grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and replied in a deep voice, Chapter 24, Breakthrough at 9 Levels. Bai Yi. Is dinner ready? Your coolest godson is about to starve to death. Before he even arrived, a loud, cheerful shout crashed into the room, as familiar as returning home. Bai Ting, wearing an apron and tending to a bubbling pot, brightened up when she heard the voice. She turned her head to see Lin Dong leaning against the entrance, being tugged by Xiaohu, grinning foolishly. She didn't even put down her ladle, but the joy in her voice was unmistakable. Oh. Xiao Dong. What brings you here so suddenly? Come in and sit. Xiaohu, don't just stand there, hurry and get your big brother some water. Tan Hu responded loudly and quickly turned to pour a cup of warm water, cheerfully handing it to Lin Dong. Bai Ting stirred the pot while habitually scolding, but her eyes and brows were full of smiles. "You little rascal. You finally decided to show up. It's been so long since you've been around. You probably forgot which way Bai Yi's door opens." He. How could that be? On my honor. Lin Dong comfortably flopped onto the old sofa in the living room, letting out a long sigh, mainly because the old man at home was relentless, making me go through special training, almost peeling off my skin. Otherwise, I would have come over to mooch food and drinks long ago. It's so comfortable here at Bai Yi's place. When's dinner? Just smelling this aroma is making my cravings jump out of my throat. Chapter 25, Peak. Su Qianhao. Nighttime, the lingering steam in the bathroom had yet to dissipate completely. After finishing his shower, Tian casually dried his dripping hair and threw himself onto the bed. He closed his eyes, and his mind sank into the depths of his consciousness, where a semi-transparent blue panel, visible only to him, quietly unfolded, with flowing lights and clear data emerging. Myriad Realms Blade Master Template System Name, Tian Cultivation Level, Body Refinement 9th Level, Muscle, Bone, Skin, and Membrane Enhancement. Body Refinement Method, National 18th, Set of Body Refinement Broadcast Exercises, Eagle Soaring, Complete, 100-100. Martial Arts Techniques, 18 Styles of Sansu Complete, 100-100. Eagle Blade Technique, Basic Edition, Complete, 100-100. Grass on the Wind, Basic Edition, Complete, 100-100. Current Template, Wandering Tianshan Boguang, from the World of the Smiling. Proud Wanderer, Activation Progress, 100. Template Skills, Mastery of Blades, Passive. Swift Movement Enhancement, Passive. Energy Essence, 18 points. Next Inheritance Draw, requires 1000 points of Essence. And the current template activation progress must reach 100. Scanning over the words complete, Tian Xing's face showed no signs of joy. The body refinement method and eagle blade technique had reached their limits, while the grass on the wind movement technique had long since merged into his instincts. Which meant that his accumulation in the body refinement realm had reached its peak. Chapter 26, Negotiation. Under Su Qianhao's intrigued gaze, Tian Xing swept away the last piece of exotic beast meat on his plate in a whirlwind. A surge of warm energy exploded in his stomach, and the rushing energy surged through his limbs, with every cell greedily absorbing the abundant nutrition. Tian Xing let out a satisfied breath, naturally picked up a toothpick to hold in his mouth, leaned back into the soft sofa, and grinned, but his eyes became sharper. "Thank you, Boss Su, for your hospitality." A man's mouth is soft when he takes something, and hands are weak when he receives something. If you have any orders, you can say it now, right? Hearing this, Su Qianhao's smile grew even wider, his fingers lightly tapping on his knee. "Good. Tan, you are indeed a straightforward person. Since that is the case, I'll be direct. The troublemaking animal raised by my daughter was dealt with on the same day. Anyone who dares to touch others must die, that is the rule. However, Wei Wei is still young, just a moment of negligence, and she doesn't deserve life imprisonment. Classmate Tan, you are the only eyewitness at the scene. Your testimony is crucial. I just hope that in court, you can be objective, and, considering Wei Wei's youth and ignorance, say a few fair words for her if necessary." Chapter 27. The young man is like a tiger. Just as Lin Huai and Tan, who were walking towards the training room, a sudden urgent ringing sound erupted. Lin Huai paused, his brows instinctively furrowing, clearly displeased by this sudden interruption. He took out his phone, but when he saw the caller ID, his tightly knitted brows instantly relaxed, and a rare respectful smile appeared on his lips. "Old Master Chen. What a good day today, that you would personally call me." A loud, carefree laughter came from the other end of the phone. "Little Lin, I happened to be walking by your door today. How about treating me to lunch? Come out and greet this old man." Lin Huai's face lit up with joy, and he immediately replied, "Look at what you're saying. Just a moment. I'll be right there." He quickly turned around and said to Tan, who in a low voice, let's put the training on hold for now. Follow me to welcome a distinguished guest. Today, I'll let you see what a true martial arts master is like. Keep up. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned and strode out. As soon as Tian, who heard the words martial arts master, his eyes brightened, and his heart raced. Without a second thought, he eagerly followed behind. Chapter 28, Kid, I see your bones are extraordinary, do you want to be my disciple? Chen Beidu looked at Tian who appeared fierce and resolute, seemingly unaware of pain, and the light in his eyes grew brighter. He couldn't help but clap and exclaim, good. What a natural-born warrior. With such fighting spirit and disregard for pain. He definitely has the potential to be a sharp blade that can tear through enemy lines on the beast battlefield once he steps into the innate realm. The more he looked, the more pleased he became. Clearing his throat, he spoke loudly, ahem. Kid, I see your bones, before he could finish. His words got stuck in his throat. Tian who had just settled his arms and was dragging a numb right leg, completely disregarded the pain coursing through his body. With a blank stare, he intensely focused on the pile of shimmering spirit crystals on the table at the other end of the room. Resembling a hungry wolf that had caught the scent of blood, and pounced towards them without hesitation. He practically threw himself onto the table. Frantically gathering all the spirit crystals into his arms, desperately stuffing them into his pockets, with such speed that it left afterimages. As if someone would snatch them away if he hesitated for even a second. Chen Beidu, Lin Huai, both of the big shots, who had seen countless situations, were momentarily rendered speechless by the boy's sudden and unabashed greedy behavior, and the training room fell into a strange silence. Chapter 29, Aspiration Good. Master. Whatever you say I should practice, I will practice. I'll listen to you. Tian who grinned and replied decisively, not hesitating at all. He wasn't a fool. The path guided by a powerful master in the outer gang realm was far better than stumbling around blindly as a newcomer to martial arts. He understood the value of this tremendous opportunity and was determined to cherish it. At that moment, the door to the hall was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. And Lin Dong and Tan Xing rushed in energetically. Lin Dong dashed up to Chen Beidu, his face filled with eager smiles, and exclaimed loudly, Old master. Do you remember me? I'm little Dongzi. You used to trick me into eating roast chicken, remember? Ha ha ha. You little sly one. Chen Beidu laughed heartily upon hearing this. How have you been lately? Haven't you taken a beating from your old man? Seeing that the old master was in a good mood, Lin Dong immediately seized the opportunity and wailed, Old master. Why haven't you accepted me as a disciple? I have pretty good talent. Don't you want to take a closer look? Before he could finish, Lin Huai's old face darkened. And he gave him a hard slap on the back of his head, scolding him with a laugh. Chapter 30, The Storm is Coming. Meanwhile, in the Su family villa in Boguang City, the lights were bright, but the atmosphere was tense. Su Qianhao sat quietly on the genuine leather sofa. His face as cold as water, his gaze like a knife pinning down Susan across from him, making it hard for him to breathe. Susan deeply lowered his head, his eyes fixed on the shiny floor, his throat bobbing as he spoke with difficulty, Boss, we've found out. Old Cat and Old Wolf left Boguang City secretly yesterday. Our people are already pursuing them with all their might, they should be caught back by now. The living room fell into a dead silence, only the expensive antique clock ticking regularly, each second striking the hearts of those present. After a long silence, Su Qianhao slowly leaned back, his voice low and terrifying, the anger in his eyes nearly boiling over. Susan, I spend a fortune every year to support you all. And this is how you do your job. He leaned slightly forward, the invisible pressure suddenly increasing, and spoke each word slowly. You know very well what that blood crystal represents. What old cat? Old wolf? I don't care whether they are dead or alive. I just want that piece of blood crystal. Su Qianhao's voice suddenly rose, revealing a hint of urgency that was hard to conceal. Chapter 31, Misunderstanding. Yes, yes. Holy Master. The man wept and trembled, the intense pain from his shattered limbs and the fear of death nearly driving him to collapse. His voice quivering, the Holy Master sensed that someone was reciting the true name of our God here, which triggered the response of the divine stone. That is why he issued the decree for us outer disciples to secretly infiltrate Beijiang City to search. That sensing technique was also temporarily granted to us by the Holy Master to track the fluctuations of the divine stone. Sensing technique. Divine name. Tan Xing's pupils constricted slightly. And the image of that strange nightmare flashed through his mind, along with the ancient and awkward name he had inadvertently murmured amidst the mental haze. But strangely, no matter how hard he tried to recall it now, that memory seemed to have been erased, and the name became blurry and impossible to remember. This made Tan Xing feel a chill run down his spine. What exactly is that crystal? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he pressed the steel bar closer to the man's neck, sternly demanding, his tone filled with palpable killing intent. Yes, yes, it's a holy object. The man trembled in fear and hurriedly replied, that is the supreme holy artifact bestowed upon me by my God. The key medium for us to communicate with the supreme deity and to pray for divine grace. Please spare my life. Chapter 32. The incident. Susan entered the underground security room of Dingfeng Group with a copied surveillance video, several black-clad subordinates silently following him. As a tense atmosphere instantly filled the space, he didn't even glance at the old wolf hanging in mid-air, covered in blood, and walked straight to the central control console. Inserting the storage device into the interface, the projection screen suddenly lit up, the image flickering rapidly, finally freezing on a figure dressed in a windbreaker and wearing a black mask, holding a silver metal case, quickly walking into the bar. At that moment, the hanging old wolf suddenly lifted his head, blood crusting over most of his vision, yet he still grinned, laughing hoarsely. Is this all Dingfeng Group is capable of? You think you can catch the garbage king with this incomplete surveillance? He coughed violently, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Even I don't know who he really is. His tone was filled with sarcasm, but it couldn't hide a hint of regret. When he fled in panic back then, after Old Cat had just finished the cell activation injection and was slightly stable, he rushed to evacuate and forgot to delete this deadly surveillance footage. Susan didn't look back, his gaze fixed like a knife on the figure with the case on the screen, and coldly said, Chapter 33, Breaking through to blood condensation realm. Just as Tan Xing caught up with Jiang Menshen, he suddenly felt a slight tremor deep in his consciousness. He realized that the number representing essence on the system panel was uncontrollably jumping and increasing. His pace halted abruptly, forgetting about Jiang Menshen in front of him. He immediately turned sharply into a nearby restroom, slammed the door shut, and sat down on the toilet lid, hurriedly pulling out the 2 wooden boxes from his pocket. Opening the box lid, he picked up one piece, his pupils constricting. He saw that the totem-level beast crystal, which originally still had some luster, was visibly dulling and becoming mottled, as if its inner essence was being rapidly drawn out by some invisible force. What is going on? Tan Xing was puzzled, immediately focusing his mind to summon the panel. He saw that the column representing essence was rapidly rolling upward, the speed astonishing. He was stunned. The source of essence is not just from killing living beings. But why did I also obtain beast crystals of blood condensation realm before, with no reaction from the panel? A thought flashed like lightning. Could it be that the power level is insufficient? Must the crystals reach a certain quality, or realm to be recognized and converted by the panel? Chapter 34, The World of Geniuses. What do you know? Ha ha ha. Before even stepping into the martial arts room, Tan Xing's arrogant laughter had already echoed inside. Lin Dong turned around and saw Tan Xing with a smug expression. Unable to resist scolding, did you eat magpie droppings? Why are you so happy? Tan Xing waved his hand, glancing around at the people in the martial arts room, who were sweating profusely and training hard, then heavily patted Lin Dong's shoulder, sighing dramatically. His tone filled with emotion. Alas, Dongzi, you don't understand. From today onwards, you and I are no longer from the same world. Damn it. What are you pretending for? Lin Dong retorted angrily. Did you drink too much fake liquor? What are you acting tough for? Just then, the voice broadcast from Jinglan High School suddenly rang out, a clear and pleasant female voice spreading throughout the school. Class 1 of Grade 10, Student Tian Xing. Congratulations on breaking through to the blood condensation realm. You are awarded 10 contribution points, and the campus resource library access is officially opened. I hope all new students take this as an example, strive forward, and keep practicing diligently. The broadcast was repeated 3 times, and the originally noisy martial arts room instantly fell into dead silence. All eyes were focused on Tian Xing, with shock, envy, and disbelief written on everyone's faces. Chapter 35, Brother Feng, you're awesome. As soon as Tian Xing stepped through the door of the weapons store, a warm voice greeted him. Welcome. A salesgirl in uniform approached with a smile, her gaze subtly scanning Tian Xing. Would you like me to introduce our new products? She asked, smiling professionally and kindly. However, Tian Xing didn't even look at the weapons displayed on the counter and directly said, Hello, I'm looking for you. Shasha, is she here? Miss you. The smile on the salesgirl's face momentarily froze, then became particularly respectful. Miss you hasn't arrived yet. Do you have an appointment with her? I have an appointment. Tian Xing replied succinctly. The salesgirl's attitude became even more respectful. Then let me take you to the VIP room to rest. And I will immediately call her over as soon as Miss Yu arrives. Tian Xing nodded slightly, secretly sighing. Yu Shasha has only been interning for a few days, and she is already being referred to as Miss Yu. Xuanwu Heavy Industries truly lives up to its reputation as an industry leader, showing this much respect even to interns. Just as he was about to follow the salesgirl inside, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out from outside the store. Tian Xing. I'm here. The corner of the boy's mouth involuntarily lifted. Turning to look, he saw 2 youthful and beautiful girls bursting into the store. Chapter 36, The Chase. Today is a good day, everything I hope for comes true. Tian Xing absent-mindedly rubbed the new Black Thunder Swift blade at his waist, the scabbard cool to the touch. Yet his heart was burning with excitement, unable to suppress the corners of his mouth rising. The fight earlier was exhilarating, and he had even scored such a good blade. Who wouldn't feel on top of the world? Today is a good day, opening the door to welcome the spring breeze. Just as he stepped into Building 3 of the Chunfeng community and climbed to the 5th floor, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. What the hell? Where's my front door? There was no sign of a door in front of him. The entire security door had vanished, and he could see clearly into his home from the hallway. Tian Xing's face instantly turned ashen, a surge of rage shooting straight to the top of his head. He stormed into the house, and what greeted his eyes was a scene of devastation. Furniture was toppled, glass shards littered the floor. And in the center, on the broken sofa sat Suzanne, whose face was dark. Behind him stood more than 20 muscular men in black suits, their expressions sharp like knives. All fixated on the newly arrived Tian Xing. Tian Xing scanned the crowd, his fingers silently resting on the blade's handle, and grinned at Suzanne. Chapter 37, Conclusion. 5 minutes later, Suzanne lay flat on the cold ground, blood pouring from his limbs, with his foot tendons and hand tendons severed. Only his violently heaving chest and gasping breaths proved he was still alive, like a thoroughly crushed stray dog. Tian Xing stepped forward, grabbing his hair, lifting his blood-stained face off the ground, filled with both disbelief and rage. What the hell? Didn't you say you were strong? Didn't you say your punches are hard and you've killed many people? Is this all you've got? I finally unleashed my full power, and now you make me feel stuck. Which is really uncomfortable. Suzanne felt his wound being pulled, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to faint. He struggled to open his swollen eyes. Coughing up blood as he hoarsely said, "Cough cough, Tian Xing, I'll admit defeat this time. Let me go back, and I promise nothing happened today. I'll help you negotiate with the boss." Heh? Tian Xing scoffed, flipping his wrist, the cold blade of Ting pressed tightly against Susan's neck, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. The feeling of death descended instantly. Susan was terrified to the extreme, but still clung to his last shred of hope. Shouting hoarsely, "You can't kill me. Think about it. If you kill me, your brother and mother will have to accompany me to the grave. The boss will never let them go. Think it through." Chapter 38, Masterly. The next day, at 6 in the morning. As dawn broke, Tian Xing suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and bright. He turned over and sat up, the joints of his body cracking in a series of crisp sounds. A night of deep sleep not only washed away his fatigue, but also placed him in a peak state of energy and vitality. Without any delay, he directly set up in the room and performed several sets of body-refining exercises. The movements were large and powerful, each form accelerating the circulation of his internal energy, causing his skin to heat up rapidly, and all the meridians in his body to open. Once his physical condition was adjusted to its peak, he sat cross-legged, focused his mind, and began to circulate the blood knife scripture. As soon as the technique was activated, a change occurred. It appeared as if a faint blood mist seeped from his pores, and a fierce and pure scarlet inner energy surged from his dantian, rolling endlessly, faintly outlining a vague and fierce blood-colored knife shadow behind him. The inner energy moved like a boiling stream of molten iron, rapidly circulating through the complex pathways of the blood knife scripture within his meridians, repeatedly. With each cycle, it carried a tremendous force of vitality, like an invisible hammer, repeatedly forging and tempering his flesh, bones, organs, and even deeper into the marrow. Chapter 39, Su Die's attack. What? Susan took people out and hasn't returned yet. Su Qianhao suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp, staring intensely at the black-clad person in front of him, his voice suddenly rising with a hint of menace. The subordinate in a black suit broke into a cold sweat, his body trembling slightly, and he replied with a stiff neck, "Yes, yes, boss. We've been unable to contact him, and the last signal we received has completely vanished. HMPH, useless. Can't even handle a high school student. He's probably been buried by someone already." A cold light flashed in Su Qianhao's eyes, and he quickly made a judgment, then suppressed his anger, his tone turning icy and indifferent, as he ordered the black-clad person, "Su Qi, immediately contact the people in the wilderness area, and tell that brainless fool Su Die to come back right now. The blood crystal is definitely not in the hands of those useless people from the blood god cult. Get him back to see me immediately." "Yes, boss." Thinking of Su Die's crazy appearance, Su Qi shivered. In the southern wilderness of Beijiang, the desolate land reeked of blood and scorched earth. A young man dressed in specialized combat gear, with the Dingfeng emblem etched on his chest, was casually sitting on a still-warm corpse. Chapter 40, Night Patrol Division. In the Spring Breeze community at night, pedestrians were sparse, but many residents still witnessed the sudden chase. "Oh no. Isn't that Xiao Xing?" Aunt Zhong, who was cooling off on her balcony, suddenly stood up, forgetting to drop the sunflower seeds in her hand. A bunch of ruthless killers. Bullying a child with such a big scene. "Hurry, call the police." Her shout immediately attracted more attention. Windows lit up one after another, and more people leaned out to watch, with discussions and gasps rising and falling, turning the originally quiet community into chaos. Su Die frowned, cursing the trouble. He decisively made a series of simple hand signals. The 20 or so well-trained subordinates behind him immediately understood, instantly breaking formation and scattering like raindrops into the sea, silently merging into the shadows of the community, surrounding Tian Xing's escape route from different directions. TCH. Tian Xing's ear twitched, although the footsteps behind him scattered lightly. They clearly reached his ears. He couldn't help but scoff, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He was all too familiar with the bloodiness of these people, and that fierce gaze that only those who had rolled on the death line in the wilderness would have. Chapter 41, The Assignment Tonight. You will honestly rest at the reception of the Security Bureau. Even if Su Qianhao had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. Zhong Zun said firmly. All right. Thank you, Brother Zhong. But can I call home to report my safety first? Tan Xing quickly requested. Sure, use mine. Zhong Zun nodded, handing over his phone. Tan Xing's personal belongings had been temporarily confiscated upon entry. Tan Xing took the phone and quickly dialed his brother's number. The line rang twice before being picked up, and a slightly hurried breathing sound came through. Hello. Who is this? Hearing that familiar voice, Tan Xing couldn't help but smile. It's your big brother. Big brother. On the other end, Tan, who was first overjoyed. Then his tone immediately became tense. Why are you using this number? Did something happen? It's fine, don't overthink it. Tan Xing's tone was relaxed. But the content of his words was undeniable. Xiaohu, listen, stay at your teacher's house to practice martial arts for now, try not to go out. And don't go to school for the time being. You know how to talk to Mom about it. Chapter 42, The Plan. Zhong Yu's gaze fell on Tan Xing's face. Calm yet heavy, his deep voice slowly resonating in the room, every word crystal clear. Tan Gong, peak of the innate realm. Back when the Misa sect raided the evacuation point in District West 7, he fought alone with a knife against 2 stewards, fighting to the death for 17 whole minutes. Ultimately exhausting himself to death, while saving 3,700 civilians. The Federation posthumously awarded him the title of Hero, First-Class Merit. Each word was like a heavy war drum, thumping against Tan Xing's heart, causing the air in the room to thicken. He didn't know much more about the details of his father's sacrifice than this. Now, spoken from the mouth of a powerful night patrol member. The brutality and glory became incredibly vivid, tightening his heart. Tan Xing's breathing suddenly became heavier, and his eyes uncontrollably warmed, but he clenched his teeth, forcibly suppressing the surging emotions. His father was his pride, and he absolutely could not lose composure in front of outsiders. The Night Patrol's archive stored the complete files of all the fallen. Don't think of the Night Patrol as cold-blooded. If the children of heroes can't even pass the martial arts exam, they are not qualified to inherit their father's legacy. Chapter 43, Bar Blood Battle. Tan Xing keenly sensed the increasingly unmasked greedy gazes around him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He leisurely pulled out the blood crystal shimmering with a scarlet glow from his pocket, casually playing with it between his fingers, turning it around. Buzz? As if a drop of cold water fell into hot oil, the moment the blood crystal revealed its true form at his fingertips. The originally oppressive atmosphere in the bar hall exploded like a lit barrel of dynamite. The facade of calm was instantly torn apart. A scorching and frantic pulse spread through the air, countless gazes suddenly became intensely heated, fixated on the rotating blood-red crystal. Heavy breaths echoed back and forth, mixed with an uncontrollable desire. Heh. Everyone wants it, right? The blood crystal at Tan Xing's fingertip stopped spinning, firmly held by him. He surveyed the surroundings. Looking at the cultists whose eyes were about to spew fire, his smile grew even more flamboyant as he deliberately raised the blood crystal high, letting the eerie red light sweep across every greedy face. Kid. A low, suppressed voice filled with fanaticism and murderous intent sounded from the corner. Hand over the god stone. I'll spare your life. Hand it over. That is a gift from the gods. You are not worthy to possess it. Chapter 44, The Inside Story. Boss. They have come out. What should we do? A barely perceptible electric current buzzed through Tan Xing's earpiece, followed by the cold, iron-like voice of Zhong Yu ringing in his ears. Follow the original route to lead them. The dark stake of the security department is already in place. They will cooperate with you to perform this play well. Tan Xing's lips silently curled into a smile, a hint of bloodthirsty excitement shining in his eyes. Understood. He gently tapped the microphone twice with his fingertips, lowering his voice to add, Just watch, you. Inside a silently following black shuttle. Zhongyu and Ling Tong were closely watching the combat display screen. The screen was transmitting real-time footage from the bar's surveillance system retrieved from the celestial curtain system. An excitement flickered in Ling Tong's eyes as he exclaimed, "Awesome, boss. This kid is really crazy. In just over 10 minutes, he has killed at least dozens. Even 3 blood masters of the same level fell under his hands. He is definitely among the top in the same realm." Zhongyu slowly nodded. But a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Inside the shuttle, on the dark blue combat screen, the light spot representing Tian Xing was moving rapidly, drawing a clear trajectory, rushing towards the Yufeng district. Chapter 45, Chaos. Tian Xing's mocking expression gradually faded, and he raised an eyebrow. Experiment. Be clear. Upon hearing this, Su Die suddenly rolled up his short sleeves. On his bronze skin, besides the crisscrossing old scars, there were also streaks of dark red blood, writhing beneath the skin like living creatures. 10 years ago, 100 orphans like us were chosen by Su Qianhao. He forcibly injected us with an evil power from an outer god to see who could survive and adapt. Su Die's voice was low, carrying a chilling coldness. In the end, only 28 survived. I was the one who fused the best, so I am called Su Die. The one who died at your hands last time was called Susan. He ranked 3rd. You guys are fucking crazy. Dare to touch the power of the evil god. Aren't you afraid of dying without a whole corpse? Tian Xing's pupils constricted in shock. HMPH. The crazy one is Su Qianhao. He has been doomed since 10 years ago. The Su family has a rare genetic disease that is almost untreatable. Elaborate. Tian Xing immediately pressed for more, his body unconsciously sitting up straight. The Su family, counting 3 generations back, were all dirt diggers. Yet, Su Qianhao turned out to be such a freak with innate martial bones, astonishingly talented. Chapter 46, Chaos. In the middle, Tian Xing moved like lightning, racing through the chaotic streets of Beijiang City, with Su Die, and 5 completely irrational hunting dogs hot on his heels. Flames erupted on the street. The roars of rioters mixed with the sharp wails of police sirens, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The Dingfeng group has completely gone mad this time, willing to shake the city's foundations to seize the life-sustaining blood crystal for Su Qianhao. Ling Tong. Boss Zhongyu. I've reached the Yufeng district. Where are your people? Tian Xing yelled into the mini-communicator, his figure twisting as he dashed into an abandoned warehouse in the industrial park. Tian Xing is encountering strong electronic interference. The mercenaries are well prepared. Zhongyu is held up. We are clearing roadblocks. Hold on. Ling Tong's voice was intermittent, mixed with explosions and the noise of electricity. Damn. Tian Xing's heart sank. The worst-case scenario had happened. That old dog Su Qianhao had indeed mobilized everything. Even the main forces of the night patrol and the security department were temporarily held up by his crazy tactics. He was now truly deep behind enemy lines. The bait had become a possible lonely prey to be swallowed by the fish. But Tian Xing was no soft persimmon. Chapter 47, Chaos. Below. Seeing Tian Xing unleash a round of attacks that decapitated all 5 hunting dogs, Su was both shocked and furious, his offensive involuntarily stalling. Su Die, who was tightly entangled with him, was infuriated and cursed. What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and come help. We cannot let him get away. Su suddenly deflected the knife swung by Su Die, using the force to leap back 2 steps, holding the curved knife. His gaze like a poisoned blade fixed fiercely on Su Die, questioning sternly, why? Su Die. Are you going to betray the boss? Betray all of us? Ha ha ha. Betray you? Su Die seemed to have heard the biggest joke, his face twisted with excitement, he panted heavily, but the tip of his knife was steady as a rock. Pointing at Su Su you and Susan have gotten used to a good life in the city. Do you really think being a dog has become an addiction? Do you know what I and the other brothers have fought for in the wilderness these years? It is to find a way to lift this damned evil power from our bodies. We just want to live openly as humans. If Su Qianhao, that old ghost, gets the blood crystal again, we will be his best sacrifices, the perfect vessels. You are willing to be his dog, his expendable. I and the other brothers are not willing. Chapter 48. The gaze of the blood god in the depths of the unknown. An indescribable will that transcended human understanding seemed to awaken from an infinitely distant abyss, casting a cold, indifferent glance. This glance was not substantial, but felt heavy as a mountain, chilling to the bone, instantly enveloping the entire warehouse ruins. Zhong Yu was the first to bear the brunt. His sturdy body suddenly stiffened, his brow tightly knitted. As a powerful figure above the internal strength realm, his spiritual perception was far beyond that of ordinary people. And the impact he felt was the most intense. It was not killing intent or pressure, but a higher level of pure terror suppression originating from the essence of life. As if an ant had suddenly seen a giant god that could shake the heavens and the earth, causing his soul to tremble involuntarily. The immense energy within him actually momentarily stalled, becoming sluggish. Su Die and Tan Xing, already on the brink of death and with blurred consciousness, felt something ignited within them as that formless glance swept across. An unprecedented violent fighting spirit erupted from the deepest part of their hearts like a volcanic eruption. Kill. Fight. Destroy. To the death. Violent thoughts surged uncontrollably, stimulating their nerves. Their eyes uncontrollably glimmered with a faint blood color, their breathing became heavy, as if eager to kill something to satisfy this sudden desire. Chapter 49. Blood Pagoda. There's a lot of news from Beijiang. Focus on what I am saying. Breaking news. An incident of an evil god descending has occurred in Beijiang. The Dingfeng group collapsed overnight. Good evening, everyone. I'm your old Li. Tonight we won't chat about trivial matters. We're discussing the major event. Beijiang's giant Dingfeng group has completely fallen apart. The group's controller, Su Qianhao, colluded with the evil god in private, attempting to initiate a forbidden ritual. What was the result? The thunder of the security department struck, killing him on the spot. He brought this upon himself. From now on, Dingfeng is placed on the federal highest blacklist, completely banned. All military and state-owned enterprise collaborations are terminated, stocks delisted, and assets frozen. The investigation team has entered the building to thoroughly investigate. A reminder, the path of evil leads only to death. Being enemies of humanity will never end well. Tomorrow night, Old Li will continue to follow up. Want to get first-hand news? Lock onto Old Li. The storms in Beijiang are all in your grasp. That evening, Tan Xing sat on the sofa, his gaze fixed tightly on the rolling evening news subtitles on the television screen. The entire Beijiang city seemed to have been thrown into a deep water bomb. On the streets and online, everyone was discussing the same topic, the downfall of the Dingfeng group. I really didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Chapter 50. Departure. Shubo's gaze was like a knife, sweeping across the suddenly silent training ground, feeling quite satisfied with the effect. Get on the bus. There was no unnecessary chatter, the command was concise and powerful. The class teachers immediately sprang into action, leading their students like a floodgates opened. Swiftly and orderly rushing towards the dozens of large buses parked at the school gate. Tan Xing and Jiang Menshen exchanged glances, both seeing the burning fighting spirit in each other's eyes. The two tacitly stopped talking and boarded the bus with Class 1's crowd. The atmosphere inside the bus was tense yet filled with excitement. No one dared to make loud noises. But countless glances occasionally darted towards Tan Xing and Jiang Menshen sitting in the middle and back rows. Jiang Menshen sat with his arms crossed, muscles tense, like a tiger ready to pounce. Tan Xing, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, held the blood pagoda close to his chest, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the dark, cold scabbard. He always felt like something was missing, feeling uneasy. His gaze scanned the bus a few times, suddenly furrowing his brow, muttering, "Huh? Where's old Lin? That guy. Just then, the convoy's engines roared to life, preparing to leave Jinglan High School. Suddenly, a flashy flying shuttle made an extremely arrogant sudden stop, blocking the front of their bus. Chapter 51, Training begins. The convoy snaked out of Beijiang City like a dragon, leaving the tall buildings and neon lights far behind. The scenery outside the window began to fade from the city's delicacy, gradually taking on the roughness and emptiness of the wilderness. The buildings on both sides of the road became increasingly sparse and low, eventually replaced by an endless expanse of grey-yellow wilderness. Withered grass swayed in the wind, and the distant contours of rolling hills appeared stiff, like a dormant giant beast. Inside the bus, the initial freshness and noise gradually faded into silence. The students no longer laughed and played, most stared silently out the window, watching the familiar civilized world gradually fade from view, an invisible pressure spreading as the wilderness approached. The only sounds in the bus were the low roar of the engine and the whistling wind outside the window, creating a somewhat stagnant atmosphere. At this moment, however, Tian was completely different from the gradually silent crowd inside the bus. He showed no signs of tension or gloom, instead leaning slightly forward. His gaze intensely focused on the scenery rushing by outside the window, keenly memorizing the route leading to the wilderness gate. In the past, he had always taken the direct Lingjing subway to and from the gate, knowing little about this land route that was tightly sealed by the military and regularly purged. Chapter 52, Entering the forest. Tian looked through the porthole, watching the base below shrink rapidly like a steel giant, replaced by an infinitely sprawling, heart-pounding grey-yellow wilderness. His fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on his knee, a small action he performed when extremely focused and excited. The flight lasted about half an hour before the red light in the cabin turned on. Prepare. Airdrop countdown. The cabin door slowly opened, and wild air rushed in instantly. Jump. Soldiers roughly unbuckled the first student's safety latch, almost kicking him out of the door. The student's terrified scream was instantly swallowed by the wind. One by one, students were forcibly airdropped, with landing spots completely random. When it was Tian's turn, he took a deep breath of the wilderness air, without any hesitation. Even leaping forward, his form gracefully diving toward the ground. The sensation of weightlessness hit him suddenly, the wind howled in his ears. He quickly adjusted his posture, his gaze sweeping the ground like an eagle, quickly judging that the landing environment was relatively sparse at the edge of a forest. Bang! He landed heavily, rolling to dissipate most of the impact, his movements clean and unscathed. Standing up, he immediately scanned his surroundings, while the payneck on his wrist emitted a faint beeping sound, indicating it had started working. Chapter 53, You're out, next one on the other side of the black wind forest. Ua. Jiaolong spat out the mud splattered on his face, his expression dark enough to drip water. He and two other students from Lantian Martial High formed a temporary team, trudging through the forest. Brother Long, we've already eliminated 2 Jinglan students, and our score is leading, a tall, skinny student said flatteringly, showing off the score displayed on his payneck on his wrist. They quickly gathered using their advantageous landing position, and fortunately encountered 2 isolated and panicked Jinglan students, easily smashing their paynecks and eliminating them. Jiaolong merely snorted coldly, showing little joy on his face. The thrill of crushing small fries could not wash away the frustration of falling into a mud pit upon landing. He knew that every year's training would be live-streamed. With so many cameras watching, he needed more thrilling hunts to prove his worth, like taking down those famous Jinglan guys. Just some small fries, boring. Jiaolong twisted his neck. If I'm going to hunt, I'll find a big fish. That turtle Jiang Menshen doesn't he know where he is hiding? Let us look for someone else first. Chapter 54, Iron Body eliminated. Deep in the black wind forest, the trees grew taller and denser, with light filtering through in a mottled manner. Tian's figure moved like lightning, weaving between the trees and rocks with astonishing speed, yet as silent as a feather landing. His target was extremely clear on the payneck list on his wrist, the nearest, constantly flashing S-level light point, Lantian Martial High, Iron Body Mufasha. Tian Xing had naturally heard of this person's name. The genius Iron Body Mufasha, famous in Tailong City. Not relying on innate martial talent, but rather through an almost monstrous compatibility with external skills, he forged his reputation. Defeating him not only means eliminating an S-class, but also delivers a heavy blow to the morale of the Blue Field Martial Academy. The significance of which far exceeds that of taking out 10 ordinary students. Iron Body, a defensive master of the blood condensation realm, yet in Tian Xing's eyes there was no fear, but rather a burning fighting spirit, a master of external skills. We haven't truly battled yet. He increased his speed by 3 points. Like a streak of blood-red light, silently approaching the target area. At the same time, in a clearing among the woods, a young man, whose physique was not overly exaggerated, but whose every muscle seemed forged from refined steel, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Chapter 55, You're Here. In the Black Wind Forest, a remote valley. Thorns were torn apart, and the ground was in disarray, clearly having just experienced a fierce battle. Xing knelt on the ground, drenched in blood, his left arm twisted unnaturally, clearly broken. He gasped for breath, each inhalation pulling at his wounds, bringing waves of tearing pain. Blood and sweat mixed, dripping from his temple onto the soil below. He struggled to lift his head, looking not far ahead at the figure calmly walking towards him, unable to help but swallow the blood froth in his mouth, his throat filled with a rusty, sweet taste. Despair surged in his heart. He had exerted all his strength, even at the cost of his injuries, but facing this person, he felt all his struggles were like a trapped beast's fight, futile and laughable. The newcomer wore the combat uniform of the Blue Field Martial Academy, standing tall and empty-handed. His face bore no expression, only a condescending indifference, as if the blooded, struggling Xing was just an insect. It was indeed the Blue Field Martial Academy's S-class potential. Ye Kai, can you still stand? Ye Kai's voice was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Your movement technique is interesting, but unfortunately, still too weak. Chapter 56. Speechless Ye Kai's maniacal laughter echoed in the valley, carrying a chilling strangeness. He held the spine blade forged from his own spine, his attacks becoming increasingly frenzied. Each strike infused with the cold inner energy capable of tearing everything apart, and a determination to perish together. Tian Xing operated the blood knife classic to its utmost. The blood-floating knife light surged like a wave of blood. The sound of metal clashing was dense like a sudden downpour, with each collision sending both their blood energies surging, their palms tingling. Ha ha ha. So refreshing. Too refreshing. Ye Kai's eyes turned blood red. His attacks becoming more frenzied, but still not enough. Tian Xing, show me all your skills. Let me see how much progress you've made this year. As his voice fell, he suddenly pushed Tian Xing back with a knife, then tightly gripped the spine blade, thrusting it violently into the ground. Bone prison, bone gate. Ye Kai let out a beast-like roar, and beneath his exposed skin, it seemed as if countless living creatures were writhing madly, his aura instantly becoming incredibly terrifying. Buzz? An invisible yet overwhelming wave spread rapidly from the spine blade he thrust into the ground, like ripples in water, instantly covering a radius of nearly 100 meters. Chapter 57. Misunderstanding. The barrage in the live stream exploded, dense blocks of text nearly swallowing the entire screen. Various speculations and gasps rolled in like a tsunami, while the online viewer count surged wildly. Ye Kai lay on his back on the ground, his chest heaving violently. His eyes were tightly shut, but the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter, mocking arc. The words came out in fits and starts, but carried a sense of desolation. Can't remember. Tian Xing stared at him, silent, his knuckles turning white from clenching. Want to hear? Ye Kai asked in a hoarse voice. Speak. Tian Xing's voice was heavy. Winning against you is just to make you speak. Ye Kai chuckled softly. That laughter dripping with endless helplessness, and a sense of resigned acceptance. I'm an orphan. No background, no name, not even a birthday. Just randomly filled out on a sunny day at the orphanage. The day my uncle and aunt took me from the orphanage, I really thought I had a family. How naive. Later I learned they took me just for the federal orphan subsidy every month. I was just a tool, a waste not worth loving. Only fit to be squeezed dry of the last bit of utility. I tried desperately to please them, dared not make a single mistake. Chapter 58. Breakthrough. Watching Ye Kai being safely lifted into the medical pod, the hatch slowly closing, Tian Xing's tightly wound shoulders finally relaxed. And he let out a long breath mixed with the scent of blood. The crisis was averted, and that reckless energy returned to him. He pulled out the blood-floating knife that had been stuck nearby, casually resting it on his shoulder, even humming a disjointed tune. As if the furious and panicked person from earlier was not him. He strolled towards the den of the mangy hyenas he had just blooded. Sure enough. There was still a hapless one, the very one whose spine he had shattered, now only able to whimper helplessly, clawing at the ground with its front paws. Its hind quarters completely paralyzed. Tian Xing walked over, his face expressionless, and seemingly casually kicked the hyena's head again, silencing it completely. "Tsk, wasteful," he muttered. And with a swift motion, the blood-floating knife fell, cleanly slicing off the thickest hind leg. Ignoring the surrounding bloody mess. He casually gathered some dry branches and twigs into a pile, snapped his fingers, and with a surge of inner energy, the twigs instantly flared up with a small flame. He roughly prepared the hyena's leg, skewed it on the blood-floating knife, and set it over the fire to roast. Chapter 59. The wolf pack. The next morning of the training camp, Tian Xing, still sleeping in the den, was abruptly awakened by an unknown beast's roar. He sat up suddenly, a flicker of hostility crossing his eyes. The wounds from his fierce battle with Ye Kai the previous day had already scabbed over. And the inner energy within him was not only fully restored, but flowed even more abundantly through his meridians. Roar! Another deafening beast roar came from the woods. Shaking the leaves down. Damn it! Howling so early in the morning. Tian Xing cursed, but his gaze sharpened. Is that a fang tiger? A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he unhesitatingly grabbed the blood-floating knife beside him, his figure flashing as he turned into a streak of light. Racing towards the source of the roar. The barrage erupted instantly. Wow! Brother Tan is awake. That momentum is terrifying. Faster than yesterday. Is he a monster? That expression clearly shows he is excited by the smell of blood. Is he going to feast so early? Too hardcore. Tiger, walk safely. We offer you a stick of incense. About how I yelled early in the morning and ended up summoning death. Tian Xing, good morning, have you eaten? If not, then don't eat, brandishing the knife. Charge. Let us go. Bet a few minutes to finish the fight. Chapter 60. Jiangmen God in the training area. Deep within the black maple forest, the branches obscured the sun, and mottled shadows covered the ground. Tu Fei let out a sinister laugh. His heavy fist breaking through the wind and crashing down in front of Lemiajuan. She was unable to block in time, and let out a muffled groan as her body flew backward, crashing into a black maple tree before falling to the ground. A sweet taste in her throat as she nearly spat out blood. Tu Fei was not in a hurry to approach. Instead, he rubbed his hands together, stepping closer with each step. A nauseating lewd smile hung on his face, his shifty eyes unabashedly scanning Lemiajuan's curvaceous figure. Letting out a strange laugh. Why isn't my good sister saying anything? Weren't you fierce just now? Call out a few more times for your brother to hear. The more you call, the better it feels for me, he. Lemiajuan propped herself up with her sword, forcing herself to stand. Her hand gripping the sword trembled slightly from anger and injury, the sword's cold light reflecting her pale face, and the blazing fury in her eyes. Damn it! You ugly bastard! Who the hell is your sister? If you dare come any closer, I'll chop off your filthy paws. Her voice quivered, but each word was like an ice pick, ringing loud and clear. You? Tu Fei was momentarily stunned by her insult, his face full of flab stiffening. But he quickly forced a more nauseating smirk, nonchalantly shaking his hand. Chapter 61, Martial Bone Divine Power. Jiangmen God's gaze was fixed firmly on Tian Xing. His fighting spirit nearly materializing, weighing down the surrounding air. Tian Xing squatted in the tree, his cheeky grin undiminished, even more pronounced. He flipped his wrist, and the blood-stained sword floated down into his hand, steady and secure. The tip of the blade pointed at the ground. An aura of wildness rising from him that was not inferior to Jiangmen God. Jiang Lao spoke, "Dare not to keep me company." Tian Xing grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth, his gaze sharp. "This time I've got a good knife. I wonder if your fierce mountain tiger can handle it." The live stream chat refreshed at explosive speed. It's about to start. They are really going to fight. Crazy Wind Blade versus Jiangmen God. Peak showdown. Lock in your bets. Press 1 for Jiang Ge to win, press 2 for Tan Mad Dog. 111-1111. 22,222. Tian Xing goes crazy and cuts himself. Liao Xianzi, hurry and persuade him. Though I know it won't work, what to persuade? Fight. Beat him to death. Excitedly rubbing hands, this is the taste of training camp. Just as the two were about to clash, a weak yet painfully obvious cough came from the collapsed bushes. Following that, a hand covered in mud and blood trembled as it pushed aside the branches above. Tian Xing struggled, swaying as he stood up. His appearance was extremely tragic, clothes tattered, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, one arm bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. But his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. Fixed intently on the distant Jiangmen God, devoid of fear or resentment, filled only with near-manic battle intent and excitement. He grinned. Blood continuously dripping from the corners of his mouth, his voice hoarse yet filled with laughter. The second level of divine power is really damn powerful. Before he could finish his words, he coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, his body swaying, almost collapsing again, but he stubbornly held on with sheer willpower. Jiangmen God looked at Tian Xing, who stood up again, his eyes flashing with disbelief and acknowledgement. But it's not over yet. Tian Xing coughed up blood, but laughed even more wildly, his blooded hand laboriously raised, reaching toward the distant blood-stained sword in the air. Chapter 63, Martial Virtue. What is that? Tu Fei. How do you want to play this? Draw a line. Lin Dong's eyes were sharp, locking onto Tu Fei, his tone icy. Tu Fei's facial flab twitched a few times. Lin Dong's unabashed threat, along with the predatory gazes of the students from Jinglan behind him, was like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing his previous arrogance. His eyes darted around, quickly calculating in his mind, if I fight hard, I'll definitely suffer. If I get ganged up on and accidentally get eliminated, I'll lose face completely. What line to draw? Tu Fei shouted in a blusterous manner. Trying to regain some dignity, Lin Dong. Don't think I'm afraid of you. If you have the ability, don't rely on your numbers. Lin Dong chuckled, as if he had heard the biggest joke. Oh, now you want to talk about one-on-one. When you brought dozens of people to block us three injured folks. Why didn't you think about fairness? He stepped forward, his gaze like cold lightning sweeping over Tu Fei and the group of Bluefield students behind him who were already showing signs of retreat. His voice suddenly rising to ensure everyone could hear, all right. Don't say I didn't give you Bluefield a chance. Since you, Tu Fei, don't accept it. Thinking we rely on numbers, then let us do it by the rules. Chapter 64, Victory. Tian Xing's blade moved so fast it left only an afterimage. Boguang didn't even have time to gather his mental power for effective interference, his eyes reflecting only the rapidly enlarging blade. Damn! He barely managed to let out a short exclamation. Bang! The heavy back of the blade struck fiercely against his neck. The training rules prohibited lethal attacks. But this force was enough to instantly trigger the protective mechanism. Almost simultaneously, the device on Boguang's wrist erupted with blinding white light. The urgent and sharp elimination alarm ringing throughout the battlefield. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed without a sound. First, Xing didn't even glance at the fallen Boguang, his gaze instantly locking onto Tu Fei, who was madly exchanging blows with Jiangmen God. Jiangmen God was holding on purely with fierce will and strong physique. With every punch he threw, his face paled a bit more, the faint golden battle markings flickering. Clearly heavily injured. Tu Fei found himself increasingly astonished, realizing he couldn't take down a seriously injured Jiangmen God in a short time. And instead was being forced into a bit of a panic by that reckless fighting style. God of the Gate. Hold on. Dad is here to help you. Xing howled, though his steps were a bit unsteady due to his injuries. The momentum of the knife remained wild, as he aimed to strike Tu Fei from the side and behind. Chapter 65, Don't let me embarrass myself, okay. In the splendid Long City, in the Tian family living room. A huge screen was repeatedly playing the footage of Xing being enthusiastically thrown into the air by the students from Jinglan, the cheers deafening. The three people on the sofa had different expressions. Shun stared at Xing's face on the screen, which appeared pale due to injuries yet spirited. His gaze complex. After a while, he suddenly turned to his daughter beside him, speaking in a dry tone, "Xiaowen, can you beat this kid now?" Tan Wen's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but the words were swallowed back at the tip of her tongue. Her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Liu Hong, on the other hand, seemed to have heard a joke. Snorting first with a tone filled with unabashed superiority, "Old Tan, you're confused. What kind of question is that? Our Xiaowen is a 1 in a million ability user. Can someone like that kid, who only knows how to fight and compete in physical strength, be on the same level? It's not even comparable." The more she spoke, the more she felt it was only natural. Sitting up straight, she turned to Tan Wen, a smile spreading across her face. "Xiaowen, if I may say so. You should find a time to have Xing transfer his father's martyr compensation to you. Didn't he say last time? As long as you go to him, he will give it to you. What does this indicate? It shows that he is still afraid of you. Afraid of you, the ability user. That's what you deserve." Chapter 66, Wandering alone. The setting sun elongated his shadow, and although he was alone, the smile at the corner of his mouth and the excitement flickering in his eyes were even more brilliant than the sunset. His fingers brushed over the 2 heavy jade bottles of elixirs in his pocket, thinking about the A-grade true martial arts technique that was about to be in his hands. He felt his blood heat up, and even the unhealed wounds seemed to stop hurting. Barbecued exotic beasts, what's the point of eating alone? He curled his lips but didn't slow down. Instead, he quickened his pace. First, go back and digest my gains, then head to the mission library tomorrow. I must choose an A-grade true martial arts technique that best fits my movement style. All the way, passers-by on the street wore smiles and compliments. "Xiao Tan, well done. You've brought honor to our northern frontier." Xing was in a great mood, waving back with a grin. He carried the elixirs and dreams for the future, humming a tune as he strolled back to Chunfeng Community. Just as he reached his building, the humming abruptly stopped. In the shadow at the entrance, a tall figure leaned against the wall, wearing the standard school uniform of the high school, with a neat ponytail, showing a hint of obvious reluctance and awkwardness on her face. Chapter 67, Wilderness Assault. Xing followed Lin Dong, skillfully sneaking into Lin Dong's private equipment storage. The storage was filled with an array of items, from basic alloy weapons and protective suits to various wilderness survival tools, first aid supplies, and even some high-tech reconnaissance and communication devices. Everything was dazzling. "Hey, how about it? My inventory is pretty professional, right?" Lin Dong proudly spread his arms, showing off his collection, acting like a wealthy man who could casually pay for anything. Xing ignored his bragging, his eyes sharp as he quickly scanned the shelves. His gaze showed no confusion. Precisely sweeping past those flashy but impractical items, heading straight for the point. He first picked up a well-maintained composite fiber inner armor that was neither new nor old. Running his fingers over the special coating on the key areas, nodding. TSK, Black Scorpion Type 3 inner armor, light energy resistance, with a hard protective layer at critical points. Lightweight and doesn't hinder movement, much more practical than that flashy new model you're wearing. Lin Dong's smug expression stiffened. He was wearing that very flashy new model. Chapter 68, Killing Part 1. Passing through the noisy and chaotic checkpoint market, where it felt like a giant garbage dump, the mixed air, infused with inferior fuel, sweat, blood, and faint energy residue, finally became a bit clearer. A massive alloy gate loomed ahead. Above the gate, large, worn metal letters reading Southern Gate of Northern Frontier exuded a heavy sense of oppression. Fully armed military warriors examined every person entering and exiting with sharp eyes. The two moved along with the crowd, passing through the last checkpoint. Boom! It felt as if an invisible membrane had been pierced. And the outside air instantly transformed into something entirely different. A wilder wind rushed in, carrying a large amount of dust, filling the air with a primitive, desolate scent. In the distance lay an endless expanse of strange-colored wilderness and undulating mountains, with the distant, haunting howls of unknown exotic beasts sending chills down one's spine. Damn! Lin Dong instinctively swallowed hard, the earlier excitement replaced by a more visceral feeling of smallness and tension in the face of the vast unknown. He tightened his mask and checked his backpack, as if that would provide him with some sense of security. Chapter 69, Killing Part 2. Before he finished speaking, Tian lowered his voice, his eyes cold, urgently saying to Lin Dong, "Do you see those 3 half-buried piles of rocks to the left front? Go hide behind the stones and suppress all your presence. I am going up the tree. Listen for my signal, I'll strike first. And you immediately rush out to cut him down. Focus on the weak points. Hit hard." Lin Dong nodded heavily, without hesitation. His body sliding silently towards the pile of rocks, his breathing becoming almost imperceptible. Tian, like a ghost, leaped up, using a few pushes to silently merge into the dense canopy of a nearby giant tree. The blood-floating tower lay before him, killing intent reined in. Like a snake waiting for its prey. After a moment, 5 figures stealthily approached the edge of the clearing. They wore greyish cloaks adorned with dark red gears and blade patterns, their faces obscured by metallic breathing masks, revealing only pairs of eyes filled with cruelty and fanaticism. The leader was the tallest, wielding a uniquely shaped serrated machete, with what seemed like fresh blood still on the blade. They immediately spotted the massive corpse of the blood-clawed mountain ape on the ground, their eyes flashing with greed, but quickly scanning their surroundings with caution. Chapter 70, Horror Roar. A furious, blood-curdling roar filled with endless rage and killing intent suddenly erupted from outside the cave, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Following that was the sound of rapid, hair-raising footsteps and the snapping of branches. They were rushing towards the cave entrance. Not good. Tian expression changed dramatically. It's the blood-clawed mountain ape. And not just one. The whole pack is back. Lin Dong's face went pale instantly. How can they be back so quickly? What do I know? Prepare to break out. Tian decisively shoved the storage box into the innermost part of his backpack. He quickly scanned the cave, his gaze locking onto an extremely narrow, seemingly natural passage formed by a crack in the mountain on the other side of the cave. That way. Hurry. The two shot towards the narrow crack like arrows. Just as they squeezed into the crack, a massive blood-clawed mountain ape, even larger than the previous one, with eyes red as blood lanterns, charged into the nest with madness. It immediately spotted the looted mineral wall and fell into a complete frenzy. Boom! 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 It pounded the ground and cave walls in a frenzied rage, letting out deafening roars. Chapter 71, Terror. In that fleeting moment of thought, Tian didn't hesitate at all, yanking Lin Dong and sharply saying, "This place is cursed. We can't stay here, let's go." Without needing further explanation, seeing Tan Xing's suddenly changed expression, the hairs on the back of Lin Dong's neck stood up. And without a second thought, he followed closely behind. Tan Xing had always been very perceptive about such things. Confronted with this completely incomprehensible and ominous situation, he adhered to his 4 principles: no curiosity, no contact, no rash actions. Fleeing is the best strategy. The 2 figures moved like lightning, maximizing their speed and racing back in the direction they came from without hesitation. What exploration of ruins, what potential exits, were not worth mentioning in the face of such incomprehensible weirdness. However, just as they were about to burst out of the stone chamber and return to the cave passage, boom! Crack! A sound like a mountain collapsing and the earth splitting, mixed with the sound of rocks shattering wildly, suddenly exploded from the direction they had come. Following that was the enraged howl of the giant blood-claw mountain ape, ferocious to the extreme, almost tearing at their eardrums. Boom! Crash! An even larger sound of collapse followed. The entire ruined cave began to shake violently, and a large amount of dust and debris fell from the ceiling. Chapter 72, Kill Kill Kill. Just as Tan Xing and Lin Dong stood frozen in place, their blood almost frozen in their veins, an unspeakable, unimaginable terror erupted from the depths of their souls without warning. They clearly felt an indescribable, incomprehensible, an irresistible will, as if it had pierced through the barriers of endless time and space and descended indifferently from some supreme, evil, chaotic source. Lin Dong's body suddenly trembled as if struck by lightning, his scalp instantly exploded. He felt as if he had been swept by this indescribable gaze, which was cold, indifferent, filled with the most primitive desire for slaughter and impulse for destruction, yet carried a sense of detachment. This terrifying gaze merely swept across him, not even pausing for a moment. Lin Dong felt an irresistible darkness crash down like a mountain. Suddenly, everything went black before his eyes. All perception was stripped away in an instant, and he couldn't even let out a muffled groan, his entire body collapsing limply. Old Lin. Seeing Lin Dong collapse to the ground without warning, Tan Xing was greatly alarmed, instinctively wanting to rush over. But as soon as he moved his feet, they suddenly froze in place. Chapter 73, Gaze. Just as Tan Xing's consciousness was about to sink completely and be swallowed by endless darkness, a torrent filled with a burning, violent, rusty, and bloody aura exploded from the depths of his soul. It was not inner energy, nor any energy he recognized, but a more primitive, brutal power that was almost the concept of war itself. Slaughter. Endless rage. Boom! Tan Xing's body began to convulse violently, countless wounds on his surface visibly writhing and healing. It was not a gentle healing, but a forceful merging in a nearly savage manner, with the newly grown flesh like bloodthirsty living things, crazily devouring the residual blood energy around, and the faint energy emanating from that statue. His bones made a painful cracking sound, as if they were being repeatedly forged by an invisible hammer, becoming more resilient and explosive. His meridians were forcibly widened and reinforced like never before, and his once exhausted energy sea was suddenly filled with a new, viscous, searing, blood-red energy, swelling. This energy was wildly unmatched, filled with impulses of destruction and slaughter, yet under the restraint of some supreme will. It not only did not tear his body apart, but instead transformed him in the most domineering way, forcing him to adapt and accommodate this gift. Chapter 74, Promotion. Tan Xing quickly left the school, walking alone on the bustling street. From the moment he stepped out of the wilderness, a violent desire surged within him, clamoring to tear, destroy, and annihilate. He suppressed that impulse with all his might. The surrounding noise was overwhelming, with crowds of people finishing school and work brushing past one another. Yet his gaze uncontrollably slid over unfamiliar faces, precisely landing on their throats, hearts, and temples as if pulled by invisible hands, assessing the most efficient methods of killing. A strong desire roared in his mind: crush, pierce, tear apart, torture. Let blood splatter all over the street. Tan Xing suddenly lowered his head, gritting his teeth, his gaze fixed on the moving ground in front of him, quickening his pace. He had to get home immediately. At this moment, he seemed like a dying traveler in the desert, harboring a pathological obsession for clean water. And his water was blood. Upon returning home, he looked at his father's portrait on the wall, and the glass surface faintly reflected his current appearance, his eyes flickering violently between crimson and pitch black. As if two souls were tearing at each other within him. Descent and awakening tugged back and forth, almost shattering his will. Chapter 75, God of the Wind almost simultaneously. In his mind, the long silent system panel automatically popped up, and information refreshed wildly. 10,000 Realms Blade Master Template System, name, Tian Cultivation, Peak Blood Condensation Realm. First layer of Innate Realm, Initial Stabilization. Status, Severely Injured, Rapid Recovery, Bloodthirsty. Initial Martial Will Solidification True Martial Art, Blood Blade Sutra Perfected, 100-100, Reached Current Template Limit. Martial Combat Technique, Blood Blade Technique Perfected, 100-100, Reached Current Template Limit. 10,000 Miles Solo Travel Perfected, 100-100, Current Template, Blood Blade Ancestor, Lian Cheng Ju World, Activation Progress, 100, Perfect Inheritance. Ding! Detected that the host's Blood Blade Ancestor template has been perfectly inherited at 100. Essence satisfied. Beginning random extraction of the third 10,000 Realms Blade Dao Powerhouse template, extracting. Congratulations, host. Acquired new template, Naifeng, Feng Yun World. Current loaded template, Naifeng, loading progress. 1. Template background, Naifeng, bearing the mad blood, a generation of Blade Dao prodigy, unmatched lightness skill, exquisite blade technique, kind-hearted. Yet after going mad, his power doubles, difficult to control. Chapter 76, Return Jinglan High School, Logistics Department Task Hall. Lin Dong was irritably completing a simple collection task. For the past 3 months, aside from cultivation, he had been taking various low-level tasks trying to gather information about Tan Xing, but had come up empty every time. The surrounding voices were lively, not lacking in powerful senior students discussing the upcoming internal competition and the Martial Arts League of Beiyuan Dao. Almost no one mentioned the vanished Blood Sea Mad Blade anymore. Have you heard? Jiang Men Shen has reached the innate realm. Not just him. Several in Class 1 have broken through. This internal competition will be exciting. What a pity for that Tan Xing, if he hadn't disappeared. Maybe he could have contended too. Sure, don't mention him, he's probably long gone. Lin Dong felt a surge of anger, but was helpless. Just then, the hall's entrance suddenly fell into a slight silence. Many people instinctively looked towards the door. A figure walked in against the light. Tall and straight, wearing simple school uniform. The face seemed somewhat familiar yet also strange. He walked steadily, his footsteps silent, and his calm gaze swept across the hall. Anyone who was caught in that gaze felt an inexplicable tremor in their hearts, as if brushed by an Arctic cold wave. Or like being inadvertently glanced at by a slumbering beast, a sense of instinctive vigilance rising within them. Chapter 77 Reunion. Just stepping out of the teaching building. The evening breeze brought a touch of coolness. Tan Xing took a deep breath. Suppressing the complex emotions stirred by the teacher's reprimand and the impending reunion with his family. He immediately took out his phone and dialed Tan Hu's number. The call was almost instantly answered. Brother? Is that you? You're back. On the other end of the line. Tan Hu's familiar voice erupted with urgency and joy, so loud that Tan Xing instinctively held the phone a bit farther from his ear. Yet his lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. You little brat, still so loud, Tan Xing teased, warmth evident in his voice. Yeah, I'm back. How have you been? Didn't he cause any trouble, did you? How's Mom? Is she doing well? Look who's asking. You still remember to ask about us. Tan Hu seemed to find an outlet for his grievances, and began to complain, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Brother. What do you mean going on a mission? You've been gone for 3 months without a word. The phone wouldn't connect, and you didn't reply to messages. You have no idea how Mom and I have been holding on. She can't sleep at night, secretly wipes her tears, worried something happened to you outside. But she doesn't dare let me see, and has to put on a brave face to comfort me. I've caught her several times. Chapter 78. Sparring. The training ground of the other courtyard was paved with hard bluestone slabs, surrounded by training equipment, and the weapon racks were filled with various training weapons. Tian, who took a deep breath, and his eyes sharpened instantly, no longer casual. He treated combat with seriousness and focus. He let out a low shout, and his chi surged explosively, the peak of the body refinement realm erupting without reservation. Although he was only at the body refinement stage, under Chen Beidu's training, his chi was far thicker and purer than that of other martial artists at the same level, carrying a faint fierce aura. It was evident that Chen Beidu's unique martial art, the fierce halberd, indeed had extraordinary qualities. Brother! Be careful! Tian, who suddenly stomped the ground, his figure lunging forward, the heavy halberd in his hand slicing through the air with a dull whistle, directly aiming for Tan Xing's face. This strike was powerful and forceful, reminiscent of a fierce general on the battlefield, clearly the result of hard work. However, in the face of this fierce strike, Tan Xing merely smiled slightly. The clarity brought by the ice heart technique, allowing him to see every movement and every flow of power from his brother clearly. He didn't even move his feet. Just flipped his wrist, and the ordinary training knife in his hand struck upward with perfect precision. Chapter 79. Pride. Grandpa! Master! Chen Qingqing and Tan, who shouted almost simultaneously, their voices filled with surprise. Chen Beidu nodded slightly to the two, his gaze then falling on Tan Xing, his tone calm yet carrying an inherent authority. Tan Xing. Follow me. Tan Xing's heart stirred, but his expression remained composed as he respectfully answered, yes, President Chen. He gave his brother and Chen Qingqing a reassuring look before following Chen Beidu, who walked with his hands clasped behind his back. The two moved through the winding corridor, arriving at a quiet and elegant tea room. Inside, sandalwood incense wafted, contrasting sharply with the intense atmosphere of the training ground outside. Peaceful enough to hear the subtle sound of boiling water. Chen Beidu sat down in the main seat, gesturing to the cushion opposite him. Sit. Tan Xing complied, sitting up straight and maintaining a steady posture, waiting for further instructions. Chen Beidu didn't speak immediately, but began to brew tea at a leisurely pace. The actions of warming the cups, awakening the tea, and brewing flowed seamlessly, carrying a unique rhythm of martial arts that was pleasing to the eye. 2 cups of clear tea were brewed, the fragrance wafting. He pushed 1 cup in front of Tan Xing, his deep gaze finally landing on the young man. Speaking calmly yet astonishingly, Chapter 80. Organizing. After leaving Chen Beidu's courtyard, Tan Xing didn't return to school directly, but first went back to his home in Chunfeng community. He needed an absolutely quiet environment, free from disturbances, to thoroughly organize what he had gained and make final preparations for the upcoming school competition and selection. After a simple tidy-up, Tan Xing sat cross-legged on the familiar hard bed and slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into his body, and the scene in the chi sea of his dantian became clear. The originally violent and fierce crimson blood knife, under the influence of his inner strength, now flowed like a gentle stream, surrounding a slowly rotating ice blue core that emitted a brilliant glow. That core was the original inner strength cultivated from the ice heart technique. Cold, clear, and transparent, exuding a sense of solemnity that suppressed evil and protected the spirit. Where the inner strength of the ice heart technique flowed, the meridian walls seemed to be coated with a layer of thin ice, not only becoming more resilient, but also wider, capable of accommodating even greater strength. The subdued blood knife, while still retaining its ferocity, had transformed from wildfire into lava, hidden beneath the icy sheath, waiting for the opportunity to be drawn out. With the ice heart as the sheath and the blood knife's edge concealed, this ice heart technique was indeed marvelous beyond compare. Chapter 81. Discontent. Steel arm. Jian Kun. Lin Dong said with rare seriousness beside him. I've heard he has already mastered his family's hard skills to the innate realm. His iron arms can crush gold and jade, and even a titanium combat knife wouldn't leave a mark. You must not underestimate him. Yeah, he is indeed formidable. Tan Xing nodded. Lin Dong was somewhat surprised and turned to look at Tan Xing. What is wrong? Feeling pressured. Tan Xing pulled at the corners of his mouth. His expression serious, and under Lin Dong's worried gaze, he solemnly said, There is no pressure, but I'm just curious. According to what you said. With those iron arms so hard, how does he handle things normally? Wouldn't it create sparks? Lin Dong was taken aback, his previously worried expression vanishing instantly. He cursed loudly, Damn. What the hell? I'm talking serious here, and you bring this up. He was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. Cursing as he turned to leave, I can't be bothered with you. You figure it out for yourself. 3 days later, at the Jinglan Martial Arts Arena. The venue, which could accommodate thousands of people, was packed to capacity, the sound roaring. The 10 platforms, made of high-strength alloy in the center reflected a cold, hard sheen under the bright lights, and the energy barriers had quietly risen, flowing with subtle energy ripples. Chapter 82 Competition in the following matches, although equally exciting. The audience's attention had clearly shifted to the anticipated confrontation between Tan Xing and Zhu Peiqi, discussions never ceasing. The schedule advanced quickly. Tan Xing and Zhu Peiqi both effortlessly defeated their respective opponents, successfully meeting in the top 8 of the first-year group. When the announcement rang out again, clearly stating the first-year top 8 battle, Tan Xing vs Zhu Peiqi. On ring 1. The atmosphere of the entire arena was instantly pushed to a new peak. It's here. It's finally here. The betting has opened. I bet Tan Xing will defeat his opponent in a few moves. I am betting on Zhu Peiqi. His stunning gun is mysterious and unpredictable, and it may not be incapable of restraining Tan Xing's swift blade. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tan Xing and Zhu Peiqi leaped onto the number 1 arena, almost simultaneously. Zhu Peiqi held a bright silver spear, its body flowing with a faint cold light. Clearly not an ordinary item. His expression was serious, no longer lazy as before, and the innate true qi around him surged. The tip of the spear slightly trembling, as it locked onto Tan Xing, the name of the crazy wind blade. Today, he will be removed from the list. Zhu Peiqi said in a deep voice, trying to seize the initiative in momentum. Tan Xing still bore the blood Buddha, the scarlet scabbard reflecting an eerie sheen under the lights. Chapter 83 Challenge. Just as everyone was still immersed in the brutal crushing duel between Tan Xing and Lin Dong, the second match of the semifinals on the number 2 arena had already begun. Jiang Men-shen vs Liu Bo. One side was famous, having broken through to the innate realm, with a strong family background and an unparalleled aggressive style. The other side was the biggest dark horse of this competition, with incredible defense and a tenacious will, a miraculous little fat man. The anticipation for this duel instantly skyrocketed. You guys say, can Liu Bo continue to be the dark horse? Difficult. Jiang Men-shen is not comparable to Jing Yi or Le Miao Jun. He is genuinely in the innate realm. Power and speed crush all. He is the gate god. But Liu Bo's defense is too abnormal. What if he can exhaust Jiang Men-shen? That makes sense. It all depends on how long Liu Bo can hold out. On the arena, Jiang Men-shen stared at Liu Bo, who was calm and focused, even showing a hint of fervor. You are quite good. His voice was low, carrying recognition, accumulating strength and unleashing it is a good opponent. Upon hearing this, Liu Bo took a deep breath, his eyes burning with the fire of battle, and he assumed the stance of the rock-solid style, shouting, Please guide me, gate god. I want to see how far I am from you true geniuses. Chapter 84, God. Semifinal draws. First match, Chu Jiang vs Liu Yuyang. Second match, Zhao Qianyu vs Lei Dao. As soon as the matchups were announced, The atmosphere in the venue exploded. A peak showdown. This is a true peak showdown. Power type against agility type. Chu Jiang against Liu Yang. Technical style against violent style. Zhao Qian Yu against Lei Dao. Exciting. On the number 1 arena, Chu Jiang and Liu Yang stood facing each other. Chu Jiang's muscles were bulging, his breath thick like a mountain, and the ocean-covering rod exuded a heavy pressure. Liu Yang was light and graceful, with a charming smile, but her gaze was sharp as a needle. Liu Yang, your agility won't work on me. Chu Jiang's voice was like muffled thunder. If one stick can't flatten you, I'll consider it my loss. Liu Yang chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. Chu Jiang. Such big words. I'm just afraid your stick won't even touch my clothes. Begin. As the referee's voice fell, Liu Yang's figure instantly blurred, transforming into several indistinguishable phantoms, attacking Chu Jiang from different directions, her twin blades like poisonous fangs, stabbing at vital points. Chu Jiang roared, completely ignoring the phantoms. And with the ocean-covering rod, he swung it fiercely in a sweeping motion. Boom! The violent wind from the rod surged like a tangible tsunami, crushing everything. No matter how many phantoms there are, one force breaks through. Chapter 85, Wings. Upon hearing this, Guan Lai's smile faded a little, and with a chuckle, he leaned closer and lowered his voice. You've been missing for months without a trace. I thought you had died in some corner. When I heard you were back, I immediately asked for leave from those old men at the night patrol and rushed over here. He rubbed his hands, his usually fierce face now rare and tense, revealing an almost murderous intent. Fortunately, Su Qianhao was neatly punched to death by Zhongyu, otherwise, things would be even more troublesome. How could the murky waters of Dingfeng Group have just one rotten fish? Now, the remaining shareholders and directors are not good people, but it's too late now. The news about Su Qianhao contacting the evil god has been exposed, and they are all busy cutting their shares and reorganizing to escape. After all, the biggest director of the group privately communicating with the evil god is enough to bring Dingfeng to utter ruin. Speak more clearly. Tan Xing's gaze sharpened, impatiently interrupting. I still have to prepare for the academy competition tomorrow. I don't have time to listen to you beat around the bush. Hey, don't rush, brother. Guan Lai, unfazed by the scolding, instead revealed a smug, mysterious smile. Chapter 86, Success Damn. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Guan Lai roared, his muscles instantly bulging, blocking Tan Xing like a human-shaped violent bear, pulling out two gleaming curved knives from his lower back. You go get that ghost thing. I'll hold them off. Tan Xing's eyes were cold as he quickly scanned the two groups of suddenly appearing people, instantly assessing the situation. The remnants of Dingfeng want to reclaim their assets, and a mysterious organization wishes to take advantage of the chaos. No matter which side, they won't let them easily take away this feather in front of them. Further confirming that this feather is the god Guan Lai mentioned. The feather on the altar seemed to sense the malice and murderous intent around it. And the halo it emitted slightly fluctuated, the aura of sadness and anger suddenly intensifying. Guan Lai, stop them. Tan Xing whispered sharply, without hesitation. He charged directly toward the altar. Damn it. Move quickly. There are more people behind. Guan Lai cursed, but showed no fear. Roaring as he faced the three nearest security guards, his twin knives slicing through the air. Want to pass? Have you asked your grandpa Guan? The Dingfeng security and those mysterious individuals didn't expect Tan Xing to be so decisive, momentarily stunned. Then they all roared and opened fire or charged forward. Chapter 87, Change. He walked straight into the bathroom, letting the warm water wash away a night of fatigue and dust, as if to cleanse the blood from the laboratory earlier. The sound of water ceased, and steam filled the air. Tan Xing stood in front of the mirror, casually wiping the moisture off the surface. In the next second, his movements suddenly froze, his pupils dilating sharply. The person in the mirror was him. Yet he felt incredibly unfamiliar. His originally deep black pupils had completely transformed into a blue color like a frozen tundra. That blue was not lifeless. Deep within it seemed to be an extremely cold star slowly rotating, harboring an indescribable mystery and majesty, cold and unhuman-like. He instinctively turned around, facing away from the mirror, and looked back. There, on his scarred back, was an incredibly intricate, exquisite, and powerful pair of wing tattoos. The patterns were not static images, every feather was distinct. Starting from the shoulder blades, sharply extending down along both sides of the spine to the lumbar vertebrae, the lines smooth and bold, as if they could burst forth at any moment. The patterns displayed an unusual color of dark gold intertwined with ice blue. This was not an ordinary tattoo. It was the indelible mark left after the divine feather fused with his body, a symbol of the overwhelming power materializing. Chapter 88, Engagement in the Early Morning. Xing casually had a meal in the cafeteria of Jinglan High School, feeling about 70% full, before leisurely strolling towards the training field. The closer one gets to the arena, the more intense the fiery battle intent in the air becomes. The deafening roar of the crowd surges like a tide, crashing against everyone's eardrums. Surrounding the massive circular arena, the stands are already packed with people, a sea of heads swaying like a dark mass, bubbling with excitement. Countless young faces are radiating uncontrollable exhilaration, as discussions, shouts, and cheers intertwine into a frenzied background sound. Almost everyone's gaze is locked onto the central stage below, holding their breath in anticipation for today's main event, first year, Bloodsea Mad Blade, Xing, against third year, Immovable King, Fang Yu. 1. A rising star known for his fierce and brutal swordsmanship that has cut through his peers since his first year, creating a formidable reputation. The other, who has held the top position in the Jinglan Martial Arts Department for 3 consecutive years since enrollment, recognized by all teachers and students as the unshakable absolute first. A fresh challenger against a legend. This is not just a contest, but a violent clash of new and old powers. As Xing steps into the entrance, countless gazes converge on him like a tangible force. Chapter 89, Intense Battle. Fang Yu takes a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his blood and energy, his eyes burning with intensity as he looks ahead. The youth stands still with his sword, his expression calm and unruffled. The strange and domineering golden-red cold energy swirling around him, as if the shocking strike that had just forced him back was merely a casual move, with minimal consumption. An indescribable sense of pressure silently spreads. The word monster involuntarily rises in Fang Yu's mind. This is not only due to the strange and powerful sword technique, but also because of the opponent's inner strength, which combines extreme cold and bloodthirsty corrosion. In his 3 years at school, sitting atop the Jinglan rankings and overwhelming his peers, he has encountered countless geniuses. But no one has ever exerted such immense pressure and excitement on him as Xing does now. Reflecting on this, Fang Yu's lips curl into a fiery and spirited smile rather than a bitter one. He suddenly brings his hands together in front of him, forming an ancient and heavy hand seal, and the aura around him, which had slightly dissipated from being forced back, instantly condenses again, climbing at a terrifying speed, becoming even more solid and towering. The air is even faintly filled with the vague sounds of mountains rising and the earth rumbling. It is evident that Fang Yu has pushed his martial will to the limit, nearly manifesting it in reality. Chapter 90, The list is decided. A massive, terrifying blade of light, intertwining gold red and ice blue, tears through the sky, like a judgment blade, carrying a terrifying aura that burns from the outside and destroys everything within. Slashing down fiercely. What? The belief in victory on Fang Yu's face instantly solidifies, transforming into extreme shock and horror. He cannot comprehend how Xing could unleash such a terrifying and subversive strike in an uncontrolled state after being struck and sent flying. Everything exceeds his understanding. But at this moment, the arrow has left the bow, and there is no turning back. Boom! The final clash arrives as expected. Like a meteor striking the earth, Like a deity wielding a hammer to shatter mountains. A terrifying energy storm instantly engulfs the entire arena. The incredibly solid energy shield emits a piercing hum, its light flickering wildly, unstable, as if it could shatter at any moment. The blinding light causes everyone to instinctively close their eyes, and the deafening roar temporarily robs them of their hearing. They can only feel the intense vibrations from the stands beneath their feet, and the suffocating energy waves rushing towards them. Time seems to stretch, perhaps only a moment passes. Or maybe a long while. The light gradually dissipates, and the roaring sound slowly fades. Chapter 91, Tingling Scalp in the first-year rest area, Tian Xing, who had been resting with closed eyes below the stage, slowly opens his eyes. The icy blue pupils glimmer with vitality, and though his breath is still somewhat unsteady, he has clearly recovered a lot. He quickly spots his old acquaintance, Jiang Men-shen, lying on a stretcher nearby, being treated by medical personnel. Tian Xing can't help but grin and calls out loudly, "Hey! Men-shen! What did I say? You won against me in the body refinement stage. I got one back in the blood condensation stage, and now we are all innate. It seems like you're struggling a bit now, huh? You still need to practice." Hearing this, Jiang Men-shen suddenly props himself up on the stretcher, shoots a cold glance at Tian Xing, shakes off the hands of the medical staff helping him, grits his teeth, and takes slow steps toward the exit. "Damn! Tan dog, why is your mouth so reckless?" Lin Dong, unable to bear it any longer, pokes Tian Xing speechlessly. He just got knocked down, and he's hurt badly, and you're here adding fuel to the fire. Tian Xing nonchalantly shrugs, "Phut. Who hasn't he been hurt? Was the blood I spat earlier ketchup? Besides..." He looks in the direction Jiang Men-shen disappeared. His tone unexpectedly serious. "You don't understand. That guy Men-shen is a pure martial arts fanatic. This little setback is nothing." Chapter 92, Gathering Essence outside Beijiang City. Deep in the wilderness, beneath a sand-eroded ancient ruin lies a massive underground altar. The altar is entirely made of a strange dark red rock, as if soaked in blood countless times before drying and solidifying, emitting a heavy scent of blood and rust that is hard to disperse. The walls surrounding the altar are covered with frenzied and twisted murals and runes, depicting endless wars, slaughter, and mountains formed from piled skulls. In the center of the altar stands an indescribable statue. It is not human-shaped, but more like a conceptual existence forcibly fused from countless twisted weapons, shattered armor, and roaring symbols of war, radiating pure brutality that sends shivers down the soul and the most primitive desire for battle. Just gazing at it seems to echo with the roars of countless warriors before death and the thunderous clash of weapons. Chapter 93, Battle Rumbling. The earth trembles more violently, and the ground of the Sulphur Valley cracks open with several massive fissures, spewing out hot, foul-smelling steam mixed with an even stronger sulphur scent. The remaining few mutant ground fire scorpions seem to sense some extremely terrifying presence, anxiously retreating and emitting fearful hissing sounds, no longer the ferocity from before. Tian Xing's expression grows grave to the extreme, tightly gripping the blood-floating tower. Holy Heart Prophet, frantically warning, something ominous is approaching from beneath the ground. Crack! The ground in the center of the valley suddenly collapses, forming a huge pit. Following that, three frenzied, bloodthirsty, and chaotic auras rise like substance into the sky, instantly enveloping the entire valley. Roar! 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 Three distinctly different yet equally heart-stopping roars echo from the pit. The first monster to emerge was nearly twice the size of an ordinary fire scorpion. Its shell was no longer dark red, but a deep brownish black, resembling dried blood, covered in twisted, hideous scars and strange patterns that seemed to be inlaid with skulls. Its pair of pincers was disproportionately huge, edges shimmering with a metallic cold light, clearly containing the terrifying power to tear everything apart. Chapter 94, Massacre in the Valley. Tian Xing was struck hard in the chest by the blood-scarred giant scorpion's heavy pincers. Even though he managed to block it with his knife, he was still sent flying back like he had been hit by a heavy hammer. crashing heavily against the rock wall and coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. His sternum felt as if it was about to shatter, and his internal organs were violently shaken. The white plague scorpions, like maggots on bones, instantly pursued him, their lava tails stabbing straight for his head. Tian Xing's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. There was no way to dodge. No way to block. His inner strength was nearly exhausted. His body was heavily injured. Damn it! He was going to fight back. In this desperate situation, he let out a roar, and a certain chain deep within his soul shattered with a sound. A wild, violent, and bloodthirsty terrifying power surged from deep within his soul, sweeping over his limbs and bones in an instant. Terror and rage activated. Tian Xing suddenly threw his head back and let out a roar that was completely unlike a human voice. The sound was like a wounded beast, filled with endless pain and the madness to destroy everything. His eyes were instantly engulfed by a thick, blood-like crimson light. The icy blue calmness had long since vanished. On the surface of his skin, veins and blood vessels bulged like coiling dragons, showing an ominous dark red color. Chapter 95. The killing blade swallows all. In the depths of the wilderness, Tian Xing was completely unaware of his brother Tian, whose growth troubles. His current state was far from good. Although the blood flames around him had slightly receded, there still remained a trace of terrifying crimson in the depths of his eyes. The ground beneath him was a mess. The remains of the fire scorpions piled up like mountains, and the foul-smelling green blood had almost formed a small stream, which was evaporated into a toxic mist by the lingering high temperature, filling the air. Tian Xing leaned on his knife, breathing heavily, each breath carrying a scalding heat. His chest rising and falling like a bellows. The after-effects of the terror and rage gradually manifested. A sense of weakness originating from his marrow, and a needle-like pain surged from his limbs and bones, but the next moment, a new, even more overwhelming and pure violent energy forcefully suppressed these discomforts, and began to heal. This newly emerged energy was far more pure and powerful than the force he had unleashed with his secret method. Carrying an indifferent will that seemed to casually drop a bit of bait, allowing him, this bottom-feeding fish, to have a feast, even feeling a bit overstuffed. Damn! This attention is indeed substantial. Tian Xing spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, feeling complex emotions. Chapter 96. Sending the treasure boy. Tian Xing's eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying brilliance, with almost no hesitation. Devour. Evolve. Fight to sustain fighting. Isn't this just a custom-made weapon for him? It perfectly matched his ice blood cannon, and a terror and rage state. The so-called backlash from the killing intent. He had even withstood the attention of that indescribable, terrifying existence above him, and even turned around to devour the other party's bait. This little bit of murderous aura that the weapon carried was nothing. What was there to fear? Tian Xing curled the corner of his mouth, the more ferocious, the better. Just right for my use. What is the price? Yu Feng appreciated his straightforwardness, grinning widely. I knew you would definitely want it. As for the price. But then, his expression quickly darkened, and he said coldly, the price is that before the northern border competition, you must cripple Yu Wei from Wutong High School for me. I mean completely cripple him, making him a person who can never practice martial arts again. What? Tian Xing was truly stunned, looking at Yu Feng in disbelief. In his impression, Yu Feng was arrogant and overbearing, but acted fairly and upheld principles and bottom lines. Now he was actually making such a request. Chapter 97. Dancing. Tian Xing stepped through that gilded door, and inside, it was as if two worlds were separated. The chaos of the outside world was instantly isolated by an invisible barrier, replaced by an extreme luxury. A warm breeze, mixed with perfume, fine wine, and a certain enticing sweet fragrance, rushed toward him, enveloping him instantly. What first entered his sight was not the golden splendor he had imagined, but a dreamy, mysterious blue and deep purple. The light was ambiguous, and the enormous dome was not made of traditional lamps, but composed of countless flowing optical fibers and holographic projections. Transforming into a vast starry sky, deep-sea fish schools, or the phantoms of fluttering fairies, with light rain occasionally falling, beautiful yet unreal. Beneath his feet was a thick, soft velvet carpet, absorbing all noise, leaving only the distant sound of a strong rhythmic drumbeat and bass, causing people's hearts to subtly accelerate. The air seemed to tremble slightly with the music. And the most dazzling was the enormous circular stage in the center of the hall, seemingly carved from sapphire. On the stage, dozens of graceful dancers were moving in rhythm, both dynamic and elegant. They weren't wearing revealing clothing, but rather adorned in a kind of shimmering, nearly transparent light gauze, embedded with tiny spiritual stones, flowing with brilliant light trails with each of their movements, as if draping the galaxy over themselves. Chapter 98, Resolution. Damn it. As the deadly blade light approached, the coldness pierced his skin painfully. Yu Wei's pupils suddenly contracted, and a wild, fierce look flashed across his face. The golden Buddha seed he had just refined seemed to be activated, and the remaining Buddhist willpower merged madly with his inner energy. In an instant, a yellow inner energy surged out from his body like boiling water, shining brightly. Golden Bell Shield. Yu Wei roared in anger, his voice like muffled thunder. Buzz? A deep yet grand bell sound seemed to resonate from the void. Suddenly, a solid and ancient golden bell, engraved with old Sanskrit patterns, appeared, enveloping Yu Wei completely. The golden bell's illusion was as solid as reality, radiating a heavy aura of indestructibility, impervious to all laws. This was the essence of the protective Buddhist magic he comprehended while refining the golden Buddha seed. The piercing blade light struck fiercely against the golden bell illusion, producing a deafening roar. But Tan Xing's blade momentum was tyrannical, and the luxurious floor beneath Yu Wei's feet simply could not withstand this blow. Centered around his feet, the exquisite stone cracked inch by inch, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly. It was at this moment. Chapter 99, Killing and Arson with a Golden Belt. Just then, the heavy alloy door of the training room slid open silently. An elderly man with grey hair, but an exceptionally robust figure stepped out. A worn-out pipe clamped between his teeth. His face was rugged, and his gaze was sharp. Just standing there, he exuded a natural heavy aura that felt as if the mountains were pressing down. He scanned the arena, watching Jiang Menshen's almost self-destructive training, especially the pair of blooded fists, with bones visible, and couldn't help but frown slightly, letting out a dissatisfied cold snort from his nostrils. HMPH. In the next moment, a vast and heavy aura erupted from his body like an invisible giant wave, sweeping across the entire training ground. Jiang Menshen, who was crazily pounding on the Iron Man dummy, suddenly felt an irresistible force crashing towards him. He couldn't stabilize his body at all and was directly knocked off the ground, crashing heavily into a pile of debris made of Iron Man dummy remains, instantly stirring up a cloud of metal fragments and dust. Cough cough. Struggling in the wreckage, Jiang Menshen silently got up from the ground. He wiped away a bit of blood at the corner of his mouth, looked up at the old man at the entrance, fell silent for a moment, and finally dropped his gaze, calling out softly, Chapter 100, Refining Military Techniques. Tan Xing suddenly leaped up from the ground, his figure flashing like a ghost. And in an instant, he appeared behind the door. He didn't rush to open the door, but squinted and leaned close to the peephole, scanning outside. A man in a standard outfit from Xuanwu Heavy Industry stood outside, exuding a strong aura, holding a dark metal box about the length of his arm. The box had no fancy patterns, only a menacing Xuanwu totem stamped in the center, exuding a cold and heavy atmosphere. Confirming it was correct, Tan Xing slowly opened the door. The moment the man saw Tan Xing, his eyes sharpened, and he immediately bowed, presenting the metal box with both hands. His tone respectful yet subtly filled with awe. Mr. Tan, on the order of young master, I am here to deliver this item. The young master specifically instructed that this item is dangerous, so please handle it with caution. Understood, please thank the young master for me. Tan Xing expressionlessly took the box. It felt unexpectedly heavy in his hands, causing his eyebrows to raise slightly. The man said no more, bowed again, and quickly turned to leave. His figure soon disappearing into the shadows of the corridor, his movements clean and swift. Tian Xing slammed the door shut and locked it, eagerly placing the metal box on the table. He used a hint of inner energy in his fingertips to gently press on the Xuanwu totem. Chapter 101. The first day's schedule, rather than a fierce competition, resembled a grand opening ceremony and warm-up show. The main process involved the participating high school contestants from various schools taking turns to appear on stage, as the middle school division's list of qualifiers had already been determined. The highlight of today was actually the drawing and grouping of the high school contestants, deciding the combat list for the real battles starting tomorrow. Although the process was somewhat lengthy, it was an excellent opportunity for the countless spectators in the stands to observe all the contestants up close and assess their strength and condition. Whenever a star contestant took the central stage, it would trigger deafening cheers from their supporters. Zijing Zhongzhuan, certain victory. Zhua Sheng, look over here. Murong Zhuan, ah. Various school flags and glow sticks wildly waved in the stands, converging into a boiling ocean. The sound waves surged like tangible shockwaves, each wave higher than the last, almost tearing apart the noise above the bird's nest. After the contestant introduction segment, the grand competition co-hosted by the Beijiang Martial Arts Association and the Beijiang Giant Morning Star Group immediately showcased the substantial financial backing behind it. The warm-up performance, entirely arranged by Morning Star, was of extremely high standards and explosive effects. Chapter 102. The first battle. President Xiao Beishan's opening speech ignited the powder keg, and the entire Bird's Nest Stadium boiled with deafening cheers for nearly 10 minutes before the staff managed to calm it down slightly. However, the fighting spirit and restlessness in the air weighed heavily on the hearts of every contestant. After the opening ceremony, the teams from each school, led by their teachers, exited in an orderly manner, returning to their respective resting areas to make final preparations for the fierce battles starting in the afternoon. In the Jinglan Martial High School's lounge, the atmosphere was tense yet excited. Shubo's sharp gaze swept over the three contestants representing Jinglan: Fang Yu, Lei Dao, and Tian Xing. I've seen the match list. Shubo's voice was deep. Everyone, focus your spirits to the fullest. He first looked at Fang Yu, Jishu, the bull of Zijing Martial High, a strength type. It is said that his training in true martial arts relates to muscle explosion, and his raw strength is astonishing, possibly even surpassing yours. His characteristic is a slow start, but once he charges, his momentum is fierce. Your strategy is to prevent him from gaining momentum for a charge. Fang Yu smiled and said, I understand. You can rest assured. Shubo nodded, looking at Lei Dao. Lei Dao, your opponent is Ji Yulishuan, the thundergun of Zijing High School's second year, fast. His shooting technique is known for speed and strange changes in direction, making him very tricky. Chapter 103. On Stage Roar. Amidst the deafening cheers, two figures strode out from different passages. Lei Dao twisted his neck, his fists colliding, producing dull thuds, a wild and unrestrained smile on his face, his burning fighting spirit unabashed. Each of his steps was steady and powerful, like a bear ready to charge. On the other side, Ji Yulishuan was entirely different. He was tall and well-proportioned, holding a shiny silver spear, the tip glinting coldly. His expression was stern, his gaze sharp, and his steps light and swift, resembling a leopard locking onto its prey, with faint electric arcs jumping around him, exuding a dangerous aura. As the two climbed onto the stage, their auras clashed, one heavy and fierce, the other light and swift, forming a stark contrast. The match began. The referee waved his hand down. Almost at the moment it started, Ji Yulishuan moved. His figure flickered, leaving a series of faint after-images, moving with the spear, the bright silver spear darting forward like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, accompanied by a piercing shriek and a flicker of electric light, stabbing directly at Lei Dao's face. The speed exceeded the limits of normal human reaction. So fast, the stands erupted in gasps. Lei Dao's pupils contracted, roaring fiercely, charging forward instead of retreating, his right fist bursting with blood energy, bringing a domineering gust of wind, as he ruthlessly smashed towards the spear. Chapter 104, Too weak. A glint of cold light flashed in Liu Hanxi's eyes, and the speed of her wing blade descended even faster. Swish! The anticipated scene of her palm being shredded did not occur. Tian Xing's hand knife collided with the ice wing, producing a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. The golden red holy blood's cold air and the deep blue ice shards exploded simultaneously. A tremendous force surged from the wing blade, and Tian Xing used the force to float back, landing steadily 10 meters away, shaking off his slightly numb hand, which was covered in a thin layer of ice, but was instantly shattered by the inner energy surging from his body. On Liu Hanxi's ice wing, a shallow mark was actually carved out, though it was immediately repaired by the cold air, but this scene still made everyone knowledgeable gasp, receiving the cold wing barehanded. Murong Zhuan's smile froze on his face. In Liu Hanxi's cold eyes, a clear fluctuation appeared for the first time, an emotion called surprise. Her cold wing was actually marked by the opponent's hand knife. Oh? Quite tough. Tian Xing smiled broadly, but his eyes were even more excited. Can't waste it. He suddenly turned his hand, and the blood Buddha appeared in his grasp. A more intense and violent blood aura, like a slumbering ferocious beast, slowly awakened. Chapter 105, Damn it. Seeking death. Boom. The audience's brains seemed to be stunned into silence by this sudden reversal. Liu Hanxi's momentum, which had reached its peak, suddenly stagnated. And for the first time, an emotion named shock appeared in his ice-blue eyes. He actually has ice-type abilities. And this aura, if it's not a supernatural power, then what kind of martial art is this? In the Jinglan preparation area, Feng Yu and teacher Shubo were completely petrified. In the box, Yu Feng's cup fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces, yet he was oblivious, staring intently at Tian Xing on the screen, his mind blank. Damn. Is there more? What kind of monster is this? With a clang, a sword rang out. At the same time, in the Wutong preparation area, a suppressed yet clear sword cry soared into the sky. Zhuo Sheng, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them, his gaze sharp as lightning. The ancient sword named Yaxing beside him vibrated on its own in the sheath, buzzing incessantly, erupting with unprecedented battle intent. Commentator Old Li, in extreme shock, regained his voice and shouted hoarsely, Ice-type supernatural power. No. Absolutely not. This is using the sword to control the cold, intent moving to freeze. This is the true essence of sword intent and martial combat techniques. Chapter 106, Battle. Tian Xing stood in the referee room, completely dazed, watching Chen Beidou spitting and confronting the entire judging panel, causing their faces to turn red. It was that bastard Liu Hanxi who made the first move. A sneak attack from behind. Tian Xing was acting in self-defense. It was the most instinctive reaction of a martial artist. Can he really be blamed for this? But Vice President, a referee said urgently, sweat pouring from his forehead, the impact is too bad. It's being broadcast live across the city, under everyone's gaze. A genius was directly crippled. We must consider the image and subsequent impact of our competition. Impact? What the hell impact? Chen Beidou slammed the table, causing the teacups to rattle. His tiger eyes widened as he scanned the faces of every referee present, his voice suddenly rising, filled with an undeniable arrogance. My rules are my rules. It's only allowed for her, Liu Hanxi, to sneak attack and deal a fatal blow, but not for Tian Xing to retaliate and cripple her. What kind of reasoning is that? If Tian Xing is penalized today, it would be equivalent to telling all martial artists in the world, feel free to sneak attack in the arena, if you win, you profit, and if you lose, there are no consequences. The association will help you cover up and seek justice. What will this competition become? A carnival for despicable scum. Chapter 107, Battle. Dear viewers. Dear viewers. On the commentary platform, Old Li's voice timely broke through, trying to pull everyone out of the shock brought by Xing's domineering three swords. His voice carried a hint of lingering excitement, but was restrained as he guided the competition. Incredible. Simply unbelievable. The Yaxing sword Xing has once again proven to us what a crushing victory looks like with his undisputed absolute strength. The Xuanfa High School has had a bad year, with two major trump cards failing one after another. It's truly regrettable. But he suddenly changed his tone. Raising his pitch again, the charm of the martial arts competition lies in its unpredictability, where strong warriors gather, and no one is an invincible myth. The old legend has ended, and new challenges are on the way. Let's take a moment to calm down and turn our attention to the next match, which is bound to be equally spectacular. The big screen switched to the profiles and images of the two new contestants. Next up, the second round, third match. The Little Celestial Master Zhong Xuanzhen from Xing Martial High versus the Thunder King Lei Yankun from Wutong Martial High. One hails from the orthodox Longhu lineage, and has already cultivated the Taoist five thunder righteous method to the realm of intention moving at a young age. While the other possesses thunderfire internal power, using offense as defense, a fierce and domineering fighter. Chapter 108, Desire. Late at night. In a luxurious suite on the top floor of the hotel arranged by the Northern Frontier Martial Arts Association, overlooking most of the city's night scene. Two figures sat facing each other, with a few exquisite dishes and an obviously expensive bottle of liquor on the coffee table between them. The huge holographic projection screen was replaying in slow motion the most exciting battle clips from the day, Tan Xing's bloody strike that tore through ice wings, Ma Yixiong's dual swords exploding with dazzling light, Xing's crushing three swords, and Zhong Xuanzhen summoning heavenly thunder with magnificent might. TSK. Chen Beidu took a big gulp of the liquor in his cup, the spicy liquid sliding down his throat, making him squint comfortably. He pointed at the still image of Ma Yixiong's sunny smile contrasted with the blood-dripping curved blade, saying in a rough voice, "Old Chiu, did you see that? These little brats this year are all more bizarre and fierce than the last. This is the atmosphere that the martial arts world should have. Talented prodigies emerging. How fortunate for the Northern Frontier." His companion, Chiu Bat-Ian, the president of the Northern Frontier Martial Arts Association, did not respond directly. He took a slow sip of his drink, his gaze still fixed on the screen, watching the young figures already showing astonishing brilliance, his eyes deep. Chapter 109, Great Doom. In the hotel room, ice shards slowly fell, and before they could completely touch the ground, they evaporated and disappeared in the pervasive hot blood aura. Tan Xing slowly withdrew his power, the phenomenon of intertwining ice and blood in his eyes receding, leaving only an unfathomable calm. After half a night of cultivation, the sacred ice-blood scripture advanced further, and he gained a deeper understanding of the techniques and intents of many strong enemies he had seen during the day. But he knew that insights were ultimately illusory, real breakthroughs had to be validated in life-and-death battles. Ma Yixiong's blazing sword intent, Xing's lethal sword momentum, Zhong Xuanzhen's five thunder righteous method, he murmured these names, one by one, they were all powerful. Instead of feeling pressured, he felt a hunter's excitement upon encountering a desired prey. Every cell in his body craving battle. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, and Shubo's voice came from outside, Tan Xing. The match schedule for tomorrow has come out. Tan Xing got up to open the door, and stepped outside. Shubo and the still somewhat pale Lei Dao stood outside. While Fang Yu silently stood nearby, the atmosphere slightly tense. Shubo handed the tactical tablet in his hand to Tan Xing. And the screen displayed a prominent list of the top 6 matches. Upper half, Fang Yu, Jinglan Martial High, versus Xing, Wutong Martial High, Chapter 110, Evil versus Magnificence. On the arena, the air was as heavy as iron, and the invisible pressure rendered the audience silent. Zhong Xuanzhen, dressed in a light purple Taoist robe, stood tall like a solitary pine by the abyss, his clear gaze calmly fixed on Tan Xing opposite him. His fingertips hung naturally. with faint arcs of electricity dancing on them, emitting barely audible crackling sounds. Tian Xing, on the other hand, was in a completely different state. He was moving his neck and shoulders, the joints cracking crisply, a smile on his face, and his eyes shining brilliantly. A fierce and oppressive aura spread uncontrollably, causing those near the arena to feel an inexplicable heart palpitation. The match begins. The moment the referee's arm came down, the fighters darted forward like startled swans, leaving the arena completely to the two geniuses. Tian Xing reached out with his right hand, commanding, "Come out." Buzz! A rich blood light suddenly erupted, as if drawing a sea of blood from the void. A long knife, shaped grotesquely and seemingly forged from solidified blood, boldly fell into his hand. The blade hummed, and the murderous aura it emitted caused the surrounding temperature to plummet, while a strange, scorching blood mist began to rise. This was the blood floating tower. On the other side, Zhong Xuanzhen remained calm, simply raising his palm to the sky, fingers slightly bent, coldly uttering, "Thunder comes." Chapter 111, What the hell is this? The two clashed fiercely once more. The blood-floating tower and the thunder-pattern wooden sword collided violently, each impact exploding with dazzling sparks and chaotic energy. Zhong Xuanzhen was surrounded by brilliant lightning, embodying the essence of yang and strength. Tian Xing's blade was entwined with a bizarre energy of ice and blood, embodying ferocity and murder. The two completely different forces clashed madly, sending visible ripples spreading outwards. In the audience, most people felt their blood boiling, sensing the two exchanging blows with dazzling light and shadow, fighting evenly, a spectacular sight. However, in the eyes of seasoned powerhouses like Qiu Batian and Chen Beidu, as well as peers like Xu Sheng and Ma Yixiong, the battle had already revealed a completely different situation. This is bad. The principal of Xing Martial Arts High School furrowed his brows. Xuanzhen's sword path is completely suppressed. After he spoke, he couldn't help but glare fiercely at the grinning Jiu Shanjiao from Jinglan High School, whose face was all creased up as he muttered, "This old man really found a treasure." Anyone with discernment knew that it was not that Zhong Xuanzhen's true martial 7 cuts were inferior. This sword technique was secretly passed down from Longhu Mountain, its moves fluid and adaptable, harmonizing yin and yang, defensive like deep pools and towering mountains, offensive like thunderous waterfalls, truly extraordinary and immensely powerful. Chapter 112, The result. Looking at the roaring thunder dragons approaching, Tian Xing hovered in mid-air, crimson wings suddenly flapping, infusing all the holy blood's cold energy and murderous aura into the blood-floating tower. The blade was instantly enveloped in red and blue light, an unsettling bloodthirst mixed with extreme coldness radiating outwards. He gripped the knife with both hands, spinning like a storm, ice-prisoned blood ring. With a low roar, the blade's light whirled like a wheel, the chilling blade energy exploding, transforming into a continuously expanding golden-red ice ring that surged outward around him. Where the ice ring passed, the air solidified, the lightning slowed, as if even the blood and chi were about to be completely frozen. Then, the ice ring erupted. Countless shards of ice wrapped in bloodthirsty knife intent turning into a storm of flying blades, like a devastating ice-blood tempest, rushing towards the multitude of thunder dragons. In an instant, above the sky, the thunder's roar intertwined with the ringing of the blade ring. One by one, the thunder dragons were struck by the bloodthirsty ice blades, shattering continuously, the lightning exploding like falling star rain. Meanwhile, the ice ring was relentlessly tearing through the lightning, advancing in layers, where the blood-colored frost blades touched. Even the lightning seemed to be momentarily frozen before shattering. This. The commentator Old Li was already at a loss for words. Chapter 113, The finale. Jiu Lishuan's marksmanship was indeed sharp and rapid, like sudden thunder. Each point of Cold Star always managing to intercept Ma Yixiong's most dangerous dual-blade attacks at the last moment, redirecting and neutralizing the force. For a moment, the arena seemed enveloped by a barrier formed by countless gun shadows. The thunder gun lived up to its name. This defense was utterly impenetrable. Some audience members gasped in admiration. But Ma Yixiong's assault was too fierce. He gave no breathing space. Old Li spoke rapidly, an incredible rhythm of attack and defense. The shooter Jiu Lishuan's gun seems to possess foresight, always able to intercept Ma Yixiong's dual blades at the most critical moments. But Ma Yixiong's assault is like a torrential storm, one blade faster than the next, each one fiercer than the last. He is compressing Jiu Lishuan's movement space. In the VIP seats, a middle-aged man from Xing Martial Arts High School smiled slightly, saying to Chiobat Ian, "Lishuan's defense has been established, next comes." Before he finished speaking, the situation in the arena suddenly changed. Jiu Lishuan, who had been on the defensive, using his gun to absorb force, suddenly had a spark in his eyes, seizing a tiny gap in Ma Yixiong's alternating dual blades, and the previously steady force erupted suddenly. Thunderbreak Cloud. Chapter 114, letting go as soon as the door to the lounge closed, before she could take a seat, hurried yet steady footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. The door was pushed open again, revealing several individuals with an extraordinary demeanor, dressed in attire clearly different from the local style of Beijiang, striding in swiftly. Leading them was a spirited elder, whose eyes flickered with sharpness. Behind him followed several similarly profound-looking attendants. The person in charge of Tian Martial University, who had been chatting and laughing with Di Bei and Jiu Shanjiao, immediately stiffened at the sight of the newcomer, rising respectfully and asking, "Director Shu, what brings you here in person?" The elder, referred to as Director Shu, chuckled heartily, his voice resonant, with such talent emerging from Beijiang. "How can this old bone of mine sit still?" His gaze, like lightning, fell instantly on Ma Yixiong, Xing, and Tan Xing in the center of the room. Unabashedly expressing admiration, "Good. Good. Good. Solid foundation, vigorous blood qi, brilliance shining forth. Especially you, Ma Yixiong." That last strike had the air of the former king of the Broken Mountains. Ma Yixiong's eyes lit up. Someone who could recognize the subtleties of his blade technique was certainly no ordinary person. Chapter 115, The Last Dance. Liu Hanqi sat motionless by the window, like a solidified statue. The sky outside shifted from light to dark, the last rays of the setting sun swallowed by darkness. Suddenly, heavy rain poured down. Large raindrops pattering against the glass, leaving winding trails of water. At that moment, a blinding flash of lightning split the night sky, its pale light illuminating the entire hospital room. In that fleeting instant, Liu Hanqi's body trembled, and in the rain-soaked reflection on the glass, she clearly saw a dark figure silently standing by her bed. "Who?" Liu Hanqi spun around abruptly, her voice tinged with uncontainable shock. The room was eerily silent, the only sound being the rain tapping against the window. Another flash of lightning illuminated the figure standing by the bed. It was a man dressed in a well-tailored, expensive dark suit, his hair meticulously styled, even sporting a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, appearing not like an intruder, but rather like a refined scholar, or a successful businessman. However, the cold and eerie aura he exuded felt out of place in the disinfectant-scented hospital room. Chapter 116, The Transmission. After Liu Hanqi carefully placed 3 letters into her inner pocket, she closed her eyes and focused, secretly drawing upon the strange power from the foreign evil god within her. This cold and ominous force surged like a ferocious beast lurking within the meridians. Restless yet also her last desperate card. Just then, the ward door was gently pushed open. Liu Hanqiao entered carefully, holding a thermos, followed by a middle-aged woman with a gentle demeanor, whose features were strikingly similar to hers, Liu Hanqiao's mother and Liu Hanqi's stepmother, Zhongting. The air was filled with the scent of disinfectant, which seemed to be quietly covered by a hint of sweet warmth. "Sis, are you awake? Mom just made sweet rice balls, they are still warm," Liu Hanqiao said softly, trying to keep her tone light. Liu Hanqi turned her head, her gaze sweeping over her sister and stepmother. The cold and resolute expression on her face melted away like the arrival of spring, replaced by an unusually gentle smile. Auntie. Hanchao, you're here, she said, her voice slightly hoarse, but carrying a hint of warmth. Zhongting quickly approached the bedside, and the moment she saw Liu Hanxi, her eyes turned red. She hurriedly lowered her head, and deftly twisted open the thermos. Chapter 117, The People Chunfeng Community, Unit 3, 5th floor, Door 302. Tian, who led Liu Hanchao and Zhongting, the three standing before a brand new, cold metallic security door, exchanging glances. Is your brother not back yet? You don't even have the key to your own house. Liu Hanchao looked at the closed door, her inner anxiety flaring like fire, unable to help but ask. Her palms sweating enough to almost soak the letter in her pocket. Tian, who fiddled with a set of keys, gesturing at the obviously different keyhole on the door. His face filled with irritation. The original key to my house was a cross, but this lock has clearly been changed. What can I do? My brother should have been back by now, let us wait a bit longer. He stubbornly pushed the door again, but it didn't budge. Damn, this damn door. Just then, a slightly puzzled voice leisurely rang out from behind them, What are you blocking my door for? Since when did you become so polite, Huzi? Waiting for me to open the door when you're entering your own house. The three turned abruptly to see Tan Xing, who had quietly appeared in the shadow of the hallway, hands in his pockets, tilting his head at them, a smile on his face. Chapter 118, The Meeting. Tan, who rushed straight to the Martial Arts Association's residential building where Chen Beidu was located. Master! Master! His voice arrived before he did, booming through the corridor and causing it to reverberate. He burst through the door and dashed straight to the training ground in the inner courtyard. Inside the courtyard, Chen Beidu was leisurely practicing Tai Chi in a loose training outfit. The sudden shout from his disciple made him frown, and he stopped mid-movement, scolding, "You little brat. What are you shouting about? Is the sky falling or is the ground sinking? You have no composure at all." Tan, who didn't have time to explain, rushing forward and directly shoving a sealed letter into Chen Beidu's hand, gasping for breath. Master! My brother asked me to deliver this to you immediately. It's urgent. It must be opened by you personally, or immediately passed on to President Chiu Bat-Ian. Hearing the name Tan Xing, Chen Beidu's impatience slightly subsided. His feelings toward that reckless yet exceptionally talented kid were complicated, but he knew that despite his arrogance, the kid never muddled through serious matters. Chen Beidu's expression hardened as he quickly pulled out the letter, his gaze sweeping over Liu Hanxi's sharp and resolute handwriting. In just a few lines, his pupils suddenly constricted, and the calm aura surrounding him instantly transformed into that of a volcano about to erupt, a heavy pressure radiating outwards, making Tan, who almost unable to breathe. Chapter 119, Prelude. Boguang City, the top floor of Xing Star Tower. The clouds rolled outside the 360-degree floor-to-ceiling windows, as if one were suspended in the sky. The conference room was austere and imposing, the overall style simple and unadorned, with only the central Xing Star logo quietly circulating in the holographic projection, emitting a deep blue glow. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the man sitting in the main seat, Xing Star's president, Yu Bei-chen. He simply sat there, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the mirror-smooth tabletop, yet an invisible pressure naturally emanated from him, making the atmosphere inside the room exceptionally heavy. Several high-ranking executives in the company, usually commanding and influential, were now sitting up straight, unconsciously lightening their breathing. Mr. Yu, a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding a competent aura, stood up in response. Her voice clear and calm, yet still betraying a hint of barely detectable tension. Regarding this year's Boguang Martial Arts Tournament co-hosted with the Martial Arts Association. All final data has been compiled, please take a look. As her words fell, the massive holographic projection screen behind her suddenly lit up. Buzz? The deep activation sound swept across the conference room, countless streams of light bursting forth, and a dense array of data flashed before everyone's eyes. Chapter 120, Heroes Compensation. Chunfeng Community, Tan Xing's home. The atmosphere in the living room was heated, with Tan Xing, Jiang Menshen, Zhong Xuanzhen, and others gathered around the coffee table. Their expressions serious as they discussed the action plan for tonight. A layout map of Yundang Tiangong spread across the table, with markers drawn all over. Just as they were discussing a crucial point, Ma Yixiong, who had been focused on the blueprints, suddenly raised his head, rubbed his rumbling stomach, and shouted at Tan Xing. "Old Tan, I'm starving. Get the brothers some real food. How can we have the strength to fight tonight if we don't eat enough?" As soon as he said this, it immediately sparked a chorus of agreement. Everyone's eyes suddenly focused on Tan Xing exactly. The sound of thunder boomed as a palm the size of a fan slammed down on the coffee table, causing the blueprints to jump. "I want to eat 3 portions of the fiery barbarian beef ribs from Zhenxue Hall. That stuff is energizing. 1 meal can help me take down 3 or 5 thugs. I just need 1 portion of the blazing golden feather soup, accompanied by 3 red jade spirit rice balls." Zhong Xuanzhen said without looking up, his finger still precisely pointing at a crucial spot on the map. "Barbarian beef fried rice, large portion." Jiang Menshen also rubbed his stomach succinctly. Chapter 121, Anger. Tan Xing looked at Ma Yixiong, whose face was as dark as water. And a hint of temptation involuntarily flashed through his mind at the suggestion. Damn, it was tempting. Tan, who, on the side, was even more eager for chaos, almost jumping up with excitement. "Yixiong, leave it to me. This kind of work is my specialty." Tan Xing shot his brother a fierce glare. Then his face showed intense struggle. Did he not want to deal with this stupid relative? Throughout their lives, these uncles and aunts had been like a thorn in his side, and when his father was alive, he had helped them selflessly, only to have them grow greedy and feel entitled to everything. After his father's sacrifice, what he received was not gratitude, but cold indifference, harsh ridicule, and even attempts to take away the last bit of support for him and his brother, the hero's compensation earned with their father's life. But then he thought of his mother's increasingly haggard yet strong face. He knows better than anyone why his mother repeatedly tolerates this pack of wolves. Back then, when his father insisted on supporting this useless younger brother, his mother often quarreled and got angry about it. But ever since the news of his father's death in battle arrived, everything changed. His mother became like his father, tolerating this family of fools. Chapter 122. He, brother. I understand. When Tan slowly awakened from her coma, the first sensation she felt was a heart-wrenching pain in her wrists and ankles. She instinctively tried to move her limbs, but found herself tightly bound by rough industrial straps. Even the slightest movement made the plastic straps bite deeper into her flesh, causing sharp pain. A severe dizziness crashed against her consciousness like a tide, and her vision blurred, making it hard to tell where she was. Fear made her instinctively want to summon that weak yet protective flame ability. Even a small flicker in her palm would bring a sense of safety. Just as she focused her mind, trying to channel her ability, a gloomy voice suddenly echoed above her head, dripping with mockery. I advise you not to move. The voice was not loud, but it was like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the courage Tan had just managed to gather, making her blood feel as if it had frozen. She struggled to lift her head, her blurred vision gradually clearing, and the sight before her took her breath away. She saw Tan, who looking down at her, a chilling smile plastered on his face. Chapter 123. Clear thoughts, blood condensation promotion. He effortlessly carried the unconscious Tan Shun couple, as if they were 2 livestock awaiting processing. Tan strained her strength, cautiously following behind like a startled bird. Tan, who was evidently very familiar with the surroundings, deliberately choosing dark corridors while skillfully avoiding all surveillance cameras and late-night pedestrians. Arriving at Tan Shun's old family car, Tan, who roughly shoved the Tan Shun couple into the back seat, gesturing for Tan to get in as well, and then he sat in the driver's seat. The car sped off, and the scenery outside rushed past. After the initial relief, Tan looked at the increasingly remote road outside, and her unease grew like poisonous weeds. Cousin, This isn't the way back to my house, is it? She asked, her voice trembling. Tian, who glanced at her through the rearview mirror. The last hint of feigned warmth in his eyes disappearing, leaving only a coldness, as if he were looking at a dead object. But the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Don't worry, we'll be there soon, this will send you on your way. Before he finished speaking, the car suddenly slammed to a stop beside a desolate bank of the Kanglan River. This place was far from the city, with only the turbulent river flowing. And the surroundings were terrifyingly silent. Chapter 124 Prelude. Yundang Qiangong, the undisputed top-tier money pit in Boguang City, it's luxury enough to make ordinary people hesitate. Huge crystal chandeliers illuminated the hall, as if it were daytime, and the reflective marble floor mirrored the figures of guests coming and going. The air was filled with the elegant fragrance of expensive perfumes and rare spiritual plants, and every breath felt like burning spirit coins. As Tan Xing and Jiang Men-shen stepped into the hall, a well-dressed female manager, in a fitted chapao, approached them. Her gaze lingered slightly on Tan Xing's face. A glimmer of recognition flashing in her eyes. How could she not recognize this rising star in Boguang? Mr. Tan, Mr. Jiang, welcome. The female manager smiled appropriately. Her demeanor respectful yet not servile. You two are on the guest list of Kailioli, and the private room reserved by Mr. Ma Ishiong is ready. The other distinguished guests have already arrived, please follow me. Tan Xing and Jiang Men-shen exchanged a glance, silently noting the movements around them. Following the female manager through the corridor, the doors of the private rooms on either side were tightly shut, an unusual heaviness hanging in the silence. Business is booming at Yundang Qiangong today. Chapter 125 Tragedy. At that moment, he. A low, gentle yet inexplicably eerie laughter echoed in the private room, as if it had drilled straight into everyone's hearts. The crowd turned to look, and in the shadows of the corner, a figure slowly emerged. That of a well-dressed cultist man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He adjusted his glasses, a satisfied smile on his face, as if everything was under control. His gaze swept across the room, finally landing on Liu Hanqi with a tone of approval. Very good, Liu Hanqi, you made a wise choice. Now, it is time to welcome more lost lambs to bask in divine grace. Before he finished speaking, boom. The heavy wooden door of the private room suddenly exploded. Wood chips flying as dozens of figures surged in like a tide. Some were dressed in Yundang Qiangong servant uniforms, others disguised as ordinary guests. All with fierce eyes and cold breaths, instantly sealing off all exits of the private room. Even more chillingly, the sound of countless footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. A powerful and sinister aura intertwining like a net, clearly indicating that more cultists were lying in ambush outside. Chapter 126 Vanishing Mystical Wings. Just as Zhuo Bieli's killing intent surged, wanting to tear Liu Hanqi apart, Zhuo Bieli? A roar like thunder erupted. The overwhelming hatred and powerful aura contained in the voice shook the entire private room. In the past, you led a blood sacrifice in Boguang, causing countless comrades in the Martial Arts Association and the Security Bureau to die tragically, nearly severing the Night Patrol Division. This blood debt must be settled today, with interest. Zhuo Bieli's expression changed drastically upon hearing the voice. He was all too familiar with it, belonging to Tian, the president of the Boguang Martial Arts Association, known as the Wild Bull. Before he could finish speaking, boom! The wall on one side of the private room exploded like it was made of paper. Amidst the flying debris and dust, a figure as burly as a violent bear broke through the ruins and charged in. He radiated a murderous aura. And in his right hand, he even carried a limp corpse. As the dust began to settle, Zhuo Bieli's pupils constricted violently the moment he recognized the face of the corpse in Qiu Beishan's hand. A chill shot straight to the top of his head. That was his fellow deacon from the cult, known for his cunning and ruthlessness, the Dark Tooth. At this moment, this peer-level powerhouse was being held like a dead dog by Qiu, his neck at an extremely unnatural angle, clearly having had his throat and neck bones completely shattered. Chapter 127 Acknowledgement. Seeing Tian, Xing and the others pounce on Zhuobieli like wolf cubs with red eyes, Chen Beidu was startled and instinctively wanted to step forward to stop them. After all, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse, no matter how severely injured. Zhuobieli was still a formidable opponent at the outer level. If he retaliated in his last moments, the future hope of Beijiang would be lost. And that price he could not afford. Old Chen, don't be impatient. A steady and powerful hand pressed down on Chen Beidu's shoulder. It was Tian. His gaze was sharp, fixed on the battle circle, and there was not much worry on his face, but rather a sense of scrutiny and coldness. Rest assured. This old dog is already at the end of his tether. Qiubaishan's voice was deep, yet carried an undeniable certainty. That spear of yours pierced through his Qi and Danqian. The evil energy he relied on to rampage has long since drained away. Now, he is merely a shell of his former self in the outer realm, with less than 1/10 of his full strength remaining. He paused, watching as Charlie Chaplin, besieged by the boy's relentless attacks, struggled desperately, looking utterly miserable. A cold smile crept onto his lips. Moreover, with the four of us here, can he really turn the tide? Perfect. Let these little brats practice on this old dog and witness the ferocity of a true high-level warrior's last-ditch counterattack. This experience of life-and-death combat is far better than their 10 years of closed-door training. Chapter 128. The soul returns to the Great Wall in the wilderness of the southern district of North Jiang City, deep within the desolate and uninhabited Sualin Sea. Towering ancient trees blocked the sky and sun, making it difficult for even midday sunlight to penetrate. At the core of this wild land stood an ancient altar, eerily erect. The air here seemed to have solidified, carrying a strange scent of decayed sandalwood mixed with blood, making one dizzy with just a single breath. The walls were densely covered with dark purple moss, which seemed to move slightly as if alive, as though it was sucking some kind of energy from the altar. In the center of the altar's hall, a terrifying stone statue towering 5 meters cast a heavy shadow. It was a vividly carved 5-eyed, 3-legged toad. The 3 giant legs beneath its belly gripped the ground firmly, while the 5 standing eyes on its back were entirely inlaid with dark red gemstones, currently radiating eerie light. Coldly gazing down, as if a deity scrutinizing ants. Beneath the statue, a man dressed in a scarlet robe, with intricate patterns, was prostrating himself on the ground, worshipping with utmost devotion. The language he chanted was not of this world, but filled with twisted, obscure syllables of incantation. With each bow and chant, the red gemstone eyes of the toad statue glowed brightly, as if responding to him. Chapter 129. Pain. At this moment, the dungeon had turned into a hell on earth. Fewer than 10 brothers from the Wang family charged in, yet they unleashed an overwhelming momentum akin to 1,000 troops, each step filled with a resolute sense of death. They were clearly here to face death. When their blades dulled, they used their fists to strike, and their teeth to bite. When their arm bones broke, they lunged forward, using their last ounce of strength to detonate the high explosives they carried. Each deafening explosion meant a brother perished alongside the enemy. The dazzling yet fleeting firelight illuminated faces that looked fearless in the face of death, searing into Zulin's heart like a red-hot iron. Ah! Zulin writhed in agony. His shoulder blade pierced by the moonlight shackles, cracking under the unbearable strain, putrid flesh mixed with dark red blood falling away, revealing his white bones. But the physical pain was nothing compared to the despair in his heart. His eyes were bloodshot, nearly splitting at the corners. A voice inside him roared madly, crying out in blooded screams, "Run! Get out of here! Don't mind me. When I'm dead, please don't come back." But his severed tongue could only turn this wail into a hoarse, gasping sound from deep within his throat, like a trapped beast. Chapter 130. Departure. The battle at Yun Dingqian Palace, and the subsequent pursuit in the wilderness, was like a violent storm sweeping through North Jiang, quickly spreading throughout the city, then to the entire Northern Plains Road, even drawing higher-level attention. In this battle, the core power of the Mesa Church in North Jiang was uprooted, with 4 of the 8 deacons lost in one fell swoop, marking an unprecedented blow. As the news spread, the remnants of the evil cult lurking across North Jiang were like demons exposed to sunlight, hastily retreating and disappearing, making it difficult for them to regroup in a short time. Meanwhile, the younger generation of North Jiang, who shone brightly in this battle, gained immense fame. Names like Tan Xing, Murong Zhuan, Jiang Men Shen, Zhua Sheng, and Ma Yizhong spread at an unprecedented speed, becoming the focus of admiration among young warriors across North Jiang and even wider regions. The terrifying potential and fierce combat power they displayed made everyone clearly realize the new generation of leaders in North Jiang City had risen strongly, capable of supporting the facade of North Jiang for decades to come. After the battle, Tan Xing and others, under the strict escort of the security department, directly entered the Abnormal Detection Center for a comprehensive 2-day examination and treatment. Chapter 131, Why Am I So Weak? What Nonsense? Tan Xing was pulled out of his shock by his brother's words. He quickly reined in all his exposed emotions, adopting a nonchalant expression that even seemed a bit disdainful. Digging in his ears, is being in the blood condensation realm really that impressive? Look at how cocky you are. Let me tell you, I can still beat you to the ground with one hand. With the other hand, I can even fry you an egg. He waved his hand, as if swatting away flies. Stop showing off here, hurry back to your master and practice. The Northern Plains Road Grand Competition is no joke. There are countless heroes in the world, and with your little strength, you are nothing. Your brother is so awesome, but I haven't seen anyone as arrogant as you. Oh? Tan, who scratched his head, feeling that his elder brother's scolding had extinguished the small flame of pride he had just felt. Thinking that his brother made sense, brother, I wasn't being arrogant. You're right. The blood condensation realm isn't that impressive. I'll go practice now. Don't worry, I won't embarrass the old Tan family at the Northern Plains Road Grand Competition. Saying this, Tan Hu turned around and cheerfully pushed the door out. Bang! With the sound of the security door being heavily shut, the carefree expression on Tan Xing's face instantly crumbled, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 132, The atmosphere is lively. With 2 days left until the martial arts grand competition, the atmosphere in the 20 cities of Northern Plains Road was lively, with every citizen discussing this annual grand event. The talents from each city were either in seclusion breaking through their bottlenecks or nurturing their spirits, all making the final sprint for tomorrow's battle. Meanwhile, in the top-secret meeting hall of the Martial Arts Association in North Jiang City, the atmosphere was so tense it was suffocating. On either side of the long table sat the 20 powerful presidents of the Martial Arts Association from Northern Plains Road, all present without exception. Each of them had a deep aura, typically holding high positions, yet at this moment, they were silent, with only the sound of their fingertips unconsciously tapping the table echoing clearly in the pin-drop silence. Chiu Bat-Ian looked around at these true big shots of Northern Plains Road, cleared his throat, and spoke in a deep voice, Presidents, welcome to North Jiang. This year's Northern Plains Road Grand Competition is fully organized by our North Jiang Martial Arts Association, and I represent. Enough? Chiu kid. Stop with the flattery. Before he could finish, an elderly man with white hair and a red face impatiently slammed his palm on the heavy ironwood table, producing a muffled sound that interrupted Chiu Baishan's words. Chapter 133, The battle begins in the area where the North Jiang City representative team was located. Chen Beidu took one last look at his 6 teammates. He sounded like a bell, but this time he controlled his volume, resembling a final reminder before battle, boys. I've said everything that needs to be said. In the abyss of shadows, remember 3 points. First, stay alive. Second, score points. Third, unleash the blood and spirit of our northern border brothers. Let them see who the tough bones of the Northern Plains really are. He turned his gaze towards the junior high group, his tone slightly softened, but still resonant. As for you 3 little ones in the arena competition, don't overthink it. Just go all out. Use everything you've practiced. Yes. The six responded in unison, filled with fighting spirit. Tian took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the other genius formations from different cities. He saw Zhong Jiuji, who stood with a white lock of hair in front, arms crossed. With a deep gaze, he felt a cold, sharp gaze from the direction of Taizhuan City, which must belong to the blood wolf Wei Zhuan. And in the Hadar city camp, a girl in an ice-blue long dress, with a cold demeanor, stood quietly, surrounded by a faint chill. It was the ice phoenix Su Lingyu. Chapter 134, Is This It? The roar of the crowd at the Zhenwu Square was deafening. The sounds of fists and weapons clashing intertwined with the audience's shouts, creating a fiery atmosphere. Tian, who stood quietly in the waiting area, his gaze sharp as he scanned the four other arenas that were in intense clashes. The excitement of the initial victory had long since faded, replaced by a growing confusion. The longer he watched, the tighter his brows furrowed. Something was off. Very off. In Arena 1, those two geniuses from different cities, praised extravagantly by the commentators, exchanged moves that seemed dazzling and swift. But in Tanhu's eyes, their actions were slow. Too slow. It was like the slow-motion feeds his brother Tan Xing used to show him. Their strength was even more feeble, when their fists and feet struck their opponents' blocking arms. Not even a decent thud could be heard, it was almost like a tickle. What about their internal energy? Why were they not using it? And how could their vitality be so shallow? Tanhu murmured to himself. He could vaguely feel that when those contestants circulated their vitality, it was like a trickling stream, while within him surged a roaring river. What left him speechless was their combat awareness. Such obvious flaws, yet the opponents seemed oblivious to them. Chapter 135, Shattered Dao heart. Listening to his younger brother's muffled and angry roar from the arena, Tan Xing touched his nose, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Next to him, Ma Yixiong could no longer bear it, nudging him with his elbow and whispering, "Old Tan, be a person. Tiger is really unlucky to have you as a brother. Why mislead him?" Saying this, he gestured towards the arena, just with that move Tiger just did. As long as he steadies himself, doesn't he get too carried away? And puts in some effort, isn't the championship for the junior high section in the bag. Steady? Put in some effort. Tan Xing seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, suddenly turning his head, looking at Ma Yixiong with a complex expression of helplessness. "And you don't understand it all? Cool, tell me honestly, do you know what a genius is?" Ma Yixiong was taken aback by this nonsensical question and the look, and almost jumped up like a cat with its tail stepped on. "Nonsense. Isn't a genius someone like me? Crushing at the same level, able to do things beyond their rank. How could I not understand that? Heh?" Tan Xing let out a series of disdainful sneers, shaking his head while patting Ma Yixiong on the shoulder. Chapter 136, Let us go together. Wow. Under the arena, Ma Yixiong's eyes nearly popped out, and he suddenly grabbed the arm of Xing beside him, whispering, "Old Xue. How old were you when you condensed your blood?" "I was 15. What about you?" Next to him, Xing was also in shock, mouth slightly agape. And after a while, he managed to swallow hard and quietly replied, 15. In the audience, Murong Zhuan, Zhong Xuanzhen, Yuan Zhen, Lei Yankun, and other young geniuses, who had been boasting and joking at Tan Xing's home, were all shaken. Even Yu Feng, Di Fei, Qiu Bie, and Zhuo Wanqing, who were already renowned first-year figures, were collectively speechless, their eyes firmly locked on the figure in the arena, filled with disbelief. 13 years old and in the blood condensation realm. This completely overturned their understanding of martial arts common sense. Oh my god. Incredible. Tiger. You're really amazing. Ha ha ha. In the Jinglan High School area of the audience, Lin Dong, after a brief daze, suddenly jumped up, his face flushed with excitement. Waving his arms and vigorously patting the shoulder of Jingyi beside him, "Did you see that? Old Jing. That is my brother. Closer than a biological brother." Chapter 137, bandit number surrender. What a joke. Chen Jianfeng spat and laughed loudly, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Ahoo. You are indeed powerful, but even if I, Chen Jianfeng, have to lose, I will lose with conviction. Saying this, he slowly raised the oddly shaped curved blade behind his head, his vitality surging. A fierce fighting spirit soaring into the sky. Ahoo. This move is one I created after studying all your brother's battle recordings. Today, let us see how much you weigh. Before his words fell, on the other side, Liu Hanchao also chuckled lightly. Crossing her dual swords in front of her chest, Ahoo, you should also try my move. The cold air suddenly rose from her dual swords. And fine ice crystals formed on the blades, swirling white mist around the sword edges. That was her innate frost ability, although it had not yet reached the cultivation stage. The few wisps of frost energy already exhibited an extraordinary aura. The two, one on the left and one on the right, exuded a formidable momentum. Even in the face of certain defeat, bursting forth with even greater fighting spirit. Below the arena, Xing, who had originally been standing with his arms crossed, appeared calm. But when Chen Jianfeng's strange starting posture appeared, his eyes sparkled, and his body unconsciously leaned slightly forward. Oh. This approach. Chapter 138. Departure to the Abyss of Shadows. Amidst the thunderous cheers, the referee finally announced the result officially. His passionate voice echoing throughout the venue, the Youth Martial Arts competition for the junior high section of the Northern Border Province has been announced by the competition committee. And the champion is Tian, who from the Churying Middle School of Beijiang City. Golden streamers fell from the sky, accompanied by even more enthusiastic applause and shouts. However, Tian, who, with his gaze like lightning, instantly locked onto the position of Xing and the others in the waiting area. Any award ceremony or interview was thrown out of his mind at this moment. He single-handedly wielded the spear, his figure darting like a cheetah, leaping over the crowd and landing steadily in front of Xing with a loud thud that raised a slight cloud of dust. Brother! Did you see? Champion! I didn't he bring shame to the Tian family, right? Tian, who raised his chin slightly, his face written with praise me. Xing looked at his spirited younger brother, filled with gratification, and patted his shoulder hard. I saw it, you little brat, well done. That last move was impressive. Of course. Tian, whose chest puffed up higher. And then, as if remembering some tremendous joy, he suddenly leaned in closer, his brows dancing with excitement. His voice lowered, but unable to contain his thrill. Chapter 139. Nutrients of fear. Inside the Xiaoyet Sanglang transport shuttle, the atmosphere was heavy and deadly. In the isolated cabin, only the low rumble of the engine and the subtle hum of psychic energy flowed. The dim blue lights illuminated the young yet resolute faces. No one spoke. Everyone was either closing their eyes to meditate or silently checking their weapons and equipment, adjusting their states to peak condition. Xing leaned against the cold metal wall of the cabin, appearing to be in a pretend sleep, but in reality, his mind was highly focused, constantly flashing with fragmented, chaotic information about the abyss of the underworld, the bizarre environment, possible ancient treasures, and deadly unknown risks. Zhuo Sheng held the pressing victory sword, like a statue, with only the occasional glint in his eyes. Ma Yixiong grinned widely, laughing heartily, twirling two dog-leg knives that created dazzling patterns. Yet his gaze seemed to casually sweep over the crowd in the cabin, subtly pausing for a moment on the few most formidable geniuses like Zhong Jiuji and Su Lingyu. Time passed in the oppressive silence, though it was hard to tell how long. Buzz? The shuttle suddenly jolted, the roar of the engine abruptly became sharp, then quickly dimmed down to silence. Chapter 140. Hearts knock. Before long, the second prey voluntarily presented itself. It was a dead silent dark red swamp, with viscous mud occasionally bubbling and bursting, emitting a stench mixed with blood and decay. Just as Xing stepped onto the edge of the swamp, boom! The mud exploded into the sky. A gigantic creature, wrapped in a fishy wind, suddenly pounced out. It resembled a giant lizard, but it had three fierce, twisted heads. its body covered in pus-filled sores, with jagged bone spikes. The drooling saliva, carrying strong corrosiveness, burned the ground, creating hissing white smoke. Roar! The three heads let out deafening roars, each spitting out dark green corrosive venom, an intangible and formless mental shriek that pierced the mind. And a dark ray condensed with chaotic psychic energy. The three attacks were perfectly coordinated, sealing off all escape routes, their ferocity far surpassing the previous fear-inducing monster tree. In Tian Xing's eyes, there was not a trace of fear, instead, there was a flash of surprise. He did not retreat but advanced, the blood Buddha suddenly in hand. Humming. Boom. Centered around him, the holy blood's coldness erupted with a bang, spreading outwards. The surface of the swamp instantly crystallized into a thick dark red ice shell. And as the corrosive venom and dark ray touched the cold air, their speed visibly slowed, and their power greatly diminished. Chapter 141. Fear. In the instant the jade wall's brilliance engulfed everything, Tian Xing and Zhu Sheng's consciousness were forcibly stripped away, plunging into the depths of their hearts. Facing the nightmares they least wanted to confront. Tian Xing felt the sticky, slippery sensation beneath his feet, and the suffocating smell of blood at his nose. He looked around in shock, realizing he was standing atop a towering mountain of corpses. The mountain was made up of countless broken bodies, some human, some exotic beasts. Their bones shattered, flesh mangled. Suddenly, as his gaze swept over those twisted faces, he was astonished. These faces were so familiar, so piercing. They were staring blankly at him. All enemies he had personally slain. And at this moment, this dead silent mountain of corpses began to writhe violently. Ah, return my life! The shrill, twisted wails, mixed with endless hatred, initially flickered like ghostly flames, then coalesced into a towering wave, rushing toward him from all directions. A corpse, bisected at the waist, clawed at the shredded flesh with its remaining arms, dragging its intestines, stubbornly crawling toward him. A charred head rolled to his feet, its jaw opening and closing. Ghostly green flames jumping wildly in its eye sockets, issuing a silent curse. Chapter 142, Another One. Just as Tian Xing knelt in the blood-soaked ground, his mind torn apart by endless fear, on the verge of completely shattering, boom. A defiant roar from the depths of his soul erupted like a dormant volcano, instantly shattering all the wails in his ears. A towering, sacred silhouette rose from the deepest part of his consciousness. It was a gigantic figure clad in ancient and sacred silver-red battle armor, standing proudly, its very existence fiercely dispelling the surrounding despair and chaos. A pair of pure white, flawless wings suddenly unfolded behind it, holy light surging like a tide, burning away the fear that was entwining and devouring Tian Xing's soul, sizzling and annihilating it. In its hand, a gigantic sword burned with undying golden flames, the will of protection and sacrifice, like the sun descending. Vaz? Tian Xing's wings behind him uncontrollably spread wide. The dormant holy blood power deep within him was completely ignited, transforming into an unprecedented brilliant stream of light, rolling back in, washing over his limbs and bones. Ah! Tian Xing let out a roar mixed with pain and relief, suddenly raising his head. His eyes, once occupied by fear, had now transformed into a cold, emotionless, icy blue. Chapter 143. Together upon hearing this, Ma Yixiong's brows instantly furrowed. He restrained his playful demeanor, stepping forward 2 paces, his gaze sharply inspecting the jade wall radiating strange light. The more he looked, the more uncertain his expression became. As a prince of the royal family, he had perused the ancient scrolls hidden within his clan and knew the secrets of Blue Star that had been lost to time very well. Seeing his reaction, Tian Xing's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, "What? Xiaoshui? Do you recognize this thing?" Even Zhong Jiuji, who had been indifferent all along, suddenly turned his head, fixing a burning gaze on Ma Yixiong. Ma Yixiong remained silent for a long time, his fingertips nearly touching the cold surface of the jade wall, then suddenly pulled back. He took a deep breath, his voice carrying an unprecedented seriousness and uncertainty. "This thing resembles something recorded in the remnants of mythology, one of the 5 ancient nations of Blue Star. The national treasure of Wuzhou. He paused, feeling it somewhat absurd, shaking his head. At first, I thought it was just a legend created by ancient people. But now with this pattern, this aura, and the characteristic you mentioned about pulling people into illusions, damn it, the more I look, the more it seems like it. But, Chapter 144, Secrets HMPH. If it weren't for your meddling, I would have already entered and broken through. Zhong Jiuji stood with his hands behind his back. His chin slightly raised. As his aura surged, the distinctive white strand of hair on his forehead moved without wind. His tone was disdainful as he looked down on Ma Yixiong, his posture extremely arrogant. Oh? Look at how well I've handled this. Ma Yixiong's eyes spun. And a warm, cheerful, even slightly exaggerated smile instantly appeared on his face as he bowed to Zhong Jiuji. The white dragon spear goddess might shakes the world. You should go first. How could I dare to compete with you? Zhong Jiuji's figure paused imperceptibly. The corner of his mouth twitching, as he looked at Ma Yixiong's seemingly respectful yet insidious demeanor, a playful smile instead forming on his face. TSK. Since you are my destined rival, how can I allow you to take a step back? Unacceptable, very unacceptable. Please, after you. The two then began to push and shove each other in front of the crowd, bowing with each step. Their exaggerated movements reminiscent of two familiar shrimp bowing to one another upon meeting. As they dawdled to just one step away from the jade wall. Bending almost to 90 degrees, they continued to insist, you first, esteemed rival, but neither was willing to place their hand down first. Chapter 145, Decision after a brief silence. The light and shadow of the wall spirit once again lit up, its distant voice echoing heavily in everyone's hearts. You guessed correctly. The ancient Blue Star has never been a place of absolute spirit. What flowed in that time was the purest innate qi. To draw qi into the body. Refine qi into spirit, summon wind and rain, chase stars and seize the moon, and even pursue the path of longevity. This is the way of the qi cultivator. Boom. Despite having anticipated this, when the words qi cultivator truly emerged from the wall spirit's mouth, everyone felt their scalps tingle, as if a door to a long-sealed myth had suddenly burst open before them. The martial excellence I represent stands alongside the 4 nations of Zhuanzhao, Yunlan, Shuochen, and Qingwu, with a flourishing qi civilization far beyond your imagination. The wall spirit's voice grew heavier, a lingering sorrow permeating its tone. However, prosperity must decline, and great calamities loom. About 2,100 years ago, the outer void split open. Not just one place, but 5 massive rifts spanning the sky appeared simultaneously in the 5 nations. What surged forth from these rifts was not a physical entity, but an intangible existence that feeds on the 7 emotions and 6 desires of all beings, which we call the outer celestial demons. Chapter 146, Who am I? The bronze giant door slowly closed behind him, completely swallowing the last ray of light from the outside world. The world behind the door exceeded everyone's imagination. There was no solid ground, no dome. All around was a twisted, flowing dark halo, as if one were inside the stomach of a gigantic creature. The thick, ink-like darkness was not lifeless, but an erosive entity, wrapping around each person's protective qi, emitting a faint sizzling sound, as if constantly probing and gnawing at their will and energy. Even more terrifying was the omnipresent whispering. It was not heard through the ears, but resonated directly in the depths of each person's soul. It was a blasphemous sound, a mixture of countless languages and emotions. Sometimes weeping and lamenting, stirring the softest sadness within, sometimes frantically screeching, provoking a breakdown of reason. Sometimes transforming into the voice of the person you know best and trust most, gently persuading you to give up, urging you to sink. Steady your mind. Guard your spirit. Zhuxing shouted in a voice as clear as a sword's song, attempting to sever the insidious invasion. His sword aura surged around him, forming an invisible barrier that isolated some of the whispers, but his expression was already grave. Chapter 147, Blasphemy in the Sea of Consciousness. That hand firmly grasped the handle of the night blade. A sense of reality surged like a tide. At that moment, the drifting solitary boat finally reached solid ground. And the lost traveler finally saw the lights of home. All the superficial powers granted by external forces were stripped away, leaving behind a forged martial will. A combat instinct ingrained in his blood, and a solemn vow to protect his loved ones and carry on his father's will. "I am not a waste," Tian whispered, his hoarse voice carrying a weight of renewal. "My power has never been merely a gift from someone else." In the midst of fear and illusion, he slowly raised his head. In his once again clear eyes, there was no longer uncontrollable rage, nor cold despair, only rock-solid determination. "It is here, in my blood. In my bones, in every breath I take, in this blade I hold tightly." Boom! In the sea of consciousness, that unadorned night blade suddenly erupted with immeasurable light. The radiance was neither blood-red nor ice-blue, but the purest, most reserved light of will. Wherever the light reached, the shadows deep within the soul were completely dispelled. The whispers of the evil god and the illusions of fear melting away like ice and snow. Chapter 148. Bloodshed. Though he had once been a shining hero throughout the ages, what now hovered before everyone was merely a puppet, thoroughly tainted by the evil god. Left with only the instinct to kill. The respect surging within Tian was instantly crushed by the cold reality, tempered into an even harder killing intent. Sympathy and compassion meant nothing at this moment. Only by swiftly freeing this prince from eternal torment would be the greatest respect for the sacrificed. Boom! Tian aura surged. The sacred blood and cold air intertwining on the blade of the blood-floating tower. As he stepped forward, the flesh and blood mire beneath him erupting violently. His gaze was like a torch, piercing through the pale whirlpool, his voice like thunder. "Predecessor hero, let us juniors escort you on your final journey. Rest in peace." Sacred wings flashed. Before his words fell, Tian transformed into a streak of blood-colored light, rushing towards the Ran Lian demon puppet. "Attack!" Ma Yixiong roared, this heir, who had etched guardianship and sacrifice into his bones, perhaps understood the pain of this sacrifice across 2,000 years better than anyone else. The inner energy of the blazing sun surged on the twin blades, transforming into two golden rainbows that pierced through the darkness, fiercely slashing toward the demon puppet's flank. Chapter 149. The evil wolf turns back at the moment when Tian, Ma Yixiong, Zhong Jui, and Wei Zhuan clashed with the returning Sword aura. The explosive energy shock turned the entire flesh and blood mire upside down. Su Lingyu, Zhuxing, Duanmu Rui, Fang Feiyang, Yu Meng, and the other 9 had already rushed like 9 bolts of lightning to the massive ancient stone platform. The stone platform was mottled, engraved with countless ancient and mysterious runes. With a deep-set piece resembling a giant stele in the center, emanating a vast and ancient aura, the broken dragon stone. Just getting close allowed them to feel a heavy, suppressive will that could crush the ages. This is it. Infuse your strength wholeheartedly into the runic grooves at the base of the stone platform. The wall spirit's urgent voice, tinged with a hint of hope, echoed in everyone's minds. "Hurry!" Zhuxing shouted sharply, unhesitatingly pressing both hands onto the cold runic groove. His surging azure inner energy flooding in like a burst dam. Su Lingyu lightly clapped her jade hand, her extreme cold inner energy transforming into 2 ice-blue light pillars, injecting them into the groove. Duanmu Rui, Fang Feiyang, Yu Meng, and the other 4 talented individuals, realizing it was the final moment that determined life and death, roared in unison, forcing all their remaining inner energy out at any cost, transforming it into streams of various colored light that thunderously surged into the stone platform. Chapter 150. The white dragon's sorrow. Tian eyes were burned and stung by the blood-colored flames of Wei Zhuan's self-explosion. But reason told him that even a moment of sorrow was a luxury. Roar! Ahead, the Ranling demon puppet, which Wei Zhuan had repelled at the cost of his life, let out an extremely unwilling roar. Its body was covered in cracks like a spider web, greyish-white air currents were in disarray, yet it still struggled. transforming into a twisted shadow, as it lunged fiercely towards the remaining gap of the Dragonstone Gate, which was only as tall as a person. The path to survival was right in front of it. This avatar of the evil god was determined to make a final desperate fight. Block it. We cannot fail at the last moment. Tian Xing roared hoarsely, disregarding the tumultuous injuries within his body, and took a step forward. Grabbing the blood-floating pagoda that had been knocked into the ground, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhong, who was also covered in blood, but whose eyes were steadfast as rock, firmly blocking the Dragonstone Gate. Outside the door, there were the desperate shouts of Su Lingyu, Ma Yixiong, and others. Inside, the howls of the demon shadow and suffocating despair filled the air. The Dragonstone slowly descended, and the boundary between life and death rapidly narrowed. Tian Xing suddenly turned his head to look at Zhong, who was tightly gripping a spear, his knuckles white from the force, and shouted as quickly as he could, Chapter 151, All methods are broken before the heart-knocking wall. White light flashed continuously, and the figures of Tian Xing and the others appeared. The wall spirit's form slowly coalesced, its voice carrying a barely perceptible sigh. Echoing in everyone's ears, the Dragonstone has been sealed, this place has become a forbidden zone. Wait quietly for 3 days, and when the space begins to resonate, it will be your time to leave. Surrounded by dead silence, only the heavy breathing of the group could be heard. The impact of Wei Zhuan and Zhong's sacrifice had not yet dissipated, and the air was thick with unshakable sorrow. The wall spirit's voice broke the silence, informing them of the deadline for their departure. However, just as everyone was stirred and had not yet fully recovered from their grief, the wall spirit's ethereal figure did not dissipate as usual. Instead, it flickered slightly and became more solid. Young friends, the wall spirit's light and shadow hovered before everyone, and its voice directly entered their hearts. The matter of the seal is finished. The threat of the evil god is temporarily quelled. This is the chance for your survival earned with blood and life. By normal logic, my duty is complete, and I should continue to sleep in this secret realm to guard this place. It shifted its tone, casting light and shadow towards the silent Tian Xing. However, as the era cycles, a great calamity is approaching. Though the evil god is sealed, its minions still exist, and perhaps even more terrifying darkness is lurking. Chapter 152, Going Home. Hey, you awake? It looks like you've gained quite a bit. A familiar teasing voice came. Hearing this, Tian Xing couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, and when he looked up, he saw Ma Yixiong with his arms crossed, grinning at him. Before he could speak, his gaze froze as he noticed the heat waves surging around Ma Yixiong, the air slightly distorting due to the scorching heat, as if an invisible blazing sun was burning behind him. Not bad, quite stylish. Tian Xing laughed heartily, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Looking at your posture, the sun blade intent must have produced new tricks again. Ha ha ha. Not just new tricks. Ma Yixiong laughed loudly, his voice like thunder, the heroic spirit reverberating off the walls. He suddenly extended his right arm, fingers like knives, and in an instant, scorching true energy surged forth like a breached dam, condensing explosively in his palm into a radiant white sun the size of a foot. The core of that light sphere flowed with molten gold-like liquid flames, emanating a terrifying intent that could incinerate all, purifying all things. The magnificent divine might illuminated the entire heart-knocking wall secret realm, making every detail clear. Even the jade-like ground beneath their feet emitted a faint sizzling sound, rising wisps of blue smoke. Chapter 153, Regret at the periphery of the abyss of shadows. Streaks of white light flashed in succession, and Tian Xing and the others' figures suddenly appeared from the void. Before they had time to assess their surroundings, they all looked up at the sky. They saw the previously raging spiritual energy turbulence now being gently smoothed, as if by an invisible hand. And a clear spatial rift was slowly unfolding in the heavens. It's you. Great. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Great. You're all still alive. Huh? Why isn't Zhong, that middle schooler, out? Where's Wei Zhuan? That battle madman isn't here either. A familiar and excited shout came from the side. Tian, Xing and the others turned to look, and saw over 20 young geniuses from various cities who had previously failed the heart-knocking test, running towards them with joyful expressions. Fang Feiyang, seeing this, was both surprised and delighted, striding forward. Great. You're all okay? How did you end up here? The boy who had first stepped forward to challenge the test, with burns on his arms, explained excitedly, when we failed the test. We were directly transported to the periphery of the abyss of shadows by some force. We knew we had failed, but since you hadn't come out for so long, we banded together voluntarily and waited for you nearby. Chapter 154, Mom, I'm hungry. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Tian, Xing and the others were completely isolated in the top-level recuperation room of the Martial Arts Association in Boguang City. They were unaware of the tremendous waves caused by the collective resignation of the presidents from various cities. Abundant spiritual energy potions and the techniques of top-tier therapists quickly repaired their physical injuries and fatigue. However, the real transformation occurred in the deeper life and death battles in the abyss of shadows, the tragic impact of their companion sacrifices, which completely tempered away the last traces of childishness and frivolity within them. Now, each person's eyes were as calm as the abyss, their breaths reined in like the sea. Yet their bodies faintly exuded a sharpness that had been tempered through blood and fire, but was kept in check. On the third day, the morning sun rose, and golden light filled the sky. At the takeoff and landing platform of the Boguang City Association, Tian, Xing, Ma Yixiong, Zhuo Sheng, Duan Murui, Su Lingyu, Fang Feiyang, Yang Bo, and 37 other surviving youths, dressed in unified black uniforms, stood in a solemn line. Their garments fluttered slightly in the morning breeze, their postures upright like spears. An unspoken killing aura naturally spreading, and the air seemed to solidify with the scent of iron and blood. The space rippled slightly, and the figure of the martial law king, Jiang Duanhong, silently appeared, his dark star-studded uniform gleaming with a cold, hard light in the sunlight. Chapter 155, The Fate of the Wolf. My name is Wei Xing. My childhood had no smoke from cooking, no eaves. Only the stench of the wilderness, and the scent of withered grass. My brother and I grew up in the lair of the terror wolf, an otherworldly beast. From the moment I have vague memories, what I saw were the fearsome fangs, the eerie green wolf eyes, and the ever-present smell of blood. We did not know who our parents were, nor did we understand why we were taken in by these terror wolves that viewed humans as food. In our early weakness, we nestled under the belly of the mother wolf, fighting with wolf cubs for milk. As we grew a bit older, we followed the wolf pack stealthily under the moonlight, learning to bite, to ambush, using the warm blood of prey to quench our thirsty throats. In my understanding, my brother and I were wolves. Our fangs were not sharp enough, our claws not powerful enough, so we had to be more cunning, more united, to survive in the brutal wilderness. Perhaps we endured 3 biting cold winters. I vaguely remember that it was a night with a sparse moon, and something intruded into our territory. It stood on 2 legs like us, but it had no dense fur and emitted no terrifying beastly aura. The wolf pack bared their fangs at it, but it simply stood there calmly. Chapter 156, Bro. You are amazing. The next morning, Tian Xing woke from a deep sleep. He walked to the window and gently pushed it open. A cool morning breeze brushed his face, and outside the window, the market stalls were gradually awakening with steam rising from breakfast vendors, neighbors greeting each other, and children laughing and running about, all enveloped in the peaceful and serene morning light. Tian Xing quietly watched this tranquility, but waves stirred in his heart. He remembered that he initially took up the knife just to protect this little home behind him, to relieve his mother of her burdens, and to allow his brother to practice martial arts with peace of mind. Now, his mother was growing stronger, and his brother Tian, who was showing remarkable martial talent, everything at home was getting better. So now, what should his knife be wielded for? In his mind, several vivid faces suddenly flashed by: Liu Hanqi dancing resolutely, Zhong Jiuji laughing and blocking the road, and Wei Zhuan, fierce and brave. Their figures gradually overlapped with the towering silhouette of the Great Wall described in textbooks. An indescribable wave of heat surged to his heart. Yes. My little home is capable of being protected. Then what about the lights of thousands of households outside this window, the aroma of food wafting in the long wind? And the countless little homes like mine. Chapter 157. Third-class talent. Tian couldn't help but feel embarrassed at his mother's smile. He quickly finished the rice in his bowl, put down his chopsticks, and glared at Tian who was still slowly chewing. Haven't you finished? What are you dawdling for? Tian hurriedly stuffed the remaining half of the bun into his mouth, his cheeks puffed out, and grabbed the treasured halberd leaning against the wall, mumbling indistinctly in response. The two brothers dashed out the door and headed straight for the Murong family. Along the way, anyone who knew Tian whether they were older neighbors or young peers, greeted him with smiles, and the content was surprisingly consistent. Yo, halberd dominator, going out. Halberd dominator, so early today. Halberd dominator, bringing your weapon to spar. At first, Tian walked with a gloomy face, not responding to anyone. But he couldn't withstand the number of greetings, and seeing Tian trying to suppress his laughter, he decided to let loose and shouted back fiercely, yeah. Practicing. Going to beat someone up. His fierce demeanor, combined with the glinting halberd in his hand, indeed intimidated a few peers who wanted to tease him, making them shrink back and clear the way, and the effect was surprisingly good. Chapter 158. Dark History. After being unceremoniously asked out of the house by Murong Zhuan, Tian stuffed his hands into his pockets and wandered aimlessly along the bustling street, feeling a bit lost and unsure of where to go. School. What would he do at school? The little he was taught there had long been insufficient to satisfy him. At his level, with Ma Yixiong and Murong Zhuan, the school had long turned a blind eye. As long as they didn't formally drop out, everything was negotiable. He had no doubt that even if they all went to their respective principals' offices to set up a barbecue, those principals would likely bring over a couple of boxes of beer and ask cheerfully, "Is this enough? If not, I'll go buy more." Friends? Although Tian was friendly, gentle, and humble, recognized as a model student for good deeds by the Federation, with friends everywhere and brothers across the seas, he didn't want to find anyone right now. Mainly because those people often had poor character and would casually spew out foul language like fuck off, which greatly affected his good mood. Chapter 159. Looking for me. The elevator ascended smoothly, and Lin Dong released his hand, irritably adjusting his rumpled collar, glaring at Tian. This matter is over. Don't bring it up again, or I'll turn against you. Understood, understood. Tian grinned and leaned against the side, with little Lin's words. How dare I not comply? Ding! The elevator reached the top floor. When the door opened, a futuristic reception area came into view, with streamlined light strips outlining a high-tech silhouette, and the entire cityscape of Beijing was visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. A female assistant in professional attire had been waiting there and smiled as she approached. Little Lin, Mr. Tian, Mr. Lin is waiting for you in the conference room. Lin Dong nodded slightly, and the previously ruffled look instantly disappeared, switching to a steady and competent demeanor. Tian couldn't help but click his tongue secretly. This guy really looked the part when he was serious. As they walked through the corridor with the assistant, employees they encountered greeted Lin Dong respectfully, but their gazes lingered a bit longer on Tian. It was the first time that the usually temperamental little Lin personally escorted someone in this building. The automatic door to the conference room slid open silently, revealing a spirited middle-aged man standing in front of the panoramic window, on a call. Chapter 160. Damn Uncle Chen worked with high efficiency. Within a quarter of an hour, he returned. He lightly knocked on the door of the reception room and then entered, respectfully reporting to Lin Dong and Tian, who were whispering, "Young master, Mr. Tan, Ms. Longfang and her team have arrived downstairs and are taking the private elevator up. Expected to arrive in 1 minute." Lin Dong and Tan Xing exchanged glances, both showing a hint of seriousness in their eyes, as if to say, finally here. Lin Dong took a deep breath, the last remnants of his laziness disappearing in an instant. He instinctively straightened his already stiff suit collar, and spoke in a steady voice, "Thank you, Uncle Chen. Please have them come directly." "Yes." Uncle Chen bowed and exited, gently closing the door behind him. The reception room immediately fell into a silence where one could hear a pin drop. The sunlight streamed in through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the luxurious decor in the room, but it also amplified the tension in the air. Tan Xing unconsciously straightened his back, not out of fear, but from an instinctive vigilance in the face of an unknown formidable enemy. The unity of man and heaven. This was the strongest opponent he would face aside from the martial law king. Chapter 161, Find a Professional. Tan Xing's curse erupted without warning, like thunder crashing in the quiet reception room. Lin Dong's expression instantly changed, and he turned sharply to look at Tan Xing, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ever since he broke through to the blood condensation realm, and awakened the spirit smell to perceive the mystical martial bones, he had always sensed a faint, unsettling bloody smell from this brother he grew up with. At first, he thought it was just an illusion and didn't delve deeper. Until that time, when the two accidentally stumbled into that eerie ancient altar in the wilderness, everything began to change. Since that day, the bloody smell on Tan Xing's body not only did not dissipate, but instead grew stronger day by day, weighing heavily on Lin Dong's heart, giving rise to a terrifying thought that he could not control. To this end, Lin Dong utilized all the connections and channels he could, almost frantically searching through all the forbidden texts and secret records related to the evil gods. The deeper he delved, the clearer that terrible suspicion in his heart became. The source of the lingering bloody smell on Tan Xing seemed to point, however vaguely, to an unspeakable, indescribable ancient existence, the blood god. This evil god was mysterious and unfathomable, with no one knowing its true name. Chapter 162, The Broadcast. Tan Xing waved his hand and stood up. "All right, you focus on your business. Killing is my specialty. I can't help with anything else. Just wait for news from Long Zhu. I need to go check on the Murong family, they are guiding my brother. As his older brother, I can't just pretend I don't see it." Lin Dong laughed out loud upon hearing this. "Come on. You're teaching who? I'm not blind. What you call teaching is just one-sided beating." Tan Xing was not ashamed but rather proud, raising his eyebrows and speaking confidently. "What do you understand? Hitting is affection. Scolding is love. When in a hurry, kick with your foot. My iron fist of love is a unique recipe, and its effects are outstanding." Lin Dong waved his hands in annoyance, jokingly scolding, "Get lost. Hurry up and disappear. Don't be an eyesore here." Tan Xing laughed heartily, completely unconcerned. The two walked out of conference room number 1 side by side. The soft light in the corridor eased the previous tension. Lin Dong looked at Tan Xing's protective demeanor towards his brother and shook his head helplessly, but a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. He knew that although this guy's teaching method was rough, his concern for Ahu was genuine. "The Murong family has many rules," Lin Dong said seriously. "You should temper your temper. It doesn't matter if you don't understand etiquette, but you mustn't embarrass Xiaohu." Chapter 163, The Confrontation. Under the live broadcast camera, the air in the martial arts arena seemed to solidify, as if it were buzzing under the pressure of two extreme forces. Tan Xing and Murong Zhuan faced each other 10 feet apart, their momentum having collided thousands of times. Tan suddenly stomped his foot, and the blue stone floor instantly cracked, his figure shooting out like a black lightning bolt that tore through the air. The surrounding Guishu true energy erupted like a boiling ink sea, completely engulfing him. Where he passed, the light distorted, and the spiritual energy wailed as it was obliterated, leaving behind a heart-stopping vacuum trajectory. Good timing. Murong Zhuan's white pupils glimmered coldly. Facing this unparalleled frontal assault, he did not retreat an inch, and his eyes sparkled with fierce light. Eye Absolute Zero Domain. Activate. Vaz. The bone-chilling cold spread out in a destructive circular wave centered around him. The ground's ice layer instantly thickened by several feet, and countless sharp ice spikes crackled as they broke through the ground. Like a fiercely loyal guard protecting their ice and snow monarch. The temperature in the entire martial arts arena plummeted to the absolute zero domain, and Di Fei, watching from afar, turned pale, feeling as if his fiery abilities were like a candle in the wind, almost completely suppressed. Boom. Chapter 164. The chaos erupted in the martial arts arena. Crack. A crisp snapping sound suddenly overshadowed all the roaring energies. Tian furiously flapped his wings, his surrounding Guishu true energy going berserk to the extreme, and he forcefully grabbed the long neck of the ice crystal phoenix, which was entwined with obliteration energy, and suddenly exerted force. The head of the phoenix, constructed of profound ice and containing Murong Zhuan's massive cold ice abilities, was actually twisted off in the most savage and domineering manner. The ice crystal phoenix's movements instantly froze, its brilliant radiance rapidly dimming, releasing a final mournful cry before its massive body cracked inch by inch and exploded into a flurry of ice crystal fragments. The martial arts arena fell silent. Only Tian hovered in mid-air, maintaining a domineering posture, as he crushed the phoenix's neck. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing down at the solemn-faced Murong Zhuan, his wings slowly flapping as he casually flicked off the remaining ice crystal fragments from his hands. Dead fish eyes, your bird has been torn apart by me. Show your true skills. I don't believe you, Isai Murong Zhuan, have only this little ability. His voice shook the surroundings, and his momentum soared. Murong Zhuan's face was as dark as water, and the spiritual backlash from the destruction of the ice phoenix made him frown slightly. Chapter 165. In the Wilderness. I am the overlord. The chaos in the martial arts arena had reached its peak. Tianxing's surrounding Guishu true energy and the murderous aura of the blood-floating pagoda completely merged, and the blade light soared, causing chaos wherever it went. Murong Zhuan's pale, swirling ice pupils operated at their peak, and the flowing ice dual swords in his hand summoned freezing cold capable of freezing souls. With each sword strike precisely targeting the tiniest gaps and flaws in everyone's moves. Unlimited Qianzuan. Ma Yixiong, if you interrupt my spellcasting again, do you believe I'll strike you with a heavenly thunder first? Zhong Zhuan was infuriated, and the violent thunder snake he had just gathered was forced to change direction by the majestic and upright blazing sun-curved blade, smashing onto the scorched ground beside him, creating a cloud of dust. Zhuo Sheng, true to his sword, transformed into a cold electric figure that tore through the battlefield, forcing one or even several people to defend with each flicker of his sword light. Lei Yanchun was the wildest, with thunder and fire intertwining, resembling a human-shaped beast, charging recklessly. These monsters, representing the highest combat power of the younger generation in the northern frontier, no longer held back, completely turning the Murong family's martial arts arena into a surer field of mad collisions of power and technique. Boom. Chapter 166. Impossible, absolutely impossible. As soon as Tianxing stepped through the gates of the Lin group, an anxious figure rushed over. My young master, you have finally arrived. The usually composed Uncle Chen was now sweating at his temples, and his voice carried a hint of urgency. He quickly stepped forward and lowered his voice. The people from Yundang Tiangong are already in the top-floor conference room. The situation is even bigger than expected. He paused, lowering his voice further. That Miss Chu is also here. The young master is receiving them. Tianxing raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and smiled. No worries, Uncle Chen. I'll head up right away. He casually adjusted his collar and walked calmly toward the exclusive elevator. Ding! The elevator doors slid open silently, and the corridor on the top floor, covered with soft carpets, was quiet but filled with an invisible pressure. Tianxing walked straight towards the heavy door of conference room number 1 without needing guidance. He raised his hand and knocked 3 times. not waiting for a response before pushing the door open. In an instant, all eyes in the conference room focused on him. Lin Dong stood near the main seat. Still composed, but Tan Xing could keenly sense a hint of hidden tension in his brows. Long Feng sat in the main seat, but could not hide his impatience. Chapter 167. The dead Saint Sun is not called Saint Sun. The flying shuttle streaked across the sky like a silver flash. Tan Xing sat in the comfortable cabin, watching the scenery rapidly retreat outside the window, feeling a bit emotional. In just a little over 10 minutes, the shuttle had arrived at the wilderness gate. The guards at the checkpoint had obviously received notice in advance. The shuttle didn't even stop, merely slowing down slightly as it passed through the heavy alloy gate amidst the solemn salute of the guards, directly entering the perilous wilderness area. Even the authentication process was waived. Tan Xing looked at the quickly disappearing outline of the gate outside, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a top-tier force backing him, the efficiency of operations was indeed worlds apart. He recalled how in the past, he often had to report in advance, wait in line, and go through a roundabout process that took nearly 2 hours to pass through, unlike the smooth passage now. Indeed, it's nice to be sheltered under a big tree. The shuttle landed precisely at the edge of Wilderness Area Number 3 according to the coordinates provided by Tan Xing. As the cabin door slid open, a gust of wilderness wind mixed with dirt, humus, and a faint fishy smell rushed in. Tan Xing took a deep breath of this familiar scent, leapt out of the shuttle first, and cast a sharp gaze around the somewhat dim environment. Chapter 168. Fierce battle. Tan Xing's long howl echoed in the cave. The blade light of Blood Buddha had formed a blood-red storm. Lin Dong and Wanyan Nianhua stood back to back, their breaths heavy like a bellows. Each time Lin Dong swung his short blade, it was a beat slower. While Wanyan Nianhua's bronze skin was covered with fine blood streaks, the corrosive wounds left by the strange blood rays of the blood practitioners. Old Tan. There are too many of them. At this rate, we'll be worn out. Lin Dong exclaimed, opening a path through a blood ray, his voice tinged with undeniable fatigue. Wanyan Nianhua smashed a rushing aberration with a punch, and for the first time, a serious expression appeared in his large, bell-like eyes. His strength was unmatched. But facing this endless war of attrition, his stamina was rapidly depleting. Hearing the call, Tan Xing slashed through 3 ground fire scorpions ahead, the splattered dark blood staining half his body. He didn't look back, his voice calm yet carrying a hint of chilling fervor. You guys go first. What? You alone? Lin Dong was taken aback. Stop talking nonsense. Tan Xing interrupted sharply, countering with a knife to shatter a blood ray that aimed to ambush him. Trust me. Go now. Lin Dong and Wanyan Nianhua exchanged a glance, both seeing determination in each other's eyes. Chapter 169. Meeting the Holy Sun at the cave entrance. Long Fang. Lin Dong and Wanyan Nianhua's expressions changed dramatically at the same time. An indescribable terrifying aura, like a tangible shockwave, suddenly spread from deep within the cave. This was not just killing intent, but a pure malice that seemed to crush souls and annihilate everything. This bloody scent is back. Stronger than before. Lin Dong's voice trembled uncontrollably. His innate sense of smell made him acutely aware of this aura. It was identical to the one that once emanated from Tan Xing and the eerie altar. Wanyan Nianhua suddenly straightened up, his muscles tensing as if facing a great enemy. He couldn't perceive the subtle changes in scent like Lin Dong, but the overwhelming pressure and the instinctive shudder, as if facing a heavenly foe, made his blood freeze. This feeling was far more terrifying than facing thousands of monsters. Long Fang stepped forward, her clothes fluttering without wind, shielding the 2 young men behind her. This usually composed expert of the harmony of heaven and man now had only seriousness in her eyes. She felt it. It was a malice that transcended all the evil and wickedness she had ever encountered, the purest and oldest, as if originating from the dark side of the world. Chapter 170. Glory Arena. Tan Xing stared at the blood scar kneeling on the ground, his posture as humble as possible, and felt the several curious gazes from Lin Dong and Wanyan Nianhua behind him, a surge of wicked anger rushing to his head, his temples throbbing. He had killed at least 80 cultists, and now the leader of these lunatics actually recognized him as the Holy Son. This was more unjust than Dao Yi. Old rat. Tian Xing bit down on his back teeth, his voice sounding like it came from an ice cave. You've got the wrong person. My surname is Tian. And my family has been good citizens of the Federation for 3 generations, having nothing to do with your damned blood god. If you dare to babble again, do you believe I'll chop you up right now and send you to meet your god? The blood scar was not afraid, instead, he buried his head lower. His tone fervent to the point of distortion. Yes, yes. Your Highness the Holy Son is right. Your current identity is sensitive, so naturally, you cannot easily admit it. The surname Tian must contain profound meaning, surely a perfect disguise arranged by our Lord for you to walk among mortals. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. His body trembling slightly with fervor. You don't need to explain to this humble servant. Your existence itself is the greatest miracle. The aura flowing through you is that of the Supreme Blood God, it cannot be mistaken. That is a resonance from the source of life. A mark of nobility etched deep in the soul. Chapter 171, Please, Holy Son, go to your death. Tian Xing felt a flash before his eyes. Blood light filled his entire vision. The next moment, before the crimson afterimage in his eyes even faded, a destructive force crashed down on his right arm like a landslide tsunami. Ooh! The harsh sound of bone cracking coincided with his muffled grunt. In that seemingly infinitely prolonged moment, he clearly felt his arm bones shattering inch by inch. His fingers relaxed, and the blood Buddha fell to the ground with a loud clatter. In just one move, his entire right arm, from shoulder to wrist, was completely incapacitated. It hung limply by his side, twisted and devoid of any sensation. The blood scar did not pursue the attack. He stood still, his scarlet tongue slowly licking his dry lips, the jagged scars on his face twitching slightly in uncontrollable excitement, forming an incredibly fervent yet chilling smile. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes looking at Tian Xing, still burning with utmost devotion and fervor, his tone even carrying a cautious reverence. Your Highness the Holy Son. My subordinate has offended you, a crime deserving of death. The next strike his tongue slowly traced his lips, his gaze like a knife suddenly locking onto Tian Xing's neck. Chapter 172, It's over. The blood scar stood frozen in place. His fingertips touched the slight bloodstain on his cheek, the moist sensation causing his blood to freeze almost instantly. He knew he was finished. This confrontation under the watchful eyes of the divine, the Holy Son, had forged a legend with his life. Yet he himself had performed terribly. As a believer of the blood god, wielding the power granted by the divine, he should have swept through the battlefield in his own realm, taking the upper hand. Yet he, a dignified expert of the harmony of heaven and man, facing a mere innate realm Holy Son, should have been an utterly one-sided crushing. After all, in the eyes of someone like him, who had just begun to communicate with the heavens and manifest martial will, the innate realm was no different from an ant. His final strike was aimed at completely turning the Holy Son into dust. But now, he was unexpectedly pierced through by the opponent's last blow before death. Blood Scar looked despairingly at the blood-red eyeball in the sky and the indistinct yet imposing figure at the center of the eyeball. In the next moment, the entire arena shook violently, and on the spectator stands made of countless skulls, the blood fire in each skull flickered wildly, with jaws clashing, creating a heart-pounding sound of shattering. The dark phantoms of various forms in the stands let out a soul-shaking roar in unison. Chapter 173, If you're not convinced, come down and fight. Hearing this, Tian Xing felt joy instead of shock, his eyes bursting with intense light. Suddenly, the image of Susan flashed through his mind. That guy talked big before making a move, but when it came to real fighting, he was as soft as a banana. Tian Xing looked at Blood Scar's fierce aura, extremely excited, as he stepped forward, dragging his knife, speaking rapidly, not hiding his almost pathological anticipation. Is that for real? Don't just bluff. The last guy who could talk like you is already 2 meters under the grass. Before he finished speaking, he had already moved. The blood floating tower creating a sharp spark and deep mark on the ground. Come! Xing shouted, his momentum soaring, kill me. Harder. If you don't kill me today, I'll chop you to death. Blood Scar's eyes swirled with blood, facing Xing's provocation. He roared hoarsely, I will obey the Holy Sun's command. In an instant, the blood light around Blood Scar surged, and at the broken end of his exploded right arm, thick blood-colored energy crazily gathered, stretching and condensing, transforming in an instant into a terrifying blood-red arm. The fingers were like hooks, blood light flickering, and the joints emitted a sound that made one's teeth ache. Blood Scar showed no hesitation. This newly formed blood hand let out a piercing scream as it lunged toward Xing. Chapter 174. Terrifying as this Blood Scar howled to the sky, his eyes burning with almost mad battle intent. Holy Sun, come. Let me witness your might as a strong warrior. He suddenly spread his arms wide, and the blood mist around him surged like boiling water, instantly condensing into a rain of blood-red arrows, tearing through the air, shooting fiercely towards Xing. Looking for death. Xing not only did not retreat, but instead jumped forward, dragging the blood-floating tower along the ground, leaving a trail of glaring sparks. The dark light on the blade surged, the true energy of the return to the ruins coiling like a black dragon, exuding a heart-pounding devouring aura. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The first wave of blood arrows was already in front of him. Xing flicked his wrist, and the blood-floating tower instantly spun out a dense dark curtain of knives. As the blade passed, the blood-red arrows collided and melted away like ice and snow, producing a sizzling sound, not a single arrow able to break through the 3 feet around him. Is this all you've got? Then you deserve to die. Xing's knife momentum soared, his figure cutting through the blood mist, fiercely slashing down at Blood Scar's face. Blood Scar looked at the incoming blade light, his eyes wide with rage, and his fierce blood-red right arm did not dodge, boldly meeting the blow. Clang 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing was dense like rain, blood light and dark true energy wildly collided, the 2 figures flickering in the arena, their claws clashing, having already exchanged over 100 blows in an instant. Chapter 175. Fight. Seeing Xing still in a daze, Lian Sire's fury erupted like a volcano. Human! How dare you ignore me like this? His chest heaved, and a violent aura surged into the sky, his voice like thunder, shaking the surroundings. Lian Sire. In the name of the blood god's chosen glory, issue you a death battle agreement, no death, no rest. This roar, filled with overwhelming battle intent and rage, struck like a tangible war hammer into Xing's chaotic thoughts, jolting him awake from despair. What are you howling about? Xing's confusion and coldness were instantly ignited, transforming into overwhelming battle intent. He flicked his wrist, and the blood-floating tower let out a sound that tore through the air, pointing straight at Lian Sire, looking for death. His voice suddenly turned sharp, clashing like metal. I'll fulfill your wish. Boom! Before his words fell, a pitch-black inner energy erupted explosively around Xing. The true energy of the return to the ruins surged like a rushing dark river, rapidly spreading along the blood-floating tower's fierce blade, instantly staining the blade black. Die! Lian Sire struck first. He stepped forward, his figure transforming into a bursting red meteor, his battle axe stirring up a sea of fire, cleaving down towards Xing with the force of a mountain. Chapter 176. Who is next? The 2 extreme energies representing different worlds and origins collided like 2 falling stars at the center of the arena. Boom! A chaotic energy ball with a diameter of over 10 meters formed instantly at the collision point, with black and red crazily annihilating and devouring each other inside. Then, this energy ball suddenly contracted inward, transforming into a pure white shockwave that would destroy everything, expanding in all directions. Crack! Rumble! Everything in the path of the shockwave turned to nothingness. The ground at the center of the arena was forcibly lowered by 3 feet. Those barriers inscribed with protective runes. Incredibly hard, crumbled and collapsed like sandcastles. Puff! Ua! Almost at the same moment the shockwave erupted, both Tan Xing and Kai Lian Sai spat out blood simultaneously. Their figures flying backward like kites with severed strings. The pitch-black fire burning silently around Kai Lian Sai flickered unpredictably. The dark patterns covering his body breaking apart inch by inch, and the flames on his horns dimmed instantly, clearly indicating that the power derived from the dark sun had been forcibly shattered by the true energy of the return to the ruins, rebounding against him. Meanwhile, Tan Xing's wings behind him shattered instantly, dispersing into countless light points, and the blood-floating tower flew out of his hand, violently trembling as it lodged into the distance. Chapter 177, Blood Fiend. The arrogant declaration of war echoed in the arena. In this fervent silence, a totem pillar in the stands suddenly shimmered with dark light. The dark phantoms sitting in the skull seats had flickering crimson flames in their eye sockets. In the next moment, a phantom composed of dark mist and ancient bones quietly solidified. It held a decayed staff wrapped in an ominous aura in its left hand, and a lamp swaying with ghastly green soul fire in its right. Silently descending into the arena. "State your name." Tan Xing gasped heavily, his remaining left eye locked onto the phantom, his voice hoarse yet filled with battle intent. The figure with the lamp tapped the ground lightly with the decayed staff, producing a raspy whisper like bones grinding. "I am Nagash, the whisperer of the Bone Demon clan. Under the throne of the Bone King." It slowly raised, the ancient lamp swaying with ghastly green soul fire, and under the light, the deep darkness and flickering ghostly light could be vaguely seen beneath the hood. "Powerful warrior, I sense your indomitable spirit. It will surely become the brightest and most enduring flame core in my lamp, illuminating the ages. With just this pile of broken bones." Chapter 178, Now, have you learned? "Tango, are you okay?" An urgent call pierced through the air, and Tan Xing turned his head in response. He saw 4 figures darting towards him like lightning, stopping abruptly right in front of him. Lin Dong rushed forward in a few quick steps, scanning Tan Xing's body rapidly. Seeing that he was not only unscathed, but also brimming with vitality, exuding a refreshing energy, as if he had just finished a top-notch massage, Lin Dong finally let out a long breath. "Damn it, I knew you wouldn't die that easily." Lin Dong grinned widely and gave Tan Xing a hearty slap on the shoulder. Tan Xing raised an eyebrow and smiled back, his gaze shifting to the newcomers, Long Fang, Lin Dong, and Wan Yang Nianhua, and finally, his pupils suddenly constricted. It was an elderly man with white hair and a robust build, his temples bulging prominently, and his eyes gleaming with brilliance, emanating a faint yet heart-pounding pressure. The dragon-binding hand, Jiang Feishue. Tan Xing's heart trembled. This renowned martial arts true Dan master from Beijiang City, known for the classic saying "a fist is authority," was a legendary figure he had long admired. "Junior Tan Xing. I have met Senior Jiang. What brings you here?" Tan Xing looked fervently at him, cupping his hands in greeting, his tone respectful. Chapter 179, Tiger Lord. Urine nature. When Chu Yushuan reopened her eyes, what greeted her was the metallic dome of the Lin family's martial arts arena. The gentle glow of the energy shield fell upon her, making the sea of blood and hellscape in her consciousness feel like a distant memory. She remained seated in a meditative position, but felt an unprecedented transparency in her aura. The internal energy that had been stagnant due to her shattered Dao heart now flowed smoothly like a trickling stream, even more refined than before her injuries. What startled her even more was that upon internal inspection, her previously cracked Dantian and Qi had seemingly healed as before, faintly glowing with a warm and resilient sheen. Yushuan. Long Fang was the first to rush forward, concerned as he supported her shoulder. When he saw Yushuan's current state, even this experienced master of Yundang Qian Palace was momentarily stunned. The girl's face no longer bore a trace of the sickly pallor, her skin was luminous and radiant, and her eyes, which always held a hint of melancholy, were now clear and resolute, with a newfound determination deep within. More importantly, the aura she naturally exuded was no longer the frailness that needed protection, but instead radiated like jade polished by the wind and rain, with an inherent glow. I'm fine. Sister Long Chapter 180, Tiger Lord, you're in nature too this round, you won. These few words were incredibly difficult for Lan Ji to utter. As if each word was laced with blood, filled with the utmost suppressed humiliation and resentment. He suddenly raised his head. His gaze piercing like a poisoned dagger directed at Tian, who, forcing down the surging blood and chi, and hoarsely growled, "Little beast, don't get too complacent. A bare-handed fight is just a warm-up. Next, we will compare swords. Let me see if your sword is as hard as your fists." Before his words fell, he swiftly flicked his toes on the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two alloy long swords left behind by scavengers shot up in response, one precisely gripped in his hand. Trembling as he shook his wrist, producing a clear ringing sound, the other shot like an arrow, cutting through the air with a fierce wind aimed directly at Tian Hu's face. This seemingly weapon-delivering action was, in fact, laden with hidden intent, filled with provocation and testing. Good? Tian Hu's eyes sparkled with intensity. He not only did not retreat, but instead stepped forward. His right hand reaching out as if to pluck something from the air, accurately gripping the hilt of the incoming sword. Vaz? The long sword felt slightly heavy in his hand, and the blade emitted a low hum, as if responding to his boiling battle intent. Chapter 181, Oh no, it's over. Sitting on the broad back of Da Huang, Tian Hu couldn't help but smile broadly at the thought of returning to Beijiang, imagining the shock, reverence, and disbelief on everyone's faces when they saw the innate head he held. He had rehearsed the lines in his mind several times. Just a mere deacon of the Moro sect, an innate nobody, with mediocre skills but a lot of talk. I wanted to spar with him a bit, loosen up my muscles, but he insisted on crashing into my spear tip. I had no choice but to take him down. The tone must strike the right balance of indifference, a touch of helplessness, and finally, an unmistakable brilliance that can't be concealed. Just thinking about it made him feel perfect. He could even imagine the comical scene of those brothers who usually prided themselves on their experience, their jaws dropping to the ground in shock. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became, casually lifting Lan Ji's head with the beard and all to his eyes, admiring the twisted expression of terror frozen on his face in the cold moonlight. The more he looked at it, the more he found this old fellow pleasing to the eye. After all, this was his first innate level collectible, and it held significant meaning. Chapter 182, Brother Tiger. Go for it. Stand up. Hit him. In the following time, Tian, who was completely reduced to a punching bag, his entire being like a leaf in a storm, being tossed around, squeezed, and thrown without any power to fight back. Bang! A heavy uppercut struck up from below, hitting his chin hard. Tian, who felt a buzzing in his head, and everything went dark in front of him, countless golden stars swirling, the intense dizziness nearly causing him to lose consciousness. His body uncontrollably flying upwards. At the edge of his blurred vision, he seemed to see Lan Ji, smiling and waving at him from the clouds. Damn! I got hit so hard I'm hallucinating. This thought barely crossed his mind when a shadow chased after him like a persistent pest. Slap! The thick back of the Blood Buddha's blade slapped hard against his rear, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. A surge of fiery pain instantly exploded, shooting straight to the top of his head, causing tears to nearly burst out, yet this blow was precisely aimed at flesh, doing no damage to bones. Arg! Tian, who let out a cry that sounded almost inhuman, and just as his falling body was about to descend, he was once again propelled upwards by the force of this strike. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, desperately trying to channel his internal energy to adjust his posture in midair. Chapter 183, Dad, wait for us to come back. Tian, who followed closely behind Chen Beidu, a fire seemingly burning in his chest. The dragon binding and tiger capturing technique. Senior Jiang Feishue's ultimate skill. Just the name alone was enough to drive any martial artist crazy. Moreover, his master had specially prepared a copy for his elder brother as well. This friendship was heavy, making him eager to master the technique immediately, to repay his master's kindness, and to catch up to that ever-present figure who sheltered him from the storm. The Martial Arts Association's arsenal was located deep underground, requiring passing through several heavy alloy gates, heavily guarded. Chen Beidu took out his president's token, went through iris and fingerprint verification, and finally, the last gate covered in mysterious runes slowly slid open with a deep rumble. The space behind the door wasn't particularly spacious, but it was filled with a unique aroma of old paper, ink, and faint energy intertwining. Rows of specially made metal racks held various scrolls, books, and jade slips, sorted by type, both new and old, made from different materials. Every item was enveloped in a faint halo, a protective barrier. Chen Beidu walked directly to the innermost shelf marked with capture classifications, solemnly retrieving two thin, dark-colored booklets that seemed to be made from some kind of tanned beast skin from an inconspicuous metal box. Chapter 184. The Blood God Sect takes full responsibility for the malicious attack incident. Brother Tian, where is this? Little Fox looked up at the towering Lin Corporation building, its glass curtain wall refracting dazzling light under the sun. The magnificent 28-story structure made him unable to resist whistling. Xing surveyed the more than 20 eager youths behind him and said with a smile, "From today onwards, this will be your new battlefield for cultivation and combat." He paused, his voice suddenly rising with undeniable authority. "Remember this. From this moment on, you are no longer the street fighters of the past, but the elite security personnel of the Lin Corporation. Put away your rough ways. Here, strength matters, but understanding the rules is even more important. Anyone who dares to tarnish the Lin's reputation or disgrace my father, I will be the first to take them down, without needing anyone else to do it." Upon hearing this, the youths instinctively straightened their backs, their excitement slightly tempered, replaced by a cautious obedience to this new environment. Tan's words were law. "Let's go. I'll take you to meet the real benefactor." Xing waved his hand, leading this group of imposing youths, who seemed somewhat out of place in the surrounding exquisite environment, straight towards the building's entrance. Chapter 185. Get lost. You old fool. The next morning, Yu Feng was still sleeping in his luxurious velvet bed when he was startled awake by a series of urgent communication rings. He frowned slightly, not even opening his eyes, and casually patted beside him. A graceful figure draped in sheer fabric responded instantly, moving softly and silently off the bed like a cat. The faint morning light filtered through the gauzy curtains, clearly outlining her breathtaking curves. Beneath the light fabric, the peaks and valleys were alluring, with long jade legs exuding deadly temptation in every detail. Yu Feng lazily leaned against the headboard, his gaze unabashedly admiring this vivid scene, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Only when the figure bent to exit did he slowly pick up the phone on the bedside table. As the name Xing appeared on the screen, the last remnants of sleep vanished from his eyes, and he sat up straight. As the direct heir of the Yu family, this extravagant lifestyle surrounded by beauty was merely the family's norm. The maids, carefully selected and placed by his side since childhood, were ostensibly his private possessions, but in reality, they were the most alluring yet cruel tests set by the family, simply because he practiced the Yu family's true transmission techniques. Chapter 186. Rest Assured North Border Martial Arts Association, Training Ground. The entire area was a mess, scattered with crushed iron ingots remains. The specially made Iron Man posts were even more gruesome, heads caved in, throats twisted, arms bent, each injury seeming to have been ruthlessly ravaged by a giant hydraulic press. The twisted metal forms silently narrating the violent power of the practitioners. Tian, who stood in the center of the ground, drenched in sweat, his bronzed skin glistening under the lights. He closed his eyes, focusing, his hands covered in black ointment trembling slightly out of control. This was the mark left by overtraining the tiger capture technique. Amidst the rhythmic breathing and exhalation, wisps of white vapor rose around him. Suddenly, Tian Hu's eyes snapped open, brilliance shooting from them. Roar! A deafening tiger roar erupted from his throat, startling the big yellow dog lying nearby awake, darting off to hide in the corner. In an instant, Tian Hu's form lunged like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, dashing to the last intact Iron Man post. His palm surged with crimson inner energy, coalescing in the air into two ferocious tiger head phantoms, fangs bared. Crack! Chapter 187, Insect Chirping. The next day, before the sun completely dipped below the horizon, North Border City was already ablaze with neon lights and dazzling brilliance. Outside the city's largest Starshine Sports Center, crowds surged. Countless fans held glow sticks, with shiny star-shaped stickers on their faces, eagerly awaiting entry. The air was thick with the boiling excitement and fervent anticipation. Tonight was the first performance of the federated music scene's renowned songstress, Chu Yuxuan, on her tour in the Beiyuan region. However, in stark contrast to the fervor outside, the atmosphere backstage was tense. Chu Yuxuan, a rare musical talent with martial arts skills in the Federation, not only had a voice that could soothe the heart, but also significantly boost the morale of soldiers and unleash their potential. Such abilities made her a coveted treasure for various factions, as well as a target for certain entities, especially those sects tainted by the powers of foreign evil gods, mis-occult. The Shattered Church, the Bone-Eating Sect. These organizations were different from the Blood God Sect and the weak, loosely organized Moro Sect, which only knew indiscriminate slaughter. Their actual controllers were all from the evil god's lineage from other realms. For someone like Chu Yuxuan, who could unite hearts and enhance group combat power, their only creed was, kill without mercy. Chapter 188, Sudden Realization. Several hours later, when Chu Yuxuan finished singing her last song, and bowed deeply amidst falling streamers, and the unwilling shouts of tens of thousands, the atmosphere in the Starshine Sports Center reached its peak. Thank you, North Border City. Thank you, everyone. I love you all. Chu Yuxuan's voice carried a hint of fatigue, but more so the joy and emotion of a successful performance. As the lights dimmed, the concert officially concluded amidst endless cheers. Backstage, the atmosphere instantly shifted from extreme noise to a tense business. Assistants, agents, stylists, and others quickly surrounded Chu Yuxuan, escorting her toward her exclusive lounge. Yuxuan, that was too dangerous. You scared us to death. Luckily, Mr. Tian was there. The security team has already subdued that person. Preliminary checks suggest that their mind seems to be severely eroded by some kind of power. Everyone spoke in a flurry, still shaken. However, Chu Yuxuan appeared somewhat distracted, her gaze scanning the crowd, and soon she spotted the silent boy trailing behind the group like a shadow. He remained vigilant. After returning to her exclusive lounge and closing the door, isolating herself from the outside noise. Chapter 189, Life and Death, each to their fate. A thunderbolt rang in his mind. Xing suddenly leaped up from the ground, his eyes blazing with light. The strange aura, that had been like a fishbone stuck in his throat, finally found its true source, the terrifying insect race from the honor trial. The powers of the Insect Queen's offspring had actually infiltrated North Border City. Had they even reached near Chu Yuxuan? Realizing this, a chill surged from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. This was by no means a simple incident involving fanatical fans. If his perception is correct, it means that a dark force worshipping an alien evil god, representing the will of the insect race, is stirring under the shadows of Beijiang City. Their plot must be earth-shattering. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately took out his phone and quickly dialed a rarely used number, Chen Beidu. This person is the strongest and highest-ranking individual he can currently contact among the powerful and high-ranking figures. Beep. The moment the communication request was sent out, it was immediately connected. On the other end of the line came Chen Beidu's steady voice, carrying a hint of barely perceptible concern. Xing. contacting me at this time. With the martial law King's gathering imminent, what is the matter? Chapter 190, the King's Hall the next day, at 2:50 p.m. The headquarters of the Beijing Martial Arts Association, top-level training ground. The dome ceiling loomed high, seemingly reaching into the clouds. With a cold and deadly alloy ground capable of accommodating 1,000 people for martial arts displays. The special alloy floor reflected the white light of the overhead lamps. And an invisible pressure permeated the air, making even the sound of breathing distinctly audible. In the center of the training ground, several young figures were already standing scattered about. Each one was vigorous and sharp-eyed, all outstanding individuals within the innate realm, who could be considered geniuses in any city outside. Creak! The heavy door was pushed open. And Xing stepped in, instantly attracting several sharp gazes. Ha, the last one has finally arrived. Ma Yixing crossed his arms and grinned. His voice booming like a bell, Old Tian, you were the last to show up. Xing smiled and nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Ma Yixing's imposing presence was domineering, Xing was silent like an iron tower, Duanmu Rui was gentle yet concealed sharpness, Su Lingyu was as cold as the moon. Fang Feiyang's eyes were piercing, and Yu Meng's aura was enigmatic. They were all familiar faces, who had fought side by side in the nether abyss. I agreed to 3 o'clock, and I'm not late. Xing smiled calmly as he walked amongst them. Chapter 191, Action everyone, the momentum is soaring. Just as the atmosphere was boiling with excitement, a slightly amused female voice suddenly broke the atmosphere of unity against a common enemy. The door to the operations room had been pushed open again at some point, and Chen Meijiao reappeared, smiling as she leaned against the door frame. Behind her, a dozen silent and formidable figures filed in, silently spreading out like ghosts, subtly forming a surrounding stance, their cold gazes sweeping over everyone in the room. The originally passionate air instantly froze and became stagnant. As soon as these dozen individuals appeared, a strong aura of ferocity swept through the entire operations room like a tide. And the air suddenly became thick and heavy. Xing's spine instantly stiffened, and every hair on his body stood on end. This was the most instinctive warning of the body in the face of a deadly threat. The dangerous aura emanating from each of these people far exceeded any opponent he had encountered before. The most alarming was the young man, around 18 or 19 years old, standing beside Chen Meijiao. He seemed to be standing casually, but his gaze was as sharp as a cold blade. The moment their eyes met, a sense of crisis surged in Xing's heart, causing his blood and energy to suddenly stagnate, and the depths of his dantian shook, almost uncontrollably manifesting the blood-floating pagoda. Chapter 192, I don't know what name to give it, brothers, just take a look deep within the moon sacrifice altar. Dense moonlight and evil energy flowed slowly like a living creature, condensing into a tangible light cocoon. The moon demon king, Yusa, was sitting cross-legged within it, with silver flowing light wrapping around him, healing the horrific wounds left from the blood battle with the eternal war king. Suddenly, the moon shadow in the center of the altar twisted, and a moon demon elder appeared in a panic, the moonlight swirling around him appearing chaotic due to his haste. He deeply bowed towards the light cocoon, his voice filled with suppressed anger, my king. The human race is once again launching a massive invasion. The frontline outpost has already lost 30%, and their offensive this time is exceptionally fierce. Within the light cocoon, Yusa slowly opened his eyes, and his crimson pupils showed no signs of fluctuation, only a sneer. HMPH, they come to disturb us again at the time when my master's divine power is receding. His voice was deep, with undisguised sarcasm. Send the order, all tribes, retreat back to the sacred land of moon sacrifice to hold the fort. There's no need to entangle with them. He raised his eyes towards the flickering evil moon shadow at the top of the altar. A cruel arc forming at the corners of his mouth, when my master's power recovers, and the moon tide surges once again. This valley will devour all who set foot in it for us. Without those detestable kings taking action personally, they won't even touch the edge of the sacred land. Chapter 193. Explosion. Yusa's eyes were crimson, and the moon energy around him surged like boiling silver flames. He didn't care about the retreating federal army at all. His figure transforming into a streak of moonlight tearing through the sky, rushing towards Tian, Xing and his group. Boom! Wherever he passed. Whether it was the retreating federal martial artists, the howling moon demon alien race, or those corrupted moon puppets. As long as they were slightly brushed by the rampaging moon energy, they would instantly shatter like fragile glass, turning to dust. In his heart, he only had the divine seed related to the survival of the entire moon demon race within Zulin's body. It must be retrieved. Yusa roared in his heart. With the moon seed, the moon demon race could reignite the divine fire and earn a place in this cruel era of gods contending. Where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, if they lose it, the entire race would drift like rootless duckweed, completely perishing in the desert of faith. At the moment both sides were chasing and fleeing, the astonishing noise erupting on the bone burial plains had already penetrated the clouds, attracting the attention of countless alien races nearby. Among them, the most fervent and greedy gaze came from the flame demon race, who worshipped the black sun. This vast alien territory is divided into 4 regions: southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Chapter 194, a 3-in-1 chapter. I don't know what to name it, brothers. Just look for yourselves. Roar. A sound unlike the usual clashing of metal, more like a dragon's soul roaring, suddenly tore through the battlefield. Xing stood tall like a mountain, the strange-shaped, serrated blade in his hand had already been swung out. Where the blade light passed, a majestic aura surged forth, condensing into a fearsome dragon head in the void, connected below to a wolf-like, agile, and fierce body of blade energy. The dragon head howled to the heavens, and the wolf body dashed like thunder. This terrifying blade energy, which fused the majesty of the dragon and the wildness of the wolf, slashed down towards the charging Chilean sire. Roar! An ant dares to show off its might. Facing the tearing dragon wolf blade energy, Chilean sire did not dodge. His eyes filled with madness and disdain. The blood flame magic energy around him instantly surged into the giant axe in his hand. And that giant axe seemed to come alive, with a burning blood-red magic eye opening on the axe blade. Crush it for me. The giant axe, with the momentum of shattering mountains and breaking peaks, brutally cleaved down. Boom! The dragon wolf blade energy and the blood-red giant axe violently collided. The standoff lasted only a moment. Then the fearsome dragon head emitted a reluctant wail, and along with the wolf-shaped blade aura, it was brutally shattered and devoured by the blood-red demonic flames under the absolute disparity of power. The remaining terrifying axe force continued unabated, crashing heavily onto the curved blade that Xing had swung. Chapter 195. Moonlight source liquid. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Xing's gaze cut through the air like a blade, sweeping over the trembling elder of the Crimson Flame Demon clan. A smirk of disdain curled at the corner of his mouth, and then, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, he lifted his foot, like kicking aside an annoying piece of rubble, forcefully sending the headless massive demon body of Chilean sire towards the elder, who was firmly locked in by the 10 titled captains, and the aura of Yusai. The demon body, wrapped in the remnants of fierce aura, sliced through the sky, shooting straight towards its target. The elder's pupils contracted. Despite his mixed feelings of shock and anger, he had no choice but to act. A torrent of pitch-black evil energy surged forth, transforming into a gigantic demonic hand that carefully caught the headless corpse, as if cradling a fragile treasure, fearing any further damage. The gentle motion sharply contrasted with the murderous intent boiling around him, making it appear incredibly stifling. Meanwhile, Xing still held the gruesome head of Chilean sire in one hand, his robes fluttering. He looked at the elder, whose eyes were almost spitting fire after receiving the corpse, and his voice, though not loud, clearly drowned out the chaos of the battlefield. Carrying a sense of indifference as if looking down on ants, the corpse, I return it to you. Chapter 196. Annihilation of the Clan Hem. Xing was the first to respond, the pressure sword let out a clear ringing sound. His figure flickered and, like a ghost, darted towards a vantage point with a wide view, the sword energy contained but not unleashed. Endmu Rui, Su Lingyu, and others also took advantageous positions, secretly channeling their internal energy, holding their breath and concentrating, maximizing their perception. They knew that at this moment, they were the strongest support for Tan Xing and Ma Yixiong. The pressure instantly fell on Ma Yixiong. He stared intently at the slowly rotating moonlight source liquid, his brain operating at unprecedented speed, recalling all the relevant tomes and strange objects he had ever seen. Forcibly using energy absorption would definitely not work. It would trigger a violent backlash throughout the energy chain of the nest. Using ordinary physical containers could not withstand this level of energy. They would be instantly assimilated or blown apart. He had to find the weakest connection point between it and the nest energy, or a periodically fluctuating node. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had grasped something critical. "Old Tan. There's a way," he shouted anxiously, his voice distorted by excitement. "This thing has too vast an energy, it can't possibly maintain a perfect connection with the entire nest at all times." Chapter 197, Talking to cattle in the northern border of the foreign domain, an endless sea of skeletal darkness lay still as an ancient long night. The inky evil energy sea was thick as sludge, surging without a ripple, only the bone-eroding chill permeated the world. In this desolate place where even time seemed frozen, a boat made from countless pale bones was quietly slicing through the dark water surface. At the bow, two figures stood silently. They were not flesh and blood, but true skeletal demons. Their bodies were entirely composed of bone, with dark purple energy meridians entwined at the joints. And in the hollow eye sockets, 2 points of crimson soul fire flickered, illuminating the still waters of the underworld. The elder skeleton was thicker, covered in crisscrossing battle scars, while the younger one had a more delicate frame, but his soul fire burned more fiercely. Suddenly, the slender figure lifted his head, the murky waters of the underworld reflecting the sudden brightness of his soul fire. As his jaw opened and closed, the hollow sound of bone echoed, "The blessing from our ancestral father this time is much more overwhelming than before." The restless dead fish in the depths of the underworld grew increasingly agitated. The elder's jaw moved slightly, producing a deep, reassuring clicking sound as his massive bony hand brushed over the young one's skull. Chapter 198, Bone Evil. The atmosphere aboard the skeletal boat suddenly became tense. Tan Xing looked at the two skeletal figures whose soul fires were filled with confusion, and the overwhelming momentum that had just risen with his regained power nearly choked him back. The old skeletal demon and the young one were equally terrified. The creature before them not only had come back from the dead, but also exuded a pressure that triggered their primal fear. Yet every syllable he spoke was like the most chaotic noise in the storm of the underworld, utterly incomprehensible. They could only judge from the cold gazes and interrogative postures that the other party meant no good. The old skeletal demon slightly raised his massive bony hand, while the soul fire surged violently, attempting to emit a simpler, foundational sound of bone, mixed with some gestures pointing towards the underworld, towards themselves, and towards the direction of their tribe. Click-clack, pointing to the underworld, hiss pointing to themselves and the young one. Tan Xing frowned slightly, but his powerful soul perception quickly captured the key points. Though he couldn't understand, he could sense the fragmented information conveyed through the fluctuations of their soul fire, fear, submission, and basic concepts like place, we, and tribe. Chapter 199, What a Damn Good Place. Ritual Vessel Fragments. It's the core main fragment. A black-robed figure screamed in a distorted voice due to extreme excitement. There's also a secondary fragment, all in his hands. Grab it. Hurry and grab it. The once orderly altar erupted into chaos, greed and frenzy spreading like a plague. The solemnity of the altar, the reverence for the skeletal king. In the face of the temptation to complete the holy object and gain supreme blessings, it seemed so pale and powerless. At the forefront, the black-robed elder. His withered body trembling violently with excitement, suddenly stepped forward, his gaze beneath the mask fixed like the most greedy wolf on the fragments. As if he wanted to swallow Ye Kai whole along with his bones. Kid, hand over the fragments. I can grant you a complete corpse and offer your soul to the skeletal king's throne for eternal rest. The elder's voice was hoarse and oppressive, carrying undeniable authority and naked threats. However, in response, Ye Kai let out a cold laugh of disdain. Old man, are you deaf? Ye Kai's white hair flowed. His face pale as paper, and bloodstains still hung at the corners of his mouth, but his eyes shone with a frightening brightness, burning with madness and defiance. Chapter 200. Eternal Hunting Mark. Just as Ye Kai was stirring up curiosity in another part of the underworld, the desolate bone shore where the Bone Strike tribe was located presented a different scene. Tan Xing stood in the center of that simple tribe. The originally weak bonfire had been replaced by the pure soul fire he had casually purified, the ghostly blue light illuminating every skeletal figure kneeling on the ground. Their soul fires fervent. Your Excellency, the massive skeletal frame of Elder Gulu bent humbly. The soul fire conveying unprecedented respect and expectation, the miracle you bestowed has reignited hope in our tribesmen. What should we do next? Please instruct us. Tan Xing's gaze swept over this group of impoverished skeletal figures, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. First, tell me, how strong is the skull-crushing tribe you mentioned? How often do they come to collect the tribute? Tan Xing's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. He needed information. Needed to understand the distribution of power and the hierarchy in this area. Jiu Li did not dare to delay and quickly responded, Your Majesty. The Crushed Skull tribe is the ruler of this withered coastline, with thousands of warrior bones in their clan. Their leader, the Crushed Skull, is a powerful warrior of the core gathering realm, and also a blessed skeletal warrior from the temple. Chapter 201, Death's Glory. Before Tan Xing's words fell, the entire Glory Coliseum seemed to suddenly awaken. In the dim audience seats surrounding the bloody battlefield, countless previously silent dark soul shadows, condensed from pure soul light and ancient battle intent, emerged layer upon layer from their eternal slumber, densely occupying every inch of space. They had no specific appearance. Only vague outlines and soul flames burning in different colors. These soul shadows were part of the Colosseum's rules. A spiritual imprint left by those who had defeated strong enemies in countless past years, and the most fervent manifestation of the blood god's will. As countless gazes focused on the center of the Colosseum like tangible beams of light, the atmosphere instantly polarized. Looking at the three flesh rippers, the soul flames conveyed unabashed laughter, disdain, and deep-seated contempt. In the Glory Coliseum, the defeated are forever stripped of dignity. However, when all eyes turned to Tan Xing, the thought was, kill. Crush those remnants of failure. Slaughter them, these worthless beings do not deserve to tarnish the blood god's glory. An invisible spiritual roar surged like a tsunami. Although no sound was emitted, the overwhelming battle intent and anticipation transformed into a tangible pressure, heavily weighing on the hearts of the three flesh rippers. Chapter 202, The Despicable Blood God. Are we still affected by his power? The skeletal judgment. Nagash's roar mixed with the shrill screech of his giant sword cutting through the air, and the shadow of death enveloped Tan Xing completely. The skeletal giant sword, burning with evil energy and carrying the might to crush everything, was already approaching Tan Xing's waist. In the Colosseum, the soul flames of countless dark soul shadows suddenly solidified. As if foreseeing the moment Tan Xing would be severed in half, blood splattering 5 steps. Even in the sky above, the imposing shadow of the blood god seemed to cast a moment of indifferent gaze. However, at that moment on the line of life and death, Tan Xing, who had kept his head bowed, suddenly lifted it. There was not a trace of despair or fear in his eyes, instead, they burned with an almost crazy fervor. This was a kind of twisted yet pure excitement that erupted from the depths of his soul after tasting extreme danger. This feeling, he murmured to himself, his voice hoarse from intense excitement yet carrying a heart-pounding calm, as if the sea was dead silent before a storm. dancing on the line of life and death. The souls trembled with the feeling. He grinned with a nearly broken arc, revealing teeth as white as blades. It feels so damn good. Chapter 203, Kill, but Tian Xing was completely unaware that the posture displayed by that avatar imprint was the truest manifestation of his own nature. This is why the most terrifying aspect of a madman is that they never have any self-awareness. Not only that, he genuinely felt that he was perfectly normal. Those who said he was not right were the real lunatics. Just as the shouts of the Colosseum's annihilator, Xing, and others intertwined. And the battle intent reached its peak, an indescribable heavy pressure, like a cold tide, silently washed over the entire glory Colosseum. The source was the ancient throne in the front row of the audience, seemingly forged from countless star remnants, flowing with deep star radiance. The humanoid dark phantom sitting upon it slowly stood up. There was no earth-shattering roar like Nagash, nor the explosive rumble of energy. But his movement seemed to condense the focus of the entire universe's starry sky here. The surrounding frenzied battle intent and howling spiritual storm, upon touching the invisible force field around him, was suddenly swallowed as if thrown into a black hole, their sounds and lights devoured, turning into dead silence and darkness. Chapter 204, Food. Meanwhile, in the distant and unknown Eastern realm, deep within a magnificent temple forged from the cores of stars, flowing with eternal star brilliance. On a towering throne that seemed to be entwined by an entire galaxy, a roar filled with endless anger, humiliation, and unbelievable terror suddenly exploded, shaking the entire towering temple violently. The starry phantoms hovering around the throne flickered as if frightened, and the star spirit race standing in the distance knelt in horror, not knowing why their supreme high priest would suddenly erupt in such a fit of rage. Sitting on the throne was the true body of Misa Thunmuir. He was no longer the spiritual phantom in the Colosseum, but a real being, exuding vast divine might, a pureblood royal of the star spirit race, the high priest. Yet at this moment, this incredibly noble existence appeared to be mad. On his perfect body built from the evil energy of star devouring, although there were no wounds. The brilliant star mark on his chest, representing his link to the blood god's glory, and symbolizing his supreme status in the fifth sequence, was flickering violently like a candle in the wind, then shattered inch by inch, annihilating. Chapter 205, Extraction. The blood-colored glory beam slowly dissipated, like a giant beast retracting its last breath. In the center of the Colosseum, Tian Xing, or rather the annihilator known to countless chosen warriors in the blood god's realm, stood quietly. The power surging around him gradually calmed, and the true energy of the void flowed within him like dark currents. Quiet yet containing the horror to tear everything apart. Having slain 5 kings was not just a coronation of glory, it was a brutal baptism into the essence of power. He could feel that the barrier leading to a higher level was as thin as a cicada's wing. Fifth sequence, who else? His voice was not loud. And the response was a deathly silence. The seat in the front row, symbolizing the supreme throne of the fifth sequence, was already empty, leaving only his thousand-blade throne standing alone at the forefront. The remaining dark soul shadows dared not meet his gaze, nor did anyone dare to voice a challenge. When his calm yet blood-soaked gaze swept over those proud talents and chosen warriors from various races, who could stir up blood and storm in the outside world, had their soul flames flickering violently, like candles caught in a hurricane, instinctively avoiding, bowing their heads. They were all war fanatics under the blood god's command, craving slaughter and glory. Chapter 206, Yi Kai, can replace him. In the next moment, the entire edge of the withered coastline fell into a dead silence. The unceasing black-grey waves of the dark sea seemed to freeze at this moment. All the skeleton warriors of the Bone-Strike tribe, their soul flames solidified, as if frozen by invisible ice. They looked at the place where the hard bony gravel once stood, now empty, without a trace of dust or a remnant of soul fire left. As if the fierce leader of the Stone Marrow tribe, along with its hard stone marrow skeleton, had never existed. It wasn't shattered, it wasn't slaughtered, but rather erased from this world. This incomprehensible method of destruction brings a fear far greater than bloody massacres. Thud, thud. Thud, after a brief silence of death, it was the sound of the remaining soldiers of the bone marrow department completely collapsing. Their once proud hard bones were now as soft as cooked noodles, collapsing on the ground, their soul flames flickering like a candle in the wind. Unable to muster even a thought of resistance or escape, Bone Tuolai was the first to come to its senses. In its hollow eye sockets, the soul flame instantly transformed from extreme fear to an indescribable fervor and reverence. It didn't even dare to look in Tan Xing's direction. Only pressing its skull firmly against the cold, filthy ground, its entire skeleton trembling violently with excitement. Its mental fluctuations like the most devout fanatic in prayer, Chapter 207, Encountering Old Friends in a Foreign Land. When Ye Kai's whisper fell, the soul flame of Bone Tuolai trembled violently, almost escaping from its eye sockets, replacing the Bone King Father God. Such blasphemous thoughts, it didn't even dare to imagine. But the suppression stemming from its bloodline and soul made it incapable of any thoughts of resistance. Instead, due to this extreme arrogance, it developed a deeper reverence for Ye Kai and a twisted expectation. Bone Tuolai. Ye Kai's voice pulled its thoughts back. Yes. Bone Tuolai lowered itself even further. Ye Kai's gaze swept across the low-level skeletons and bone creatures aimlessly wandering on the island, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Convey my orders, from today onwards. The Bone Tuolai and all its affiliates are not allowed to kill the skeletal beings on the island at will. The soul flame of Bone Tuolai paused, filled with confusion. In this land of the weak devouring the strong, it was only natural to consume the weak. It was the only shortcut to becoming stronger. My king, why is this? Their soul flames, though weak, accumulated to a significant extent. Ye Kai interrupted it, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Fool. Killing only brings a momentary soul flame, but ruling will yield eternal faith. He raised his hand, pointing at those bewildered skeletal creatures. Chapter 208, Mutual Devouring. On the withered coast, two fists violently collided. Boom! A furious shockwave erupted, sweeping up clouds of bone dust and sand, like tangible ripples sweeping in all directions. The two figures staggered simultaneously, each stepping back 3 paces without distinction. With each step, the hard, withered ground beneath their feet cracked, leaving deep footprints. Ye Kai shook his slightly numb arm, a hint of undeniable astonishment appearing on his pale face for the first time. He absorbed the Bone King's original power, completely merging it with his own martial and skeletal veins, creating a bone evil energy of extremely high quality, already stepping into the inner energy realm, generating energy with every movement, confident that he wouldn't fall behind even when facing seasoned powerful adversaries who had practiced for decades. Yet, in that unadorned hard clash, his invincible bone evil was unexpectedly countered by an even deeper, annihilation-like force from the opponent, gaining not a single advantage. This mad dog. Ye Kai narrowed his eyes, a dangerous light flickering in their depths, as he reassessed the figure in the fluttering black robe across from him. The growth of its strength is a bit sinister. On the other side, Tan Xing slowly inhaled, suppressing the slight turbulence of his internal energy, his heart equally shaken. Chapter 209, Who Leads in Boguang High School. All becomes void upon meeting peaks. In the southern part of the Boguang wilderness, on the edge of the emerald forest by the sea, the heavy smell of blood and burnt flesh mixed in the morning mist, dyeing this once green barrier a desperate grey-black. Tiger. Steady. Wait for the signal from Xiao Xiao. Muro Zhuan whispered, his pupils completely turning icy white, the eye of broken illusions operating at its peak, penetrating the distorted trees and swirling smoke ahead, locking onto the depths of the wilderness. There, the shrills of the insect swarm and the roars of humans intertwined with explosive energies, each sound striking at the hearts of everyone present. Behind him, Zhong Xuanzhen, Ji Yulishuan, Fang Yu, Lei Dao, Ji Shu, Deng Wei, Lei Yankan, and Yuan Jun all held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly, muscles tensed like a cheetah ready to pounce, their vigorous internal energy faintly visible at the surface. Their gazes piercing towards that land of death. Just then, a calm yet nearly cold voice came through the tactical earpiece, clearly entering everyone's ears. Test. Command center calling each squad, this is Lin Dong. Task repeated, reinforcements from each city in the North Plain Road have arrived. The main insect swarm has been jointly restrained by the Martial Arts Association, Night Patrol Department, Security Department, and the Army in Yufeng District. Our core task, Team 1. Ma Yixiong's unit, is responsible for luring out the attendant insects. Chapter 210, The Cancer of Civilization. Sop Height, with its bone claws entwined with eerie patterns, slowly lowered them. Its posture exceedingly contemptuous, as if looking down on a group of ants. Its eerie compound eyes simultaneously locked onto Jiang Feishuer. The cold and mocking mental fluctuations sweeping across the battlefield like a plague, clearly imprinted in the minds of every human warrior, stupid and weak humans. The mental fluctuations slightly paused, as if carrying the mockery of a cat playing with a mouse, particularly sweeping over Jiang Feishuer. Especially you, old thing. Do you really think that with your pitiful schemes, you can hunt a noble blood king insect master? From the moment that girl with special martial bones was pushed out as bait, all your plans were crystal clear in my eyes. Sop Height stretched its newly born and powerful body, the bone armor rubbing, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. I deliberately feigned weakness, intentionally allowing the servant insect race to reveal flaws, even guiding you to find this nest. All of this was just to gather you delicious blood food. These powerful energy sources, before me, becoming the final stepping stone for my ultimate evolution and the creation of this perfect divine body. Chapter 211, Sacrifice and Glory. Ha ha ha. Well said. Jiang Feishuer's laughter echoed across the wilderness, filled with the boldness and determination of breaking through a sea of corpses and blood. In the battle for the survival of the clan, how could there be no sacrifice? As long as we can win, what do we martial artists care for this head? He was drenched in blood, but his spine stood straight, his gaze like lightning piercing through the distorted insect race, especially in the face of you. A calamity that devours all and feeds on all life. As long as I can slay you, I, Jiang Feishuer, can die, and all my fellow countrymen present can die. The mountains and rivers, the flora and fauna of the North Plain Road, and even the future fortune of Beijiang are nothing that cannot be sacrificed. For the continuation of the clan, some things must be done. Some blood must flow. His voice suddenly rose, like the roar of a dragon echoing through the heavens. So, Destroyer Sop Height, the fifth son of the insect mother, you will remain forever on this land, using your bones to accompany the souls of our human race to the grave. Ha ha ha. A burst of mad and distorted laughter suddenly erupted, and the evil energy surrounding Sop Height boiled with extreme anger, exploding. Its broken bone claws pointed directly at Jiang Feishuer. Its mental roar shaking the consciousness of everyone present, humans. Do you think you have already won? Chapter 212, The Dragon Shakes the Mountain. Jiang Mingshen transformed into a golden red flowing light, tearing through the air, leaving the noisy battlefield and the astonished cries of his comrades far behind. In his world, there was only that faint yet incredibly clear mark of revenge in his soul perception. Grandpa! Jiang Mingshen roared in his heart, urging his speed to another 3 points. The power of the dragon-like muscles and ribs that awakened from grief surged through his veins like lava, bringing not only strength, but also the excruciating pain of bursting veins. Yet he was completely unaware, with only the flame of revenge in his pupils burning ever more fiercely. Meanwhile, on the desolate Gobi outside Harder City, a tiny grey-brown creature resembling a mix of spider and beetle, the hidden form of the origin of Sop Height, was struggling to crawl under the shadow of a weathered rock. The outline of Harder City's walls was faintly visible on the horizon, and the enticing scent of food, living beings, wafting from there was an irresistible temptation for it. However, just as it was about to burrow into a thicket of withered thorny bushes to find its next temporary cover, a buzz. A sense of panic suddenly exploded. It was clearer and more direct than when it faced Jiang Feishuer's blood pill-falling divine power. Chapter 213, Name of the mad halberd, my name is Yu Feng. From the moment I was born, I became the hope of the entire family. My childhood lacked toys and playmates, instead. It was filled with top-quality spirit crystals piled high in warehouses, and the always gentle and soft-spoken beautiful maidservants. Their presence was less about serving and more like a silent declaration, Yu Feng, everything about you must be perfect, including the people around you. I had access to all the training resources that my peers could only dream of, enough to squander freely. But I knew that what I was squandering was not resources, but the future of the entire family. The gazes focused on me were so hot they could almost burn my soul. I grew up under such extreme possession and pressure. The more I had, the less I dared to stop. During my first birthday celebration, according to my mother, the scene was exceptionally grand. On the sandalwood table, ancient books, alchemy bottles, jade talismans, and spirit treasures were dazzlingly abundant, almost blinding to the eye. Under the concerned gazes of all the elders, I, wrapped in swaddling clothes, appeared oblivious to everything around me. Crawling directly over all the objects and firmly grasping the heaviest and most ominous black gold war halberd at the corner of the table. Refusing to let go no matter how anyone tried to coax me. Chapter 2:14. I want to become a god in the northern foreign lands, the dark sea surged. And the desolate coastline, shrouded in a perpetual atmosphere of death, stood the temple of the shattered skull tribe. Bang! Xing kicked over the hideous throne belonging to the former chieftain Bone Serpent, then casually used his toe to right it. He sat down with a brazen demeanor, exuding an air of nonchalance. You're quite the glutton. On the other side, Yi Kai, who had witnessed Xing's neurotic behavior, couldn't help but comment. Lightly brushing his fingers over the high priest's seat made of piled white bones, where traces of dried blood and chilling resentment still lingered. He sat down silently, his posture elegant yet exuding a chilling intensity. The two exchanged glances, cold as blades, sweeping across the entire hall. Inside, the Bone Strike tribe, led by Bone Strike, and the Bone Mass tribe, commanded by Bone Mass Lai, all the tribal leaders were prostrated on the ground. The eyes that once brimmed with madness, bloodlust, and the desire for slaughter now held only the purest tremors, originating from the depths of their souls. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, even their bones producing faint clinking sounds from fear. Bone Strike. Xing leaned lazily against the throne, his voice carrying a hint of impatient nonchalance. Chapter 2:15. The Mine What? You look like you've seen an old enemy. Yi Kai noticed something unusual in Xing's expression and raised an eyebrow, curious. Well, sort of a past grievance. Xing shrugged, his tone light, but his gaze had turned a bit colder. But now isn't the time to deal with him. That guy is at least at the realm of harmonious unity. He is not someone we can provoke as mere newcomers. No rush. Yi Kai followed his gaze, landing on the glaring mark on the map. A cold smile creeping onto his lips. It's just harmonious unity, let us endure for now. There will be a chance to kill him later. He paused, lowering his voice but imbued with a chilling meaning. Even though we can't chew through this tough bone now, it's still easy to give him some discomfort in advance. A flash of malice crossed Xing's eyes, his knuckles cracking ominously. That is right. We can't take him down now, but we can still tear off a piece of flesh. Xing's finger slammed down on the marked territory of the insect tribe on the map with enough force to nearly pierce the beast's skin. His fighting spirit burning like fierce fire in his eyes. While Bone Strike and the others are still sweeping the desolate coast, let us head over here and investigate. Damn it, I'm tired of looking at these skeletons in this godforsaken place. It's time to find some living creatures to stretch our muscles. Chapter 2:16. Insect molting. The entrance to the insect tribe's mine resembled a giant mouth poised to devour, deeply embedded in the pitch-black mountain. A strong stench and a sound that sent shivers down the spine emanated from within, as if millions of insect legs were scraping against the rocks. Yi Kai and Xing appeared in the shadows near the entrance. There are indeed quite a few bugs inside. Xing's soul fire flickered. the fighting spirit beneath his bone armor nearly overflowing. Ye Kai's black robe fluttered without wind, an invisible power of the Bone King flowing silently forward, spreading out to sense. The mine was divided into 3 levels. The upper level was filled with engineers and ordinary warriors, vast in number. The middle level had several powerful energy responses, likely the so-called scythe-wielding attackers. The lowest level, Ye Kai paused. The soul fire beneath his hood solidifying slightly, there was a vague yet colossal source of life, seemingly the core of the nest. They would check it out later. Whatever it is, we'll crush through it. Tian cracked his massive bone fist, the joints popping like firecrackers. As usual, I'll lead the way, you cover me. And we'll clear the area. Quick battle, quick resolution, making a bit of noise is fine, just to show the Steel Skeleton clan our sincerity. Chapter 217, Let us turn this dark sea upside down, King. We've arrived. The spatial rift quietly closed in a hidden corner of the abandoned mine. The distorted waves gradually calming. Argilus was the first to reveal himself, his dark purple shell almost blending into the shadows of the dim mine. His composite crystal structure's eyepiece rapidly scanned the surroundings, his blades slightly raised, in a state of absolute vigilance. Following that, the massive remains of Lycate were ejected by a gentle force of space, landing heavily on the ground with a muffled thud. Charred shell fragments shook off, and he let out a painful groan, the lightning sealed within his chest stirring restlessly once more. King, we have safely arrived at the reserve body's storage point. Argilus's voice remained cold and steady, pointing to a structure deep within the mine, covered by a thick biological matrix, resembling a gigantic ovary. The surface of the ovary pulsated with blood vessels, exuding a rich life energy. Prepare for the insect molting ceremony immediately. Lycate struggled to maintain his composure, his compound eyes fixed on the ovary that represented rebirth. He felt that this decrepit body was nearing its limit, the connection between soul and flesh becoming tenuous. Chapter 218. A grand departure. Ye Kai and Tian exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes filled with a tacit excitement that seemed to revel in chaos. Stirring the winds of 2 great races, such a move was enough to make one's blood boil just at the thought. Let us go. Ye Kai's black robe billowed as a dense aura of death enveloped the two once more. The Bone King's skeletal power operated, perfectly mimicking the golden skeletal fluctuations unique to the Steel Skeleton clan, while stabilizing their own aura, at the initial inner strength level, yet formidable. They would first complete the trial, then establish their footing. 2 figures transformed into dark flashes, racing towards the core stronghold of the Steel Skeleton clan. Steel Skeleton clan. Shattered Iron Fortress. Unlike the desolation at the edge of the Shattered Bone Coast, this fortress, named after the clan's strongman Shattered Iron, was the true center of power for the Steel Skeleton clan in the Borderlands. The entire fortress seemed to be forged from countless massive, dark metallic bones and hard obsidian, with towering bone spires piercing through the dark mist like sharp swords, and the walls were adorned with menacing bone spikes and flickering crimson soul flames. The air was thick with a strong sulfur scent, metallic tang, and an atmosphere of iron-blooded ruthlessness. Teams of heavily armed Steel Skeleton patrol soldiers marched with heavy steps, the sound of their bones grinding together echoing in orderly fashion. Chapter 219. Taking what is yours. Ye Kai and Tian did not linger, their figures flickering, as if they were 2 ghostly shadows, silently weaving through the massive structures of Shattered Iron Fortress made of bones and metal, heading straight for the bone tower that symbolized privilege and extravagance. The guards at the tower's entrance had clearly been instructed beforehand, after verifying the identities of the 2. They silently opened the way. However, the flickering in their soul flames was not one of reverence for the strong, but rather a mixture of pity and schadenfreude for yet another unfortunate soul chosen by Lord Bone Nightmare. Entering the interior of the bone tower, the sweet, decayed aroma, and the soft touch of animal hides beneath their feet further emphasized the dissonance between this place and the outside world. Guided by the guards, the 2 arrived at the most luxurious hall at the top of the tower. Bone Nightmare still languidly leaned against the throne, But as Ye Kai and Tian Xing stepped in, it straightened slightly, its crimson soul flames scanning the two with interest. Lingering longest on Tian Xing's ferocious bone armor, and Ye Kai's unfathomable black robe. "Greetings, Your Highness Bone Nightmare." Ye Kai nodded slightly, his voice emerging from beneath the hood. Calm and unruffled, betraying no emotion. Tian Xing merely moved his jaw in a symbolic manner, his soul flame burning brightly as he stared at Bone Nightmare, unreservedly displaying his ferocity and directness. Chapter 220. Foolishness. Feeling the fierce wind pressure capable of shattering soul flames looming near, the frost skeleton's ice-blue soul flame flickered violently. Despair surging within him, he had no doubt that in the next moment, he would be completely annihilated. "Hold on." Ye Kai's deep voice rang out just then, clearly and powerfully cutting through the murderous atmosphere. "Crackbone. His Highness has ordered that we must leave a live one. No killing." Tian Xing's massive foot, poised to stomp down, suddenly halted at the sound. He turned his head, annoyance and dissatisfaction evident on his bone-armored face, grumbling in a rough voice, "TSK. This is really frustrating. Why does Lord Bone Nightmare want to keep this trash alive? In my view, it would be better to just swallow this soul flame directly." Despite his words, he did not strike, instead bringing his foot down heavily on the bone rock beside the frost skeleton's face, sending fragments flying. He looked down at the frost skeleton, who had closed his eyes in resignation, and roared, "Did you hear that? Consider yourself lucky. Our Lord is merciful, and has spared your worthless life. If you know what is good for you, just follow me obediently. Dare to be the slightest bit disobedient." His skeletal fist cracked ominously, the aura of the return void fluctuating unpredictably. "I have plenty of ways to make you comfortable. So Bone Nightmare was you." Chapter 221. Hope. While Ye Kai and Tian Xing were stirring up chaos in the foreign realm of the Nether Sea, vowing to turn the skeletal demon clan and the insect clan upside down. On Earth, in the federal capital, Apocalypse City. Late at night, all was silent. Only the headquarters building of the Federal Martial Arts Research Institute, towering hundreds of stories high and gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, remained brightly lit, imposing and dignified. Here, the ultimate brain of the Federation dealt with all supernatural phenomena and foreign threats. At this moment, deep within the building's underground, in the top-secret experimental area labeled Pangu. Ding! Energy peak has broken the historical limit of 300. Still climbing. Detected an energy torrent from an alternate dimension at the origin level. Scale immeasurable. The piercing alarms had long been silenced, replaced by dozens of figures in white lab coats, frantically busy in front of a massive circular screen. The sound of keyboards clicking was like a storm, with commands and reports rising and falling in succession. Strangely, the usually meticulous and even rigid top scholars wore expressions filled with a mix of tension, excitement, and extreme anticipation. Chapter 222. Passing the Torch, Unyielding Valor. In the Pangu laboratory, the massive circular main screen had switched its display, no longer showing violent energy spectra or precise test data. It instead revealed a heat map of social emotions covering the entire territory of the Federation, now fluctuating violently like a boiling furnace. Countless light points flickered and converged in major cities, with colors shifting from dazzling red representing shock, to golden yellow representing ecstasy, and then to deep blue representing profound hope, intertwining to form a colossal wave sweeping across the entire consciousness of civilization. Beside it, a curve representing emotional fluctuation indices surged like an enraged dragon breaking free from shackles. Nearly vertical from a stable baseline, violently oscillating at high levels without falling back. It seemed as if a hint of invisible heat from the outside world permeated the air in the laboratory. Chen Zhuanqing stood at the observation platform, his graying hair appearing particularly clear under the flickering light from the screen. He faced away from the boiling sea of emotions, his gaze fixed on Zhu Lin, who stood like a mountain beside him. The young man, who had just been awarded the rank of colonel and appointed as the chief instructor of the Chilean project, was also staring intently at the roaring emotional curve. Chapter 223. Nostalgia. That voice, Mom, I'm back, seemed to carry the weight of 3 years' hardships, yet felt as light as a feather falling to the ground. Behind the counter, the woman Cai Hongying, Sister Cai, trembled at the sound of this call, as if struck by an electric shock. The tears that had accumulated in her eyes finally broke free, rolling down her face, which was lined with fine wrinkles, but still gentle. She stumbled out from behind the counter, her steps somewhat unsteady yet exceptionally urgent, as if one moment's delay would cause the figure before her to vanish once more. Shaolin is truly my Shaolin. She trembled as she reached out to touch her son's face, but paused in mid-air, seemingly afraid that this was still a too beautiful illusion. Her gaze roamed over his face, skimming across the resolute strength settled between his brows, finally resting on his calm yet complex eyes. He had lost weight, and he was different now. Cai Hongying choked back tears, finally pressing her slightly cool palm against her son's cheek. The real sensation made the last shred of uncertainty in her heart collapse, and her tears flowed even more fiercely. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Zulin closed his eyes, feeling the familiar warmth of his mother's palm, slightly calloused, and his throat felt as if it was blocked by something. Unable to utter a word. Chapter 224. Playing with gusto. Zulin turned around and strode out of the small shop that had borne his mother's half a lifetime of hard work. The afternoon sun, slightly lazy, slanted through the thin clouds of early winter in the northern frontier, spilling onto the uneven ground of the spring-wind old street. Light and shadow cut out interwoven patterns, illuminating the ground where broken bricks and tiles had not yet been completely cleaned up, and also illuminating the newly injured spiritual energy streetlights that had recently been restored by the Boguang brothers, Tian, Xing and Tian, who, after the pestilence, the lamp posts bore new alloy shells corroded into twisted scars by acid, and the transparent lampshades were covered with spiderweb-like cracks, but the main structure still stood stubbornly upright. The faint spiritual energy flowing within, flickering like a persistent heartbeat, struggling and stubbornly shining through the cracks. It was much like this old street, much like the northern frontier, scarred all over, but the spirit deep down had never dissipated. Zulin took a deep, slow breath. The familiar, complex, unique scent of the old district of the northern frontier surged into his lungs, the choking smoke from inferior coal that hadn't dissipated, the rich aroma of bone broth boiling in a noodle shop at the corner, the rough scent of fresh metal cutting and concrete dust drifting from the reconstruction site. Chapter 225. The aura of dominance in the Northern Sea, at the front fortress of the Steel Skeleton clan, the Iron Shard prison. In the deepest part of the dungeon, in the dark and sunless Iron Shard prison, Shuanghai was suspended above the murky cold pool, pierced through the shoulders by 4 black iron chains engraved with anti-magic runes. Outside the prison came the rough shouts of clan warriors and the clashing of weapons. But inside there was only the occasional cold sound of chains rubbing against each other, and his suppressed, beast-like low gasps. It should have come after 3 days. Shuanghai raised his skull, and in the shadows, the soul fire in his eye sockets suddenly ignited. Bone Nightmare would not miss a single account. Hey! Not bad, huh? Tian Xing, on his routine patrol, stepped on the broken bones as he entered the prison, dust swirling beneath his feet. He looked up at the suspended Shuanghai and grinned. It seems you've been doing quite well these past couple of days. Crack the bones. Shuanghai suddenly looked up, the dark golden soul fire exploding within his skull. The black iron chains shook violently as he struggled. Debris falling from the walls. I will tear you apart. I will rip you apart. How dare you bark? Tian Xing's figure suddenly vanished, and in the next instant, he appeared right in front of Shuanghai. His right hand, with fingers entwined with the grey ruin's divine energy, thrust sharply into Shuanghai's left eye socket like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair. Chapter 226. The beginning. When Ye Kai left the Iron Shard prison, his black robe silently brushed against the damp stone walls of the corridor. Beneath the hood, the 2 points of cold blue soul fire were chillingly heart-stopping. It's a pity for Shuanghai, you encountered us. Otherwise, you might have truly become a hero of the Shuangbone clan. He did not stop his steps. Bypassed 3 sentry posts, avoided 2 squads of patrolling skeleton guards, and finally returned to the training room constructed from beast ribs. Xing was sitting cross-legged on the bone platform, regulating his breath, the grey ruin's divine energy coiling and flowing around him like a venomous snake. Sensing Yikai's presence, he opened his eyes, and the soul fire condensed. What did you find? Yikai closed the bone door behind him, the sealing runes flashing briefly in the gap, isolating the inside from the outside. He walked to the stone platform, and recounted the conversation in the dungeon word for word. When he heard Shuang Hai pledge a blood-soul oath in the name of the Bone King Father Deity, Xing's soul fire suddenly erupted. He dares to gamble like this. Not only does he dare to gamble, but he also gambled big. Yikai's voice was cold. He sees that we are not genuinely siding with Bone Nightmare. At least, he believes we have the potential to waver. So he used the highest level of oath, betting that we could be moved by him. Xing fell silent for a moment, then suddenly grinned, his smile full of cruel interest. Chapter 227, Frost covered in the depths of the underworld sea, the territory of the Skeleton Kingdom. Unlike the icy severity of the Shuangbone clan, and different from the rough and heavy steel Skeleton clan, the core fortress of the Skeleton Kingdom, Eternal Darkness City, was entirely made of a deep, dark material like night, devouring light, infernal corrosion bone. The city towered magnificently yet was terrifyingly silent, like a giant beast lurking in eternal night. Even its breathing seemed to carry a chilling eeriness that made one's soul tremble. The Bone Hall of the Skeleton Kingdom was located in the deepest part of Eternal Darkness City. There were no ice crystals, nor was there any infernal fire. Only countless floating, slowly rotating light-devouring crystals emitting a dim, hazy glow, casting all outlines into a blurred and distorted state, as if one were caught between reality and illusion. The only king of the Skeleton Kingdom, Hai Hun, was currently leaning against a large chair carved from a solid piece of abyssal silver. Its bones displayed a unique dark grey color, seemingly covered with a layer of dust that could never be wiped away, yet under the reflection of the light-devouring crystals, a chilling, profound light occasionally flickered through. Unlike Shuang Lai's outwardly projecting icy malice, Hai Hun was surrounded by a reclusive and viscous aura of inertia. Like a mire that had settled for 10,000 years, seemingly calm and harmless, yet capable of silently devouring and obliterating everything. Chapter 228, The Underworld Sea Rages. The Insect Tide Rises. In Frostfang City, the extreme cold Great Hall. On the ice crystal throne, the light-reflecting crystal in Frost Storm's hand flickered with a cold light. The shifting light revealed the tragic scene of its only son, limbs brutally broken, the soul fire flickering like a candle in the wind. The most glaring sight was that its only heir was forcibly pressed down at Bone Nightmare's feet, kneeling in humiliation. Crack! The light-reflecting crystal, harder than black iron, began to crack inch by inch under Frost Storm's fingers. The surging cold air erupted from it, instantly forming layers of ice several feet thick on the hall's walls. The air so cold it felt as if it would freeze one's soul. Speak! Froststorm's voice was low and hoarse, like ancient ice scraping against each other. Each word wrapped in a murderous intent capable of freezing marrow. Where did this crystal come from? Below the throne, a commander clad in heavy ice armor, with soul fire burning fiercely, knelt on one knee, the soul flame in his skull flickering violently due to extreme anger. He clenched his fists and roared, "Chief! There's not just this one. The same kind of light-reflecting crystal has spread throughout the city in just one night. All the clansmen saw it. The Steel Skeleton clan has betrayed their trust, maltreated our young master, trampled on the covenant. This enmity cannot be shared under heaven." It raised its head, the icy armor clanking, the sound of souls resonating through the great hall. Chapter 229, The Stirring Stick. Ironclad Clan Iron City. Unlike the icy killing intent of Frostfang City, where all things are condensed, the depths of broken iron fort are filled with the scorching breath of molten iron and sulfur. The massive throne of molten iron resembles a glowing anvil, and the leader of the ironclad clan, Steel Anvil, sits atop it. Its bones present a dark metallic hue, as if forged countless times, with molten gold faintly flowing at the joints. At this moment, it is tightly clutching a soul crystal in its bony palm. At the foot of the throne, the clan's high priest, Bone Star, sits quietly on the sacrificial stone seat. The soul fire within its skull is different from the surrounding heat, displaying a profound and cold starry blue color. My high priest, oh my high priest! Steel Anvil's voice comes from the throne, deep as thunder rolling in a furnace. The suppressed anger seems to raise the temperature of the molten iron throne by a few degrees. It suddenly throws the crimson soul core towards Bone Star, which hovers in front of the old priest, illuminating its deep eye sockets. Take a look yourself. See what that bastard Bone Nightmare has done at the front of Broken Iron Fort. The images stored within the soul core instantly unfold, showcasing Frostbone being captured and tortured, and Bone Nightmare trampling on its body, along with the segment of the soul crystal being deliberately replicated. Chapter 230 The Battle of Three Armies on the walls of Broken Iron Fort. The soul fire in Broken Iron's eye sockets suddenly trembles violently. It suddenly stands up, its rusted cloak billowing wildly in the suddenly intensifying cold wind. Its gaze is firmly locked on the distant, glacier-like Frostbone military formation that has moved. The Frostbone phalanx has moved. It is not the entire army advancing, but from the deepest part of the formation. A team emerges like the cold currents that flow from the core of a glacier, slowly pushing forward. At the forefront, riding a pale bone beast as tall as a small mountain. With each step of the bone beast, the ground bursts forth with frost flowers, and the hoof prints crystallize into ghostly blue ice. The figure riding it is as tall as a mountain, enveloped in a layer of visibly distorted cold air, as if even the light passing by its side would freeze and bend. It is unarmored, wearing only a simple robe woven from ice crystals, and its exposed bones exhibit a deep blue color honed by millennia of cold frost. There are no weapons in its hands, but each finger bone seems to contain the power of frozen mountains. Wherever it passes, the originally standing Frostbone phalanx parts like an invisible hand separating an icy sea. The left formation uniformly shifts 3 steps to give way. The right formation synchronously retreats, bowing its head. Chapter 231 Recruitment Wow. Ye dog, look, another big one is coming. Guess which plague god this one will be. About 20 nautical miles away from the coast of Broken Bones, an inconspicuous bone boat rises and falls with the waves. On the boat, Tian, Xing and Ye Kai, disguised as cracked bones and spectral bones, are squatting at the bow in an unseemly manner, eagerly gazing at the distant land painted in a bizarre mural of blood, frost, molten iron, and insect tide. Since the outbreak of the Frostbone and Ironclad War 3 days ago, ignited by their own hands, the thrilling drama has been continuous. Even more exciting than the most popular virtual theaters of the Federation. Who else could it be? Ye Kai squints towards the unsettling massive shadow rising along the coastline. The old soldiers of the Bone Kingdom can't hold on anymore. Those old antiques in the temple are about to rust. They must send something out to save face. In these 3 days, the situation has changed dramatically. On the first day, the Frostbone and Ironclad fought fiercely, and the insect race suddenly intervened, causing both races to be forced to cease fire after heavy losses, even clumsily coordinating to retreat towards the nearby Evil Bone Clan fortress. Chapter 232 Call out to your father and hear it. Tian, Xing and Ye Kai exchange a glance, no words needed, instantly reaching a consensus that the opportunity has come. Just in time. The cold arc at the corner of Tian Xing's mouth widens, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. I was worried about not having a suitable door knocker to meet the Bone Kingdom, but now it has come to my door. Ye Kai slightly nods, his soul fire deep and his voice calm. Bone Da, Bone Tuolai, gather the guards, and line up in the statue square. Since we are receiving the envoy of the Bone Kingdom in the capacity of the Spectral Bone Clan leader, the display must not be weak. He pauses, looking at Tian Xing, a hint of tacit understanding flashing in the soul fire. Let us see how much weight this envoy carries. Tian Xing understands, grinning and patting his bone armor. Got it? Playing the bad cop is my forte. Upon hearing this, Bone Da and Bone Tuolai both feel a shiver in their soul fire, sensing pressure, and a surge of excitement and unease from being entrusted with an important task. They immediately take their orders, turning and rushing out of the bone hall, roaring to convey the orders. Soon, urgent bone whistles and the sounds of gathering footsteps echo throughout the settlement. Moments later, in the central square of the spectral bone clan, under the Tenjong tall dry bone statue, the atmosphere is tense. About 200 spectral bone guards clad in uniformly polished bone armor, wielding standard bone blades, stand in neat rows. Chapter 233 Recognition. Ye Kai doesn't even spare Tan Xing a glance. His chattering words go in one ear and out the other, not even causing a ripple. The sinister fire in his chest, mixed with a strong discomfort and rage from the inexplicable affection directed at him, completely suppresses his rationality. The bone blades in his arm sense their master's killing intent, their ghostly light surging, the bone evil energy coiling around the blades hissing like a venomous snake, instantly transforming into two intersecting white arcs that slice through the dim light, carrying a bone-chilling coldness, mercilessly cleaving towards the face of the bone overlord. This strike is fast, fierce, and decisive, showing no mercy whatsoever, treating this unfathomable overlord of the Bone Kingdom as a mortal enemy. However, Bone Hun still does not respond. It doesn't even use its vast soul power, merely seeming to casually tap its toes, and its figure glides back a half step, as if losing weight. Swoosh! The bone blade tears through the air, missing by mere inches in front of its nose, cutting through nothing. The blade wind stirs the shadow of its hood, yet fails to harm it in the slightest. Bone Hunt stabilizes its form, the ghostly blue soul fire piercing through the shadow, firmly locking onto Ye Kai. Its gaze not only lacks the anger of being offended, but instead shines with an astonishing brightness, swirling with a kind of almost greedy satisfaction, ecstasy, and an indescribable, heavy expectation. It seems that the more ferocious and the more Ye Kai struggles, the more satisfied it becomes. Chapter 234 Transaction. On the battlefield of the Great Wall's eastern domain, amidst the blood mist shrouded in wreckage, a cold light suddenly flashes. Phut! Scalding alien blood splatters out as Wei Zheng's serrated long knife, named Dancing Dragon, just sliced through the neck of a star spirit warrior. He is drenched in blood, his armor shattered, and the members of his small team behind him are also battered and panting heavily. Tian. Wei Zheng shakes off the blood droplets from the blade. His voice hoarse yet undeniably cold and sharp. Gather the brothers to clean up the battlefield and erase the traces. I will scout ahead, you all follow closely. Yes? A young man named Tian gritted his teeth in response. Despite a deep wound on his shoulder that was still bleeding, his gaze was as resolute as iron. Without any unnecessary words, everyone immediately sprang into action. Wei Jingzi leaped forward, darting into the dense forest like a cheetah, racing towards the designated retreat route. The sound of the wind howled in his ears. After running for an unknown amount of time, he suddenly jumped to the top of a towering ancient tree, pushed aside the branches, and looked towards the distant horizon. In the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. He saw two figures high in the sky clashing at terrifying speeds, each encounter erupting with explosive sounds and dazzling lights that tore through the clouds. Chapter 235 Chaos of the Four Gods North Domain Great Wall Command Center. The violent spiritual energy from another realm, wrapped in a murderous aura, swept over the towering North Domain Great Wall like a black mountain. The federal soldiers on the city wall stood silently, their breath seemingly merging with the ancient wall beneath them, their gazes piercing through the vast land ahead, divided by grey-white silence and writhing shadows. On one side lay an endless dark ocean, while on the other was the incessant screeching of the insectoid race's hive city. On the watchtower of the Great Wall, spiritual energy searchlights swept around, illuminating countless deep and shallow scratches, and dried bloodstains on the walls, marks left by generations of guardians. The king of the mountain, seated in the main position, was not particularly imposing in stature, yet exuded a heavy and profound presence. He wore a coarse linen robe, and was slowly and steadily sharpening the spine of a heavy sword with a whetstone, his movements rhythmic, as if he were breathing. Opposite him, the King of the Sun, bare-chested, displayed numerous scorching scars like rivers of lava winding across his bronze skin, emanating an invisible intense aura that evaporated the cold air around him into wisps of white mist. He frowned in contemplation over a massive sand table representing the North Domain. Unconsciously tapping his fingers, his gaze fixed on the raised area representing the frontline positions of the Great Wall. Chapter 236, On the Way Back. It's done. It's really happening. Tian looked at the terrifying scene in the direction of the border corridor, where calamity seemed to have descended, pressing down on his wildly beating heart. Excitedly, he bumped his shoulder against Yi's, thanks to Uncle Yi going all out, personally leading the troops to lure the main force of the insectoid race to the old lair of the temple. Now it's going to blow up. Even the evil gods on both sides have been forced out. He turned his head, grinning, his tone instantly switching to one of full flattery. What's next? Yi Ji. No, Yi young master. You command. Yi Kai felt a twitch at his temple and shot him an annoyed glance. Tan dog. I've noticed that ever since we met, your brain has been on vacation, throwing everything onto me. What about your own wits? Did the insectoids chew them up? He. Isn't it good to have you around? Tian put on a righteous and shameless demeanor, justifying himself when it comes to schemes and tactics. Who can compare to you, Yi young master, with your craziness, right? You think of everything. I'm just trying to figure out how to kill the opponent, while you want to wipe out the opponent and their entire family. Although I also have astonishing wisdom at critical moments. My astonishing wisdom tells me that I still need to use my astonishing strength. Chapter 237, On the Way Back Down, but no matter how loud the bravado. Seeing Nagash's soul fire boiling around him, his momentum rising frantically, Tian shrank his neck and quickly slipped away. Whoosh! He deftly sidestepped and shrank behind Yi Hun's towering skeletal frame, casually patting Yi Hun's shoulder armor. His tone as if it were a matter of course, Uncle Yi. This old guy has gone berserk, I can't handle it. You go ahead and smash it. Before he finished speaking, he poked half his head out from Yi Hun's shoulder and shouted at the rampaging Nagash, Old geezer. Weren't you just showing off? If you're capable, don't charge at me, go challenge our commander Yi Hun. Let us see if our commander doesn't split your old bones into pieces for the dogs. Yi Hun was momentarily taken aback by Tian's fluid and fatherly antics, almost laughing in anger. He didn't truly mind, gripping his giant axe tightly again. Stepping forward to face the now completely berserk Nagash, absorbing all its murderous intent and fury. Noisy. Yi Hun grunted softly, the giant axe already raised, creating a heavy whoosh. However, there is some truth in what you said. Chapter 238, God-slaying North Long Wall Defense Line, Combat Zone Command Center. Wan Yang Jua personally led the way, with 4 patrolling guards forming a diamond-shaped protective formation around Tian. Along the way, the foreign patrols they encountered, regardless of their military ranks, instinctively stepped aside upon seeing Wan Yang Jui's unusually grave expression and Tian, who was surrounded by a murderous aura that hadn't subsided. Comrade, the command center is just ahead. Wan Yang Jua stopped in front of a 3-meter-tall, half-meter-thick alloy door. Speaking respectfully but suppressing his excitement, the King of the Sun and the King of the Mountain are inside. They have already received our urgent report and are waiting for you. Tian nodded, remaining silent. The emptiness after the excessive consumption of the ruin's divine energy surged over his nerves like a tide. But what hurt more than his body was the burning fire in his chest. Yi Kai's last calm smile, that silent farewell, and the blinding light before the passage closed. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the surging emotions. The alloy door slid open silently. The scene of the command center rushed towards him. It was not the star-studded, advisor-filled scene Tian had envisioned.